Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Amen. Members, I've received from the Electoral Commission a return declaring Georgie Danzy to be elected a Member of Parliament to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of the Right Honourable Adrian Ruafe from his list seat. I understand that Georgie Danzy is present and wishes to make an affirmation of allegiance. Would she please come forward to the chair on my right?
Ko ahau, ko Georgie Danzy, e ki ana I runga I te pono, e te tika, e te nākau tapatahi, me te whakao anō, ka noho pirihonga, ka noho pūmau ki kingi taere, te tuatoru me tōna kāhui, whakaheki e ki te ture.
Thank you. Members, I regret to inform the House of the death on the 2nd of February 2026 of the Reverend John James Terrace, QSO, who represented the Western Hutt electorate from 1978 to 1990. During his membership of this House, he was appointed as Chairman of Committees, therefore serving as Deputy Speaker. He was acting Speaker on a number of occasions in 1995, 1998 and 1989. I desire on behalf of this House to express our sense of loss and sympathy with the relatives of the late former member, to ask members to stand with me and observe a period of silence and a mark of respect for his memory. Thank you. 12 petitions have been delivered to the Clerk for presentation.
Petition of Asjid Javed requesting that the House urge Immigration New Zealand to review its transit visa policy for travellers to the Cook Islands, particularly for Pakistani passport holders. Petition of Fiona Lagai requesting that the House urge the Government to require NZTA to commence an urgent review and undertake any necessary remedial work at the intersection of Hauraki Road and State Highway 25. Petition of Whai Oro Trust requesting that the House implement a legal age for alcohol consumption. 9 petitions of Wiremu Thompson requesting that the House inquire into supermarket FPOS privacy practices, urge the Government to require the provision of information about independent election candidates, introduce an expiry date for auctioned emissions units, change the time periods when Māori electors may change roles, amend Section 107 of the Sentencing Act 2002, allow KiwiSaver members to self-manage their funds, change tax arrangements for when income is sold, change company, PIE and trust tax rules, allow only New Zealand citizens to vote in elections.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 8 papers.
2024-25 annual reports of the Social Workers Registration Board and the Teaching Council of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Government responses to the petition of Mayor Weston Curtin and the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Anne Chapman. 2026 Long-Term Insights Briefing for the Ministry of Defence, 2025 to 29 Statement of Intent for the Children's Commissioner, 2025-26 Statements of Performance Expectations for the Children's Commissioner and the Social Workers Registration Board.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 4 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Environment Committee on the Minister's response to the Emissions Reduction Monitoring Report for 2025 and the Natural Environment Bill and Planning Bill. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Shane Riddle.
The bills are set down for second reading, and the Minister's response to the Emissions Reduction Monitoring Report for 2025 is set down for consideration. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill, introduction. Modern Slavery Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Dan Bedwar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, last week's Stats NZ released quarterly labour market figures for the December quarter. The numbers showed an additional 15,000 people got jobs in the final 3 months of last year. In addition, the hours worked and the number of people actively seeking work also increased. Mr. Speaker, the Government is continuing our work to drive headline unemployment lower, and Treasury and other economists continue to forecast that to happen.
Supplementary question. What else did the labour market data show?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the headline unemployment rate increased by 0.1% in the quarter, which is fractionally below the 5.5% rate forecast by the Treasury in its December half-year update. While we are driving hard to get that rate lower, as I noted earlier, the underlying details of the data are positive. ANZ Bank economists have noted, for example, that more people choosing to participate in the labour market is, quote, consistent with rising job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate is generally one of the last indicators to shift when an economy moves away from tough times and into positive growth. The good news is that economists are expecting the unemployment rate to fall this year as the economy continues its recovery.
Supplementary question. What other evidence is there?
Just a moment. We'll just end all the conversations while the question's asked.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. What other evidence is there that the economy is recovering?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a number of recent surveys have shown rising business and consumer confidence, which are signs of a growing economy and an environment where people see increased opportunity. For example, ANZ Roy Morgan consumer confidence lifted in January to its highest level since August 2021. And this, of course, comes alongside the ANZ New Zealand Business Outlook, which remained at historically high levels in January, signalling the economic recovery is underway. It is also, Mr. Speaker, supported by the fact that MBIE, for the second month running, is reporting increased numbers of job advertisements. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that many Kiwis have been doing it tough, and there is still a lot of work to do, but these indicators are positive for our progress.
Supplementary question. What is the government doing to support the economic recovery?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's policy program is driving growth and employment through a series of much-needed reforms. Our fast-track approval system is 1 year in and is fixing the problem of projects being stuck for years in delay and buried in bureaucracy with spiralling costs. That system alone, Mr. Speaker, through the projects approved so far, is supporting thousands of jobs to be created and sustained. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite me opposed that legislation and the job creation it supports. Mr. Speaker, if there are genuine ideas for increasing job creation, can I suggest that they should be brought forward at this juncture? And here's a clue: a capital gains tax won't create more jobs.
Well, for the lawyers.
A point of order, the Honourable Karen McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. I was sitting there looking at you, waiting for you to intervene. You're shaking your head. I would suggest that if you were unsatisfied with the response from the Minister, perhaps an intervention was warranted. That was a patsy question. that should not have been used to make those comments, particularly the ones towards the end of it.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting observation on your part, but, you know, it could be a medical condition, so you've got to be a bit careful about raising those things. Question 2, the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by the promise he made to New Zealanders before the election that there would be no new taxes introduced by a government he leads? If so, how is introducing a new gas tax that every New Zealand household will pay consistent with that promise?
Well, that's not what we're doing. We're opening up an LNG importation facility so that we can lower power bills. If the member doesn't support that, he's supporting higher power bills.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Well, does he agree with Nicola Willis? If it looks like a tax, if it quacks like a tax, it's a tax.
Well, it's a charge that electricity companies will pay so that consumers pay lower power bills. It's that simple. That's as simple as that.
So is it a tax, a levy, a fee, a charge? Regardless of what he calls it, is it an extra cost every New Zealand household will pay every time they pay their power bill?
In answer to the first part of the question, absolutely not, because it will lead to lower power bills, not higher power bills. That's why we're doing it. But with respect to the definition and the semantics of different words, maybe it's just a rhetorical flourish, a bit like whether we're going to work with the Te Pāti Māori or not.
Supplementary.
Just would suggest that the government need to stick to their own knitting here and not add those little flicks at the end. The Honourable David Seymour.
Is importing LNG more or less necessary after somebody banned looking for oil and gas here?
Well, here are the facts on energy, which is pretty simple. To keep the lights on in New Zealand, you need gas. Labor caved to the Greens. They had the oil and gas ban that cranked up electricity prices to $800 megawatt per hour, some of the most expensive in the world. It's cost the country $5 billion since 2017.
Just remind government side, all members of the government side, that Standing Order 205 makes it very clear questions should not be asked designed to attack the opposition. That's a long-standing a deal in this House and will be enforced. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
How does introducing a new gas tax that every New Zealand household will pay every time they flick on a light switch help them with the cost of living?
What a load of rubbish, and the member clearly is not understanding what this proposal is actually about. This is about creating an LNG importation option so that we can lower the dry year risk and in terms lower electricity prices. LNG facility will lead to lower tax bills, lower power bills.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Does he still think, quote, New Zealand needs abundant, affordable energy, end quote? If so, how will increasing lines charges, a decision his government has taken, introducing a new gas tax, a decision his government has taken, and doing nothing while power companies continue to extract billions of dollars of windfall profits out of New Zealand households help to achieve that?
Well, I just want to help the member with the definition of a tax, because what is a tax is a capital gains tax, a wealth tax, a death tax, a trust tax, increasing income and corporate tax, all tax policies that member hasn't ruled out. That will hurt New Zealanders for sure.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker. Well, does he agree then with the Cambridge English Dictionary when it says that the definition of a levy is, quote, an amount of money such as a tax that you have to pay a government or an organisation?
It's somewhat semantic, and I just say to the member that what we're doing is lowering power bills. Now, the member doesn't support that. I get it. The member's done everything to crank up pain and suffering on every single New Zealander, wants to introduce many, many new taxes, including $90 billion worth of green taxes, hasn't even ruled that out.
Supplementary question, Mr Speaker.
Just a moment, just a moment while the House calms itself. That entire outburst was pretty unacceptable.
So why are the members in the government the only people in the country that seem to think that increasing the taxes people pay every time they pay their power bills is somehow going to make the cost of living crisis better for New Zealand households?
Well, the member is misunderstanding what this policy is doing. We are increasing the supply of electricity in this country and energy by opening up an importation facility for LNG. So we reduce the risk around dry year risk, which is what we inherited from the last government in 2024, an energy crisis that shouldn't have happened, that caused the problem, and so that we can lower power bills. We are doing this to lower power bills, period. If you do not support it, you are supporting higher power bills. What are you going to do?
Supplementary question, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that the putting in place of an LNG facility as an insurance policy, the modelling suggests will lower power bills as a result of having that in place?
Firm is the advice we have received. It will lower power bills for every household by about $50 a year. It will create value to the economy of about $1.2 billion, and it will protect 2,000 jobs. I would have thought the member, having created the energy crisis in New Zealand, would have actually supported this policy.
That's an supplementary question. Why should New Zealand households pay an extra gas tax every time they pay their power bills, while electricity companies continue to make billions of dollars of windfall profits, and his government will do nothing about it?
That is not happening. New Zealanders are going to pay lower power bills as a function of us opening up an LNG importation policy. That's simple. Either support it, and if you don't, you're supporting higher power bills. It's that simple.
Question number 3, David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and asks, what recent announcements has he made on procuring an importation terminal for liquefied natural gas?
Mr. Speaker.
David McLeod, ask the question again so that all of the House can hear it over their own discussions.
To the Minister for Energy, what recent announcements has he made on procuring an importation terminal for liquefied natural gas?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I announced that the government will be progressing an LNG importation terminal in Taranaki. This critical new piece of energy infrastructure will provide the sector access to reliable backup fuel during dry years when hydro generation is under pressure. This represents a significant investment in critical energy infrastructure that will strengthen New Zealand's energy security and put downward pressure on electricity prices.
Supplementary. What will this mean for Kiwis' power bills?
Well, Mr. Speaker, simple. The net result is lower power bills for Kiwi households. This initiative will deliver savings of approximately $265 million per year across the electricity system. This translates to power bills falling by at least $50 per year for the average Kiwi household. LNG will mean Kiwis will face more stable and predictable power bills, with fewer sharp winter price shocks for households and businesses alike.
Supplementary. What impact will this have on the New Zealand economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, independent modelling shows that this critical piece of energy infrastructure will provide a $1.2 billion boost to the economy per year by 2035. It will also help protect approximately 2,000 jobs that would otherwise be at risk due to rising electricity costs, lower gas production domestically, and reduced industrial output. By providing certainty and resilience, this critical energy infrastructure will boost business confidence, regional employment, and industrial growth across our economy.
Supplementary. What response has he seen from the sector?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the response from the energy sector has been very positive. Karen Boyes, Executive Director of the Major Electricity Users Group, welcomed the clarity of this announcement that it provides to the industry. Port Taranaki's Chief Executive, Simon Craddock, stated the construction of the LNG facility is a, quote, great opportunity for that region. And the gas industry co-chief executive, David Prentice, described LNG as, quote, mission critical for energy security, saying, quote, it will provide the stability and flexibility needed as domestic gas declines and New Zealand transitions to a renewable energy future. Mr. Speaker, in short, industry leaders have welcomed LNG as a practical solution to help solve New Zealand's fuel shortage.
Question floor, Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Prime Minister, e tōtoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why has his government decided, in the midst of a cost of living crisis where power bills have already increased by 12% in the last year, to impose a guaranteed extra cost on New Zealanders' power bills to increase our fossil fuel dependence?
We're not doing that.
How does he reconcile his government's stated objective for the electricity sector that it delivers, quote, reliable electricity at the lowest possible cost to consumers, end quote, with the announcement that his government will be guaranteeing more costs on New Zealanders to fund imported fossil fuels?
No, just a moment.
Check the characterisation, second part of that question.
Just reword the question. Member will know why that question is not acceptable.
How does he reconcile his government's stated objective for the electricity sector that it delivers, quote, reliable electricity at the lowest possible cost to consumers, with the announcement that his government will be imposing more costs on New Zealanders through their power bills?
Because this initiative will lower power bills.
Why did his government not consider the benefits of $1 billion of investment into low-cost renewables like solar, batteries and wind, and using our hydro assets more strategically, instead of choosing to sign Aotearoa New Zealand up to a new international supply chain vulnerable to disruption and price shocks?
Well, this country is actually experiencing a renewables boom, and it's in part because we've got an outstanding piece of legislation called a fast-track legislation, which that member failed to support.
Supplementary question, David Seymour.
Does the availability of gas as a firming fuel make it more viable to do exactly the investment in solar and wind that others want?
Our emissions will lower because there'll be less coal being burnt. And the second thing that will happen is there's going to be more renewable investment because there's more certainty around a backup option of gas.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, Chloe Swarbrick, sorry.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
going to go
Speaker.
side to side. Well, because that's the way it's always been done.
We're the real New Zealand first.
No, don't have an argument.
To the Prime Minister, why did the government immediately rule out any consideration of any option to deal with dry year risk that didn't include increasing our dependency on fossil fuels?
We didn't do that.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Why doesn't the Prime Minister conceive of the fact that he could hook up a wind farm to the Green Caucus room? Maybe that's the solution.
Well, we're open to more ideas.
No, Prime Minister. It's very unhelpful for order of the House. Chloe Swarbrick and no one else speaking.
Can the Prime Minister name for the House one credible economist or expert who is not in the fossil fuel industry or associated to his government or office who thinks that his LNG imports is a good idea?
Well, there's been a wide range of support to say this is a very good thing to lower power bills.
Good. We'll now have the House compose itself for the question from question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Vinaka waka levu, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, is a 10-year high in unemployment a sign that people will, quote, see increased opportunity, unquote?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously no. What are signs of the fact that people are seeing increased employment opportunities is the fact that employment growth was up 0.5% quarter on quarter, that there is a higher participation rate in the labour market, consistent with improving economic activity, to quote ANZ, bolstering perceptions that opportunities in the labour market are on the rise. What is a sign that people will see increased opportunity is the fact that Treasury and a range of other economists continue to forecast more job creation and lower unemployment, the fact that people are working more hours, that firms' hiring intentions are increasing, and that job ads are up. These are all signs that people will see and are seeing increased opportunities.
Supplementary. Why then won't she take responsibility for 32,000 fewer jobs compared to when she took office?
Mr. Speaker, our government has taken responsibility for fixing the economic mess we have inherited, which has involved ensuring that we brought inflation back under control, ensuring that interest rates were supported to drop, ensuring that firms would be in a better position to create jobs. Mr. Speaker, it is challenging to accept the rhetoric of the member when she opposes the fast-track legislation creating thousands of jobs across the country as we speak.
Supplementary. What increased opportunities are there for the 139,000 part-time workers who want more work but can't get it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the features of the recent Stats NZ data was evidence that the hours worked are increasing. Other signs that people can look forward to is the fact that forecasters are continuing to forecast more job creation and a lower unemployment rate. And for those part-time workers, I would say to them, you have a government that is on your side saying yes to quarries where you might get a job, saying yes to new roads which you can help construct, saying yes to solar farms and wind farms that you can help build. Mr. Speaker, a government that says no to a capital gains tax and yes to getting things done.
Supplementary. What increased opportunities are there for Māori and Pacific youth when 1 in 4 are unemployed?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are very focused on ensuring there are more opportunities for young people, and one of the features of the latest Stats NZ result was a lower rate of those young people not in education, training or employment. What we have seen is an increasing rate of participation by young people in tertiary education, affording them more opportunities for the future. And I'll tell you the number one thing that this government is doing to increase the employment opportunities of young Māori, making sure they get educated. And actually, that starts with the basics of literacy and numeracy, which while Chris Hipkins was the Education Minister went backwards, our trials are showing real results from structured literacy and numeracy. Because here's the thing, you can offer an interest-free student loan, but if you can't read and write, you won't be getting a tertiary education.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, New Zealanders have worked incredibly hard for economic recovery, unquote? If so, when will she work hard for it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And can I ask that we be gracious? Because while I question her policies and while I question much of her party's philosophy, I do not question her motivations or her work ethic. The problem is she's been working on a capital gains tax, and that's the wrong problem.
That's enough. You just contradicted yourself.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle itself.
Does she take responsibility for the loss of 10,000 jobs in Wellington alone? And is that the real reason why she won't stand in a Wellington seat?
Oh, no. Sorry. Because there's, just a moment, because there's been a little bit of, Mr. Bishop, if you want a chair, come and take it. I'll swap jobs with you any day. Can I just say, because there has been that unnecessary sort of little flick either side, reword that question.
Does she take responsibility for the loss of 10,000 jobs in Wellington alone.
Mr. Speaker, I see that the member is taking tips from Craig Rennie, the Labor Party finance spokesperson outside caucus, whose numbers she seems to be blindly relying on, and which I think are highly questionable. She also seems to be taking a tip from the nasty book, accusing me of not working hard enough. Mr. Speaker, I think she should differentiate herself from Craig Rennie with a bit more class.
Question number 6, Catherine Wedd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. What recent milestones has the government's fast-track approval scheme celebrated?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, Mr. Speaker, last week, alongside my good friend and colleague, Minister Jones, we celebrated 1 year of the government's fast-track approval scheme, set up to solve a problem New Zealanders know too well. Projects stuck for years in bureaucracy and delay, with costs spiralling. It's taken just 128 days for fast-track projects to receive decisions from when they're accepted into the process. 1 year in, the results speak for themselves. It's fixing the basics of how we approve infrastructure in this country and building the foundations for future growth.
Supplementary. How many projects have been approved so far?
Mr. Speaker, 1 year in, we're building real momentum. 9 projects have been approved so far. 8 are expected to receive decisions before the end of March this year. 2 of those have already received draft approvals. It's worth thinking about the 9 approved projects, which include a new wharf and cruise ship terminal in Auckland, 4 major housing developments across the country, 3 mining and quarrying projects, and 1 renewable energy project with more to come. Overall, they're expected to deliver 2,000 new homes, more than 260 million tonnes of aggregate, support thousands of jobs and contribute billions to the economy in the years to come.
Supplementary. What can New Zealanders expect to see from Fast Track this year?
Mr. Speaker, coming down the pipeline, we have another 19 projects before expert panels. Those decisions are expected in the coming months. In total, there are 76 projects currently progressing through Fast Track, including referral applications being considered or ones that have been referred, and substantive applications having their application assessed for completeness. We can expect to see more Fast Track projects break ground this year. A number have already started, delivering an immediate boost to those local economies, and we're looking forward to more sod turnings and more ribbon cuttings on infrastructure projects up and down the country.
Supplementary. What does he have to say to those who criticised Fast Track?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there was criticism as we were developing the Fast Track regime that said that the projects would be rushed and it would lead to potentially harmful projects. Projects like mines, quarries and infrastructure have all progressed through Fast Track, high quality decisions with a range of conditions. Fast Track was never a rubber stamp. It was never meant to be a backdoor. What it was meant to do was speed up decisions for common sense projects around the country. It's the government and the country saying yes to growth, yes to supercharging our regions, and to say anything else would be to say no to a better, more prosperous New Zealand.
Question number 7, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Energy. Does the Minister agree with the government-commissioned Frontier Economics report that said it would make no economic sense to develop an LNG import terminal to meet just dry year risk, as the large fixed costs would be spread over a relatively small amount of output, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr. Speaker, yes, but we are not taking the Frontier Review's approach to funding LNG infrastructure. We are instead progressing a broad-based approach, reflecting LNG's role as an insurance policy. Mr. Speaker, official advice shows the cost of our approach is materially outweighed by the expected benefits.
Supplementary. When will the gas tax first be added to people's power bills?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do not agree with the premise of the member's question. The impact of our policy will lower power bills for New Zealand households and businesses.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance in terms of what to call this. We've heard from the government today that this is called a levy, this is a charge, this is a fee. We've been calling it a tax. And other questions, I asked the Minister a very straight question around whether this tax/levy/fee/charge would first appear on people's power bills. It's very straight. It would be good to know when it would appear on people's power bills.
Good. Well, that's very interesting. You should have asked that question in a way that would have coincided with the government's view of whatever it is that's being put on those power bills. But you were, excuse me, you were very specific in referring to it as a tax. It's not unreasonable for the Minister to reject that.
Supplementary question. When will the gas levy/fee/charge first be added to people's power bills?
Again, Mr Speaker, I don't agree with the premise of the member's question, but what I can advise is that the cost of the infrastructure that will be incurred every year...
No, just a minute. This is clearly a very important question because it's had to be, it's used up two of the opposition's questions, so the House should hear it in silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The cost of the insurance that will be incurred every year as a result of the infrastructure that we will be put in place will be paid for via a levy on the electricity sector.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Winston Peters.
Why is Marsden Point no longer in the configuration of our considerations on this critical matter?
Mr Speaker.
Well, in so much as the Minister has some responsibility for the historic nature of that, he might make a comment.
I think what the member is referring to is the fact that when you remove options in terms of energy security and resilience, you have less options, and that has significant impacts on the New Zealand economy. What we are doing instead around LNG is bringing in that capability, increase security of energy in this country, and therefore the resultant impact of that is downward pressure on Kiwi power bills.
Point of order, the Honourable Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
How is it that the Minister can explain the decisions of a private company to mothball the Marsden Point oil refinery, but cannot answer a very straight question about when this levy is going to be imposed that the government announced just yesterday?
I think you'll find that Marsden Point was, two things happened. It was mothballed, and then the chimney stack was blown down by the New Zealand Electricity Corporation. It's a government organisation prior to the split of companies in the mid-1990s.
Will there be measures put in place to prevent the gas levy/charge/fee being increased even if less gas is used because of higher costs?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, I don't agree with the premise of the words that the member is using in regards to this question, nor does it demonstrate understanding of how this will be funded. The funding for the infrastructure, which is the LNG importation terminal, will be paid for and levied on the electricity sector. The electricity sector will also benefit, Mr Speaker, from a reduction in electricity prices as a result of us having the security of supply of that gas coming into the country. The net impact, if you put yourselves in the shoes of a New Zealand average household or businesses, is a net savings versus not having this infrastructure.
Supplementary question. Can the Minister rule out gas levy/fee/charge exemptions for large long-term electricity contracts such as that with Rio Tinto's smelter at Bruff that would mean higher tax versus levy/fee rates for New Zealand households and businesses?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I have referred to multiple times already today, the net impact of the policy announcements that we've made in regards to New Zealand businesses is that it will lower the cost of power bills that they are incurring.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance as always. It appeared the Minister was reading from some official advice or modelling. I just wonder if the Minister would be able to table that advice and modelling for the House.
The Minister is saying he wasn't doing that.
Supplementary question. Does he I agree with energy expert Christina Hood, who says literally half the true price of imported LNG would be subsidised by the gas levy/fee/charge paid by New Zealand families and businesses.
Mr. Speaker, no, but what I do agree with is a situation in which I inherited and we inherited as a government was a catastrophic impact as a result of not sufficient supply of gas, and the impact of that has been felt by businesses, households across the board. As a result of that problem statement, Mr. Speaker, we're taking action to put in place a gas importation terminal that provides certainty of supply for that gas, and that will protect Kiwi jobs, and that's something I'm very proud of.
Question number 8, Rawiri Waititi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Can he explain his statement made at Waitangi last week? Quote, Article 3 must guarantee equality of opportunity, and it cannot and should not guarantee equality of outcomes, end quote.
We don't believe in socialism, which is an equality of outcome, but what we believe is every 5-year-old in this country, irrespective of their circumstances, deserves to set off on the same starting line in order to make the best of themselves.
Does he agree that countless violations of the Tiriti o Waitangi by the Crown have created an Aotearoa where Māori have and do not have equal opportunity to access land, food, housing and healthcare?
That's why we've been working incredibly hard with iwi leaders up and down the country to make sure we can advance outcomes for Māori and to make things more equal for Māori, but including all the work that we're doing on education to see and lift literacy rates amongst Māori. They're up 18% with new entrants in the first for 5-year-olds. That's great.
So why did his government decide to disestablish Te Aka Whaiora, the Māori Health Authority, when one of their main goals was to promote equality of opportunity for Māori to access healthcare?
I said we don't need centralised Māori-focused organisations separate from the rest of what we offer New Zealanders. We deliver health on the base of needs.
Supplementary. How can he claim to support equality of opportunity while leading a government that has dismantled Māori-specific health, housing, education initiatives that exist because opportunity has never been equal?
Well, government's invested about $50 million in the first few weeks of this government with Māori health organisations to lift immunisation rates for under 2. Look, we're interested in the practical things that improve outcomes for Māori and non-Māori.
Supplementary.
Does he stand by the government's statement that prisons are sometimes necessary, and would he go into government with a party that promises to abolish prisons?
Well, we don't believe in abolishing prisons, defunding the police, 30% reduction in prison population, or repealing the gang patch ban.
Question, supplementary, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Well, the Prime Minister explained to Mr Rawiri that by Māori for Māori doesn't mean you go out and rip off Māori.
Well, we want all New Zealanders to be treated equally, and we're here as a government to make sure we improve outcomes for everyone.
Question 9, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Food Safety and asks, what recent feedback, if any, has he received from food businesses about the challenges they are facing?
The Honourable Andrew Hoggar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month I heard from an owner of a small-scale meat processing business about their challenges as a very small business trying to comply with rules designed for large corporates. They also highlighted the big positive difference made by recent changes to testing requirements for businesses like theirs. By scaling microbiological testing requirements with risk, we have been able to significantly reduce costs without compromising food safety. That businesses reported that they are now thinking about expanding and have fielded inquiries from other people looking to set up small-scale meat processing facilities.
Supplementary. What other feedback has he received from food businesses?
Mr Speaker, since becoming Food Safety Minister, I've made an effort to talk to a range of food businesses about their experiences with the Food Act compliance. It was great to hear directly from food and hospitality sector about how we as a government can make their lives easier. Several common themes emerged, including making sure there is consistency across New Zealand food safety and local council verifiers, clarifying rules that can sometimes be ambiguous and difficult to follow, and making sure that record keeping and registration requirements are actually justifiable on the basis of risk. I've taken that feedback on board and initiated a program that includes 13 different work streams to cut red tape and make life easier for Kiwi food businesses.
Supplementary. What are some of the actions in his work streams?
A number of changes have been delivered already, including the removal of registration costs from low-risk home-based cake makers. As a direct result of feedback from the sector, we are making things clearer by revamping food control templates, producing more specific guidance and beefing up support services, and there is much more to come. As part of the program, I've asked officials to review the requirements for all categories of businesses that fall under the Food Act to make sure that what we ask them to do is proportional to risk. Where there is scope to cut red tape while maintaining food safety, we are going to cut it.
Supplementary. What effect will the work program have on New Zealanders?
Mr. Speaker, cutting red tape makes lives easier for small businesses and is a good thing in and of itself because it supports businesses to expand and employ more people. It will also improve job satisfaction. I know as a farmer, small business people want to spend their time doing what they love, not stuck at the kitchen table doing paperwork. And I want to do what I can to help them to do that. But this work program will also affect everyday Kiwis by putting downward pressure on the prices and improving accessibility for food. Reducing unnecessary compliance costs for businesses will undoubtedly mean more options at a lower cost for Kiwis.
Question number 10, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te maunga o te whare. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. Does she agree with the Minister of Finance that Budget 2025, quote, forecast declining unemployment, end quote? If so, why are there 32,000 fewer people in work since the government took office?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The Treasury forecast declining unemployment in Budget 2025 and in the more recent half-year economic and fiscal update, whereas the claim made in the second part of her question is backward-looking. For the member's clarity, forecasts are about the future, not the past. If the member wishes for more explanation, I'm sure her colleague Barbara Edmonds would be happy to talk her through it.
Is part of her economic plan that 165,000 New Zealanders want a job and can't get one?
No.
Is the highest unemployment rate in a decade a sign of a growing economy?
No, as I went through in the first audition for this question with Barbara Edmonds, what is signs of a growing economy is 15,000 more jobs being created in the past 3 months, more people increasing their hours, increases in the number of job ads, increases in the intentions of businesses to hire people, forecasts of increased growth and lower unemployment. What is also a sign of a growth plan to increase jobs is a government that will actually back fast-track projects like quarries, like roads, like solar energy plants, as opposed to the no people on the other side.
Is she going to take responsibility for her decisions that have caused thousands of New Zealanders to be out of work and are now unable to afford food?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I take responsibility for my decisions. I don't take responsibility for the member's claims.
Does she think the tactic of telling New Zealanders that things are getting better when clearly they are not is working? Or is it just further proof that she is way out of touch?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm in touch with and what our government is in touch with is that it is not enough to wallow in descriptions of the problems that New Zealand faces. It's not enough to say that people have been doing it tough. Yes, they have been. It's not enough to say we want jobs created. Yes, we do. What's required and what we should take New Zealanders seriously about is giving them clear, concrete policies that will deliver better economic opportunities, that will deliver better jobs. And Mr. Speaker, Plans for additional capital gains tax don't cut it. Fast-tracking projects does. Investment boost tax reduction does. Actually delivering policies that will increase economic opportunity is what's required, not just telling New Zealanders it's been tough. They know that already.
Question number 11. The Honourable Marawa Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia i ngā mahi me ngā kōrero katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why is Aotearoa New Zealand still bottom trawling in the South Pacific high seas when literally every other nation in the South Pacific has stopped? And what message does this send on an international level regarding our country's reputation for destroying vulnerable marine ecosystems for profit?
Well, in answer to the second part of the question, we're not doing that.
Why has his government proposed to weaken South Pacific fisheries rules when other South Pacific nations, including Australia, are calling for more protection of corals and seamounts?
Answer to the first part of the question, we're not doing that.
What is his message to the 78%? I'm just going to wait till he finishes, Mr. Speaker.
Yep, that's right. Start again.
What is his message to the 78% of New Zealanders that are in favour of banning bottom trawling in the South Pacific high seas, including Jono Riddler, who is swimming over 1,300 k's from North Cape to Wellington as a call to end bottom trawling?
This is a government that balances both economic and environmental considerations for all sectors.
How is bottom trawling consistent with the global goal of protecting 30% of the world's oceans by 2030, and when 77% of New Zealanders think more of the global ocean should be protected in ocean sanctuaries?
Well, as I said in answer to my previous question, it's a balance, as the member would well understand.
Will he commit to withdrawing his government's proposal to the South Pacific Regional Fisheries Management Organisation to increase the amount of coral that can be destroyed by bottom trawlers without consequence in the South Pacific? If not, why not?
Well, what I do commit to is growing our aquaculture sector and also protecting our environment.
Question number 12, Katie Niven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education. What recent announcement has she made regarding changes to assessment and reporting?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stanford.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to lift achievement without data, but we have never had in this country a consistent, reliable measurement of how students are doing through their primary and intermediate schooling. Parents deserve meaningful information so that they can help at home. That's why I announced that this year schools will begin using a nationally consistent reporting approach for parents that is supported by twice yearly assessments in year 3 to 8. Parents will get detailed reports on how their children are progressing across multiple topics within the maths and English curricula. Under this government, for the first time in our country's history, we will be consistently monitoring progress across primary school so that we raise achievement, so we can fix the basics and build a better future.
Supplementary. What can parents expect to see in their children's school reports?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents and caregivers are key stakeholders in their children's learning, and we have created a nationally consistent reporting framework so they can see in detail how their children are progressing. Through the new nationally consistent curriculum, together with this new assessment and reporting requirement, parents will receive rich data on their children's progress in reading, writing and maths twice yearly through one of 5 progress markers that are consistent across the country. They'll also get an explanation as to why that marker was used, how they can help at home, a graph showing progress over time, and importantly, their child's attendance record. Reporting and other learning areas, values and behaviour will still continue as it does now.
Supplementary. Why did she make these changes?
Mr. Speaker, parents have told us consistently that they don't know that when their children are falling behind until it is too late. Parents want to be empowered with data. The Education Review Office, the Auditor General and the New Zealand Assessment Institute have been very clear. We need a nationally consistent assessment tool and consistent reporting to parents so that they know how their children are progressing, so the system, importantly, can respond and intervene early when a child needs extra help or extension. We're acting on all of this advice. We are empowering parents with data so that they can be active participants in their child's learning.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has been overwhelmingly positive. The New Zealand Assessment Institute said the NZAI is delighted to see the assessment principles and practices being applied by the Minister of Education. The SMART assessment tool is intended to provide clearer guidance for schools and for parents so that more consistent reporting and increased progress can occur. Francesca Rudkin of News Talk ZB said, "I'm no longer a parent of school children, but if I was, I would be pleased with the Minister in her announcement that this week about changes to reporting and progress at primary and intermediate. As a parent, we have had to suffer through the pointless student-led conference era where your children could present with you with a curated collection of their recent work. This is welcome news."
Thank you, Erica.
That concludes oral questions. Those who need to leave the House or other business should do so quickly, quietly and without any conversations on the way. So quietly means no conversations on the way. I call on Government Order of the Day.
Adjourn debate on the Prime Minister's statement and the amendment proposed to it.
I call the Honourable James Meagher.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it great to be back at work here in Parliament to continue work on our ambitious agenda to get New Zealand back on track? As the Prime Minister would say, New Zealand is the best little country in the world, but we need to get our mojo back. And how do we do that? By fixing the basics and building the future. But before we do that, a little reflection. How good was Waitangi last week? How good was Tama Pōtaka? Forthright, mana enhancing. Tama led a strong National Party delegation over several days, and we thank him for his guidance and his manaaki. How good was the Prime Minister? Taking up the weirdo, responding with calm and grace, highlighting the bonds that bring us together in times of crises, rather than focusing on what drives us apart, and turning towards debate on the issues of the day rather than leading them for another. Mr. Speaker, how good was Grant McCullum, the local MP? Oh, the man practically lives at Waitangi, and the lengths he goes to in order to engage with local iwi and his community are textbook for any local MP. And actually, many would have missed this, but as we were lining up for the pōwhiri to take our seats as ministers and party leaders and party doyons gradually squeezed out those of us who were keen enough to sit out the front, Grant got shuffled to the second row. But immediately from across the Aotearoa, there were very strong and very severe calls from several kuia telling Grant under no circumstance not to sit in the second row. And so up the front Grant went, and that speaks volumes of a man who was well respected in his community. And Mr. Speaker, how good was the new season of Keeping Up with the Kapakingis? I've never been to a live filming before, but you could just feel the energy and the drama. For those of you who missed it, Cousin Peony's leaving the show, Uncle Willie went a bit off script, and a surprise haka left you, Mr. Speaker, wondering if you were watching a repeat of last season. But through the drama and the rumblings emerged some sound advice from the final speaker, Waihorei Shortland. Waihorei said, and I quote him, "If we don't want to talk to the Crown, who can we talk to? The trees won't give it back to us. The birds sing a lovely song, but they're not on the same page. And for all of our differences, you are still my only haven to get resolution, whoever you may be." He also went on to say he wished we as MPs were colourblind, and that if he had one wish, we would remove our party affiliations in order to chart a path for the future together. Now, we know here it's unlikely that he'll get his wish about colour blindness, and party affiliations won't fall to the wayside. But surely he can get his wish about working together in order to chart a path to the future. If National, Labour, Green and ACT MPs can come together on the cricket field and raise $50,000, as we did for Resport last week in Whangarei and the days before Waitangi, why can't we look to the Prime Minister's statement and together identify those things we are worth pursuing across multiple parliaments? And if the netballers can come together without subs on the bench and play 4 full quarters of high-octane netball, why can't we work together as well? New Zealanders, Mr. Speaker, are crying out for a sense of unity and coherence from their politicians. Yes, we are going to disagree sometimes on the deep, fundamental questions of philosophy and policy that bring each of us here, but surely there are substantial features of the Prime Minister's statement we can all agree are worthy of pursuit together. Let's look at RMA reform, the largest reforms to our planning system and local government since the RMA was introduced 30 years ago. Settled consensus on an enduring, long-lasting framework which enables growth and protects the environment is vital. New Zealanders need certainty that they can build houses, roads, infrastructure and flood resiliency that they need over the next 50 to 100 years. We can't have a healthy environment without a strong economy, and we won't have a strong economy without a stable environment. Mr. Speaker, let's look at fast track. Now, I know the members opposite voted against fast track, but think about 2 things. First, recent events have shown that fast track does not mean rubber stamp. Projects are carefully considered by expert panels and they must stack up against environmental concerns. Secondly, nobody seriously believes that the opposition opposes many, if any, of those projects listed in the fast track. And we know they moved amendments to remove them from that fast track process, and we'll remind them of that as we lead up to the election. But do we seriously consider for a moment that Rachel Boyack opposes the Hope Bypass in Nelson? Or that she opposes the iwi Maitahi Village housing project in Nelson? No, of course not. Do we really believe that they'll get in the way of solar projects in Oamaru and Tekapo or Twizel? Projects that are going to reduce the reliance on hydro and produce power in the South Island at the time of the year where demand is the greatest? Are the opposition transport spokespeople going to come out against the second Ashburton Bridge? Is the tourism spokesperson going to oppose workers' accommodation at Cadrona? Will Joe Luxon oppose water storage and fish screens in North Canterbury? I highly doubt it. These are serious, positive, growth-enabling legacy projects that are good for New Zealand and good for New Zealanders. These are the projects we should be talking about when Waihora asks us to put our colours aside and chart a path together. The Prime Minister talks of $7 billion worth of taxpayer-funded infrastructure projects, including the Dunedin Hospital rebuild, Brougham Street and Ralston flyovers in Canterbury, the rebuild of the Burnham Regional Supply Facility. Just this weekend, Miles Anderson and I announced the rebuild of 2 more bridges in South Canterbury on State Highway 82 at Waiho North River and Elephant Hill Stream. And last week I stood alongside Minister Patterson, alongside the Deputy Mayor of Timaru, local contractors and local developers, outside the Timaru Showgrounds, in demonstration of the problems we can solve when we work together and we get things built. That Showgrounds development has sat idle for years, while a succession of people were busy pointing fingers at each other and nobody really taking responsibility for doing what's right for the community. Make the decisions, make the investments and get on with it. We think New Zealanders are tired of the millions of reasons we say no. They want to hear us say yes, preferably together, preferably for the long term. Say yes to Chris Bishop's 30-year infrastructure pipeline. Say yes to Erica Stanford's revolution in education, her raising of standards, the elevation of vocational education as an equal to the university pathways we try to ham-fistedly force everyone into. Say yes to targets in health and in education and in law and order, knowing that when we don't set targets and we don't hold ourselves accountable, standards slip, wait times blow out, attendance drops and crime goes up. Say yes to delivering more services in the community at a local level and requiring actual outcomes for the millions of dollars of contracted service delivery. Say yes to social investment. And for goodness sake, say yes to local government reform. Don't sit there and die on the hill of legacy regional councils. Work with us on a shared idea of what individual decision-making, community-led services and local government looks like over the next 50 years. Say yes to more tourism and more visitors to our brilliant country. People who bring with them not only their own cultural vibrancy, but also their own foreign currency. And say yes to more foreign investment in our startups and our infrastructure through Invest NZ. Mr. Speaker, let me close with one short example. I spent a lot of time in Queenstown over the last year as Minister for the South Island. And every single person that I've spoken to knows that Queenstown will be a large metropolitan city in the next 100 years. It is a desirable, beautiful, high-energy region full of great, talented people. Growth in that region is inevitable. The question is not how do we put the genie back in the bottle. People will come. Attractive regions attract ambitious people. It is going to happen. The question for us all is, what do we want this growth to look like in 100 years' time? Where do we want to put our schools? What will our health needs be? How do we best stay ahead of our infrastructure demands? How do we give critical infrastructure, like our airports, our bridges, our roads, our power supply, our schooling infrastructure, our hospitals, the certainty of consent and maintenance over the next 100 years? How do we maintain flexibility in our planning so that we can adapt to the inevitable change in attitudes, in technology, in preferences, and quite frankly, where we want to live? The only real answer is that we don't really know for sure, but we do know that the only way to do this is to tackle it together by charting that shared path. Yes, of course, we'll disagree around the edges, and even the closest of relatives in this House will be in fierce disagreement. But I plead to the members opposite, find those things you do support. Please commit to them. Find something in our agenda that you will commit to long term. Give New Zealanders the certainty that they want, that successive governments and successive parliaments will build a country for the future. It is very sweet. It is a very sweet ideal that I implore everybody to listen to. Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that New Zealand is a great little country to live in. Maybe apart from those heckling opposite who apparently don't want to join the shared path and who want to sit there and throw barbs and throw jibes across the House. But Mr. Speaker, there is only one way we can guarantee prosperity in New Zealand. And for us on this side, it's to fix the basics now so that we can build for a future tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Dr. Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister's statement in an election year sets the vibe of the year. It tells the House where the energy's at. It's a way to think about how the year's going to show up. And Mr. Speaker, nothing said it more than Christopher Luxon, day one of the Parliament sitting. He's given 20 minutes in an election year to spell out the achievements of his government, to chart out the path ahead, to inspire the caucus, to inspire the nation. And he falls 6 minutes short. Can't make it to the end of his speech. Doesn't have 20 minutes of vision or ideas in him in an election year. Now, Mr. Speaker, I probably started this year thinking there were going to be some fractures in the National Party. We'd certainly been hearing about them at the end of the year, but nothing has shown more unity and loyalty to their leader than the absolute commitment of every member of the National Party who stood up not to outshine their leader. Their leader who fell 6 minutes short, that couldn't spell out vision, couldn't spell out achievement, and these days is sounding far less like a Prime Minister or a leader. The only fallback is to blame the other guys, to blame the people before them. And at this point, Mr. Speaker, he's sounding more like that frequent caller to the complaints department than a Prime Minister. It is time for our Prime Minister to stand up, to show some leadership and to explain to everyday New Zealanders why life is getting harder under his Prime Ministership. Why he is leading in a country where he promised to fix the economy. But everywhere we go, people we are speaking to are telling us life is getting harder, life is not getting easier. They are making it worse for people all over the place. Christopher Luxon on the campaign trail nearly 3 years ago was up and down the country, as were his MPs and candidates, promising everybody that brighter future, telling everyone that they were going to fix everything, telling families they were going to get $250 a fortnight in tax cuts. Now, Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House, we don't back ourselves as particularly skilled in the art of sleuthing, but we are going to turn our attention to finding just one family that have received that $250 a fortnight in tax cuts, because the IRD hasn't found one, the Prime Minister can't identify one, Nicola Willis can't identify just one family. So when the National Party go back on the doors this election, they're going to have to explain to the electorate why it is that life is harder under their government, Why is it harder when you go to the supermarket? They're told by Christopher Luxon and Nicola Willis, don't worry, the recovery is happening. For people when they're standing at the supermarket checkout thinking about how they're going to pay for that trolley of groceries, it feels more like a recession than it does a recovery. They're wondering how they're going to pay for this, how they're going to pay the power bill, how they're going to pay the doctor's bill, how they're going to pay the rent or the mortgage. And this government crickets in terms of what they have to offer families who are in this situation. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about how it is that we will offer hope and vision, and Chris Hipkins, I won't call him Christopher, but Chris Hipkins spelt this out very clearly in his speech in response to the Prime Minister's statements. He talked about, when we talk about how we're going to ease that cost burden on families, we're going to give them something tangible, a Medicard. So going to the doctor is not a luxury. So they will be able to go to the GP. They will be able to be seen to, and they won't have to juggle that against paying the power bill, buying groceries, paying for the school uniform, or any other costs that the family have to go endure. That is not the country that we want on this side of the house. We want a country that invests in its people. A government that puts the health of its citizens and is willing to back them, not property speculators and not tobacco companies, at the fore of the equation. So, Mr. Speaker, there are going to be very clear choices for voters in this year's election about who it is that they can vote for, who has got their back, who is going to be thinking about their jobs, their health, their homes, about how we can relieve the pressure on the costs of living. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we look at what this government is presiding over, it can be bleak. And thank goodness we had Chris Hipkins' speech to inject some hope and some vision into what that picture looks like, because tens of thousands of people have lost their jobs. Nicola Willis has told them not to take it personally. Now, it's pretty hard if you lose your job and you don't know how you're going to support your family, how you're going to pay for the mortgage or the rent or put food on the table, not to take it personally. But is there a plan? There is no plan. What we see is New Zealanders voting with their feet every day and leaving New Zealand. That is not the kind of country that we want to see. We want to see a country where there is hope for our young people. They want to stay here because they see a fulfilling future, one where they can fulfil their aspirations, where they can be everything they want to be. And that is not what is happening under this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't forego this opportunity to have a talk about the LNG gas tax that the government announced yesterday. Now, Mr. Speaker, if you were writing for a satirical show, you could not make this stuff up better. So yesterday, in official briefings, and the Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy stood on the podium, and it was a levy. No, by today it's not a levy, it's a fee. Come to question time, it's not a levy, it's not a fee, it's a charge. And I think we saw the Minister of Energy introduce a new description for it. I think it was an insurance policy may have come into the equations in his answers in question times today. But, Mr. Speaker, to quote Nicola Willis, and we've been doing it all day, and it's not something that we're particularly, that we put high on what we usually do, but if it quacks like a duck, what's the other bit of it? Walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a tax. Well, anyway, I completely botched that one. But, Mr. Speaker, make no bones about it. This is a gas tax. This government is proposing that New Zealand households and businesses that do not use gas, that use electricity, are going to be paid a tax to pay for gas infrastructure. Now, here's the kicker. People using gas are not going to have to pay that levy. This is a huge subsidy on one of the most expensive ways in which we can produce energy in this country. Mr. Speaker, this is not about New Zealand seizing the moment and thinking how, in a era of global uncertainty, can we put energy security and New Zealand's security front and centre by relying on electrons homegrown, made in New Zealand by sun and wind here in New Zealand and by our hydro lakes? No. What we're going to do, we're going to tether ourselves to precarious offshore gas markets that have been highly volatile over the last 5 years and subject New Zealand industry and New Zealand households to that price volatility. So do not be fooled. When this government says this will lead to lower electricity costs, when this will save jobs, they need to show us the modelling. Because all over the country they are being called out on this. This does not stack up, and it is no surprise that that modelling has not been released, that it has not been put on the table. Because, Mr Speaker, they are all talk. This is a government that has failed to produce an energy strategy and energy policy, and it has gone for a Band-Aid. And it is a Band-Aid that New Zealand household and businesses are going to end up paying for. And it is an expensive Band-Aid. And it is an expensive Band-Aid that we don't have to have. There are other opportunities. Now, Mr Speaker, do we need to have firming and storage in our energy system? Yes, we do. Does it have to be LNG? No, it doesn't. There are cheaper options, and this government took them off the agenda, therefore subjecting New Zealand households and businesses to their gas tax. You will hear them denying it's called that over the coming day. But, Mr Speaker, I go back to the vibe of the thing, the year that we are entering into. And when we look at the lacklustre faces of the government benches, we can see this is a government that is out of ideas, it is out of hope, and it is certainly a party in the National Party that lacks a leader that is failing to inspire his own caucus, a leader that is failing New Zealanders.
Well, on Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, look, that member's attempt to put that joke across earlier, I think, just sums up the last Labor government. Great promise, lots of noise, but totally failed to deliver, and everyone was left wondering just what the heck had happened. Now, Mr Speaker, all we've heard from the other side today is bluster, blame and general babble, and frankly, New Zealanders deserve better than that. Thank goodness for them. On this side, there is a government that is fixing the basics and building the future. That's right. And Mr Speaker, I get the opportunity to see the promise of that in the Waikato electorate every day. It is, of course, the best electorate in the country, Mr Speaker, and we are very proud to be benefiting from some of the magnificent changes this government has brought to the fore. Now, most recently, of course, the third medical school turned sod just before Christmas, Mr Speaker. A fantastic moment for our region, and it will be fantastic, of course, for New Zealand more broadly as well. Sticking with that health theme now, we've had the 12-month prescriptions come in, and just this last week, as I've been going around the communities in the electorate, I've had numerous people stop me and thank me for that change, because it's a meaningful impact for them, Mr Speaker. If they are able to get a 12-month prescription instead of having to go 4 times a year to the doctor, it reduces their cost. It frees up additional doctor's appointments as well. Now, these are all steps, Mr Speaker, that will help us to build the future that New Zealanders deserve. Now, alongside that, of course, we have transportation. Now, in our electorate, that is a huge opportunity. We have the mighty Waikato Expressway. Now, we'll be doing the next extension of that, and we'll be turning dirt on that later this year, Mr Speaker, the extension to the Piarere intersection of State Highway 1 and 29, a dangerous corridor with high traffic volumes that actually, Mr Speaker, we would have just about been right now driving on a brand new 4-lane expressway had it not been cancelled by the last Labor government in 2018. Short-sighted, narrow-minded approach, Mr Speaker, that compromised the safety of Waikato residents and road users and was simply unacceptable. Thank goodness that is back on the table now, Mr Speaker, and as I say, we'll be turning dirt this year. Alongside that, the Southern Links project and the commitment this government has made to extending the expressway, our National Party plan, all the way through to Tauranga, 4 lanes, a fantastic ambition, Mr Speaker, and one that I think will be a massive boon, not just for our economy in the Waikato, but for the wider Golden Triangle, which, as we know, is expected to see 70% of New Zealand's population growth out to 2050, Mr Speaker. 70%. We must get the infrastructure in place to support that growth. And that's what this government is striving so hard to do. Now, we've had to play a bit of catch-up, Mr Speaker. Fixing those basics hasn't been easy, and we've seen that in infrastructure, but we've also seen it in education. And with all the kids now back at school, my own included, Mr Speaker, we've had great feedback from other school parents who are just delighted at the progress that's been made now in education. They actually have hope again that education will deliver great outcomes for young New Zealanders into the future. It should not be that we accept the mediocrity that seemed to be the case under the last government. This government is more ambitious than that, Mr Speaker. We are fixing the education curriculum. We will ensure that those young New Zealanders going through school will be able to build a better future for themselves and, of course, for New Zealand, Mr Speaker. Now, law and order as well is another key area that, like most of New Zealand, the Waikato saw some issues over the last number of years. Thankfully, we're seeing a massive turnaround in that space as well. Ram rates down significantly, and our electorate, as they are around the country, 85% drop, 38,000 fewer victims of serious, violent and sexual crime, Mr Speaker. That impacts families across the country. I don't think we can appreciate just how much that means to communities. Not seeing those victims, that is massive. The other side, Mr Speaker, would have us abolish prisons and defund the police. That absolutely is not something that this side of the House will be doing. We are committed to ensuring that there will be consequences for crime, but indeed focusing on how we can reduce the level of offending in the first place, Mr Speaker. Now, we've seen a 24% increase in police foot patrols around our electorate as well. People are noticing these changes, Mr Speaker, the improvements, the basics being fixed, the promise that the future holds. Optimism is coming through, and I'm confident that 2026 will be a great year, and re-electing a National-led government at the end of the year will ensure we can continue to build the future that New Zealand deserves. Thank you.
Well done. Speaker. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister's statement to Parliament for 2026 was delivered on the 27th of January, and I still encourage New Zealanders to have a read or listen to some of the speeches that was delivered in this House since then. Now, Mr Speaker, since the Prime Minister's statement, I've shared and talked to many New Zealanders in every walk of life. People in our cities, in our rural areas, in our regions, people who work in different sectors, and the many ethnic and migrant communities who help make New Zealand better, stronger, more connected internationally, and definitely more ambitious. And the message that I have when I talk to them is very, very simple: fixing the basics and building the future. And recently, just very recently, as of this Monday, yesterday, I had the best example to talk to people. Yesterday morning, I had the privilege and honour, I was invited by the local MP of Takanini, Rima Nakle, to join her and the Minister of Education, Minister Stanford, for the blessing at 5 a.m. and the pōwhiri at a primary school in Flatbush. The primary school was named and gifted a beautiful name, Te Kurarau Iti Primary School. Now, Flatbush, part of Takanini, is one of the fastest growing electorates and suburb in New Zealand. We see a lot of new builds, a lot of new families, a lot of young family with very young children, with a lot of diversity in the ethnicities, and therefore we saw the growth and actually explosion into the number of students that are enrolled locally in schools. And through our campaign period actually in 2023, and all the way back to 2020 under the last government, Rima Nakle and myself saw that teachers had to give up their staff room and to give up their library space just so that they can provide classrooms for the overflow of students so they can go to class. And it got to a point where one of the teachers asked us and said, well, we're so close to giving up our staff room, our kitchen, as well as maybe even the toilet, because we're just so short in space. And then they told us, the Labour government promised us this, a new classroom, and new this and new that, but we just haven't quite seen it yet. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is why I say fixing the basics and building the future is so evident by the opening of the new primary school on Monday. Fixing the basics. Schools and classrooms don't have to be rocket science. They don't have to be designed differently for every school. It needs 4 walls and a roof, warm and dry, so students can focus on learning, building their future. And this is what Minister Stanford had done since she became the Minister for Education in New Zealand. She had asked, and the entire ministry worked together to make sure that classrooms should be just built easy, fast, safe and cost effective. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Classrooms now in New Zealand are built less than half the cost of what they were under the Labour government. And what that means is Minister Stanford is now able to fix the basics by providing more classrooms and more new schools for our children so they can go to class and actually learn and build their future. But the ministry can now provide more classrooms because they're able to do it faster and cheaper. This is what I called fixing the basics and building the future. Our children, I'm a mother of 2 young children. My oldest, Amber, she's 6, she's in year 2. She deserves to go to a classroom where she can focus on the learning. She needs the right materials to focus on the 1 hour of maths, 1 hour of reading, 1 hour of English and literacy and writing every day. And as a mother of 2 young children who I benefited from the public education system in New Zealand, this is the minimum I expected from New Zealand's education system. And this is finally what I see in our New Zealand primary schools because of the education reform that Minister Stanford have delivered for New Zealand. And as a mother and as a parent, we are so proud to see the progress of this government that we have delivered in fixing the basics and delivering and building the future for our children, for our younger generation, but also for the future of New Zealand. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have written so much of my thoughts based on the Prime Minister's statement to Parliament. But the blessing and the opening of the primary school in Flatbush on Monday morning at 5 a.m. was dream come true for me. As a New Zealander, I'm so proud of this government that we are fixing the basics and delivering for our future.
Camilla Bellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always an honour to be able to take a call in this House, and am very happy to be able to rise in support of the Leader of the Opposition's amendments to the Prime Minister's statement. Mr. Speaker, it was quite interesting listening to the speeches from the other side today, and I was kind of a little bit perplexed as to exactly what I should be taking away from that. We saw that James Meagher could adequately read a speech. That's what I took away from his particular contribution. We heard that Tim van der Molen's favourite electorate is the one that he represents. And we heard a great description from Nancy Liu as actually what constitutes a classroom and the fact it needs walls and a roof. So I don't know really what to take from this government. They seem to have so little enthusiasm for what was in their Prime Minister's statement. Prime Minister couldn't even complete his time. And I just want to say to the government MPs, can we please wake up and start addressing the issues which are really important to New Zealanders? We have so many problems in this country, and these have been brought about by the fact that since this government has come in, they have made things not better like they promised, but worse for New Zealanders. We see 32,000 fewer jobs since this government came in. That represents less opportunity for everyone who lives here, their children, their grandchildren. We're seeing more people than ever going across to Australia. We have 165,000 people in New Zealand out of work and looking for a job, and that is not even taking into account the underutilisation rate in New Zealand. 139,000 people need more work. They're working part-time and they want to work more. They want to contribute. Where is the opportunity that this government is presenting for these New Zealanders? We didn't hear about it from the Prime Minister, and we certainly haven't heard about it from the members of the government that have been speaking today. Now, I am the public service spokesperson for the Labor Party, and I want to acknowledge how terrible these government's changes have been for public servants, not only in Wellington, but in fact all over the country, many of whom are constituents of the MPs that sit around this House. We have had thousands and thousands of public servants lose their job under this government. And we know that Wellington is the capital. They've got a lot of public servants here, although I'm not 100% sure if it's more than in Auckland. We know that they have had 10,000 fewer jobs in Wellington. And look at what has happened to this capital city. And we can see that this is a direct result of the choices that this government is making not to invest in jobs and to actually make economic conditions worse. So I ask again for those opposite, please wake up and tell us how you're going to address these really important issues that are facing New Zealand. Now, Madam Speaker, this has been a very full-on start to the year for New Zealand. Unfortunately, and I do want to tone the political aspect of my speak down a little bit, because one of my other portfolios is being emergency management spokesperson, and it's really important to acknowledge how impactful the weather events were in the North Island at the beginning of this year. My colleague Kushla Taingiere Manuel will speak to that a little bit more, because she's been on the ground on the East Coast helping the locals there. And I have seen people from all over this House. James Meager asked us to be colourblind, and certainly in emergency situations we take off our party coats and we put on our hats as legislators for the country and actually try and make the best out of what can be a really tragic decision. So I want to acknowledge the people who have been caught up in that. I want to acknowledge the communities. I want to especially acknowledge those who have been impacted and have lost loved ones. It is an absolute tragedy to ever lose a loved one in an accident, and when this is an extreme weather event, it really is something that I just cannot imagine the pain that some of these families are going through. So I want to acknowledge those that were lost in Mount Maunganui, especially in Welcome Bay and in Warkworth. Those people are still in our thoughts, and while we continue to work hard in this House, we'll continue to look for ways to better work together in order to address those events that we know will continue to happen, focus on adaptation and on making sure New Zealand has the best emergency response system in the world. We face the most challenges. We should have the best response system. As Chair of the Governance and Administration Committee, I really take that responsibility seriously with the new emergency management bill to look at these changes. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, there is a lot of work to do in New Zealand. Some challenges are created by this government, which I've addressed. Some challenges we face as a result of our geography, but we need to make sure we do more.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Christopher
Tangiri Manuel. Tēnā koe e te māngau te whare. O te rā, ko taku kauhau tuatahi tēnei mō tēnei tau, nā reira huri noa i tēnei whare, tēnā rā atu tātou katoa. E tū ana wau e te māngai o te whare ki te tuku kauhau mō te kōrero a te Premier i tēnei tau. Madam Chair, I stand to provide the government an opportunity to make good on their promises. On January the 22nd to the 21st to 22nd, the northern end of Aotearoa Rāwhiti, from Pōtaka to Wharekahika to Te Aotearoa to Mātahi Horoira, received a month's worth of rain in 36 hours. The news coverage showed the devastation, but being on the ground as the local MP was not only an honour to be able to be present to fulfil my responsibility as their advocate here at Parliament, but it was also very moving, Madam Chair, to see the devastation, to see roads that were no longer, children's playgrounds devastated, recently built, school gyms and facilities, community facilities damaged, newly built, farms and homes destructed. It was also the best show, as my colleague has acknowledged, of community will and pulling together. Like I said, Madam Chair, what this absolutely presents is an opportunity for the government to come true, particularly on their promise for fixing the basics and building the future. upgrading roads, schools, hospitals and infrastructure. Let's see it. You've got a very concrete opportunity to deliver and reconnect whare kahika, Te Araroa, Pōtaka to the rest of Aotearoa. I do want to acknowledge the Prime Minister and other ministers and MP for East Coast who did visit. So you have seen firsthand the devastation. Stop talking just about roads of national significance and honour the people of Ikaroa Rāwhiti and reconnect them so that they can go back to business as usual. They can go back to school. They can access hospitals because right now they're living in a real danger zone. The other promise talks about growing the economy to create jobs and opportunities. It's no secret that areas like whare kahika and Te Araroa have high unemployment stats, and the median income is between 27,000 is about 27,000, much lower than the national median of 41,500. However, one key industry on the coast that creates employment and has an impact on the economy is, of course, farming and various other methods of working our land. 30,000 hectares of whenua, predominantly whenua Māori, have been ravaged by this. Again, an opportunity for the Prime Minister to make good on his promises, go back to whare kahika, go back to Te Araroa and tell the people what you're going to do for them, acknowledging the small contribution, of course, that has already been made. On that note, Madam Speaker, of course, the whānau at home are not resting on their laurels. Like I said, I was so proud to be from home. See all the volunteers supported by the professional services from around Aotearoa. Right now, as we speak, the 30,000 hectares of land I've talked about that have been ravaged, the communities who have been isolated from each other and their homes are being looked after by locals with support, as I've said, from services. But they need more. They need some concrete guarantees from this government that they will be reconnected. Before all this, Madam Chair, people were already saying they felt overlooked by this government. This is your chance to prove, to put your money where your mouth is and say, we see you, we value you, and we will reconnect you. Hoia nora, I want to acknowledge all the whānau around the world who have sent your aroha, your koha, and your karakia to the whānau of home. Hoia nora koutou katoa kei te wā kāinga, ka kaha tonu koutou, mā te atua koutou katoa e manaaki e tiaki. Tēnā tātou.
Madam Speaker.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise as the Member of Parliament for Southland to speak in support of the Prime Minister's statement. Madam Speaker, 2 years ago this government was elected on an ambitious agenda to get New Zealand back on track, and since then has been relentlessly focused on fixing the basics and building the future, Madam Speaker. And we have fixed the basics. We have got inflation under control. We have been reducing regulation on businesses, small and large, so that they can focus on building their businesses, on creating employment opportunities for New Zealanders. And that is exactly what is happening, Madam Speaker. This year, the primary sector is on track to reach a record $62 billion in exports. We have already reached a record of $80 billion of total exports, Madam Speaker. And in my electorate of Southland, which I will say is the greatest electorate in the country, and I know everyone in this parliament has their own favourite, Madam Speaker, but there are very sound reasons for me to say that. 15% of tradable exports come from Southland, Madam Speaker. It creates a huge contribution to New Zealand's economy and to helping our country get back on track. And in fact, this week, Madam Speaker, the Waimumu Field Days, the Southern Field Days will be at Waimumu, and that is the greatest field days in the South Island. It only happens every 2 years, and I think it's going to be a very positive one for everyone. Madam Speaker, I want to give a shout out to everyone who has been working hard across our primary sector, across our orchards, across our farms, across vegetable growers who have been working incredibly hard to work through a very challenging time and get this economy back on track, which they have done. And we're seeing great prices in meats, we're seeing great prices in the dairy sector,
and that is helping people pay down debt that they accumulated over the last few years prior to that, Madam Speaker, and now put in a position where they can invest in other things which will flow through the broader economy. And that also helps the government, Madam Speaker. That helps us with a tax cake and allows us to invest in things like the new Dunedin Hospital, Madam Speaker. This government has got that back on track, Madam Speaker. It had blown out, got that back on track. It is now underway, Madam Speaker. And I do want to take this opportunity also to just acknowledge the late Jules Radich, who was the Mayor of Dunedin, who worked very hard on this, and I worked with him, Madam Speaker, to help our government get this in a position so we could get this across the line. It's very, my heart goes out to his family. And I would also take that opportunity to, unfortunately we had a sad start to the year with also the Sir Tim Chabot, the long-time Mayor of Invercargill, who also passed away at the beginning of this year, but made a huge contribution to Southland. And something he's well remembered for is how he helped with the Southern Institute of Technology. And I was privileged to be at the opening or the welcoming ceremony yesterday with the Honourable Penny Simmons, the local Member of Parliament. And it's great to see all of the new faces coming in, all of the community there to support, and the acknowledgement to Sir Tim Chabot. Also yesterday, Madam Speaker, we had the opening of a new dialysis unit at Invercargill at the Southland Hospital. And I want to acknowledge the Honourable Seymour Brown, the Health Minister, who has been doing an incredible job in very challenging circumstances in getting things like this underway. Almost a third of people who go to Dunedin for dialysis treatment come from Southland. This means this new unit in Southland Hospital, Madam Speaker, will make a massive difference to people who no longer have to travel up to 3 times a week, 2.5 hours each way, and often having to stay in Dunedin and spend time away from their families. So it's investments like these, Madam Speaker, that we are making to build the future for our region and for the country. Madam Speaker, if I turn to Queenstown, another part of my region and the Central Otago area, we have been doing it is an incredible area, and we have been doing some really great work. We have a process underway for a regional deal that is negotiations underway, Madam Speaker, between the 3 councils who have responsibilities in that area and the government. And this gives us an opportunity to work on the long-term solutions this region needs. It's one of the fastest growing areas in the country, with a lot of demand on its infrastructure, which is growing fast. We have some very exciting things like, for example, an application in fast track for a gondola, which would be the first in the Southern Hemisphere for passenger movements. So we've got some really exciting things happening there. And we also have a clinical services plan, which is the first one that's been done for a region in decades. I did a huge amount of work to get that going, Madam Speaker. Health New Zealand has now delivered that to the Minister, and I understand there will be recommendations that will be taken to Cabinet soon, and I look forward to those. If I turn to Fiordland, Madam Speaker, we have some very exciting things there with a long-term concession for the operation of Kiwis infrastructure announced by the Conservation Minister, Tamo Potaka, beginning this month, and continuing investment in that region. So there's a lot happening, Madam Speaker. This is a government that is getting the future happening.
Madam Speaker,
Dr. Carlos Chong.
I rise in strong support of Prime Minister's statement. Over the past 2 years, this government has been working tirelessly to bring New Zealand back on track. The challenges we face were real. Economic pressure, rising living costs, community safety, and declining confidence in public service. But through hard work, discipline, and a clear plan, New Zealand is now on track for recovery. Just a few minutes ago, we actually received a survey result shows satisfaction with government service experience reached a record 84% in December 2025 quarter. That recovery is not an abstract. It has been felt in community like Mount Wasco. Madam Speaker, let me turn to economy and tourism, because together they show how this recovery is being delivered in a practical way. With interest rates now coming down, many families are feeling real relief through lower weekly mortgage repayment. That makes a real difference at the kitchen table. Business confidence is high as well. Small businesses are beginning to plan, invest, and hire again. Tourism and major events are key parts of the economic momentum. Through this government major events and tourism package, and our work to boost Eden Park status as a premium major event venue, we are driving jobs, growth and investment right here in Auckland. I have seen the impact firsthand. I recently spoke with the manager of my local Soho hotel, who told me that whenever there is a major event in Auckland, especially at Eden Park, their hotel is fully booked. That's means more shift for staff, more customer for nearby cafe and restaurant, and more money flowing through our local economies. Major events do not just fill stadiums. They fill hotel, taxi, restaurant, and shops. They support workers, strengthen small businesses, and showcase New Zealand to the world. And this momentum is continuing. Just this morning, Minister Louise Upston announced further government investment into major sport, food, and cultural events. This investment will drive economic growth, attract visitors, and encourage further private investment. Second, I want to focus on education as well, because this is something people in Mount Washington actually really care. Education is one of the clearest examples of this government fixing the basic and building the future. Right. We are reforming NCEA to ensure it is clear, credible, and focused on achievement. We are getting rid of cell phone. We are making sure students receive 1 hour of reading, writing, and mathematics every day, because these core skills are essential for success. Parents in Mount Washington are telling me that they have more confidence in our education system and believe this is the right approach to help their children succeed. This government is listening to parents, supporting teachers, and building a system that prepares our young people not just for exam, but for life. Also, we talk about law and order. This government has been very clear. We are tough on crime, enforcing tougher sentencing law to restore law and order. And the approach is working. When people commit crimes, there must be consequence. I've been door knocking across Mount Washington and listened to residents. And one message comes through very clear. People actually are feeling safer. Under the previous government, New Zealanders were repeatedly confronted with headlines about rain raid and gang activities. But today, those stories are far less frequent. And that is no accident, because this government have put more police on beat, targeting gangs, and established a tactical retail crime unit at Mount Washington Police Station to focus on retail crime. These measures are making a real difference. There are 38,000 fewer victims of crime compared to recent years. They are protecting local businesses, supporting victims, and restoring confidence in our communities. We understand there is more to do, but this government is here, taking responsibility, fixing the basic, and building the future.
Well done.
Taku te Ferris.
Tēnā ko rongo au te ki taurangi a te Premier. E mihi tonu ana ki te parakura ki runga o Mauao, rātau i waro i roto i te āwha nui, me te hōrapa o te āwha ki runga ki te tini me te mano. E mihi ana. As I listened to the Prime Minister address the nation following the catastrophic floods from the east coast to the far north, his praise for our marae, our hapu and our iwi communities could only be received as hollow words and shallow praise, particularly when we take into account the actions of his government over the past 2 years. Then I think of all the marae, the hapu, the iwi communities across Te Taitonga, throughout Te Waipounamu that have carried out that same work for the last decade or more as these events intensify. From Te Awhina and Whakatū during the Nelson floods to Ōmaka and Takahanga during the Kaikoura earthquakes, they were the lifelines of their communities. Te Tuahiwi and Ngā Hau e Whā, Nō Tautahi, all the way down to Murihiku. Our marae, our hapu, our iwi have always done this work. And whilst I acknowledge the $1 million fund, I agree it's obviously insufficient, but at least it's a start. And I hope the Prime Minister carries his newfound appreciation for te iwi Māori into the rest of the election year. Then we had Waitangi, and rather than take the opportunity to set out his strong commitment to te iwi Māori, another pre-prepared speech again felt like hollow words and shallow praise. And rather than step up to the challenge and hope of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, He managed to reduce it to something akin to socialism, and that he's not really into that, when the promise of Te Tiriti o Waitangi is ora. It's well-being for everybody. We're tired of politicians showing up and reading speeches to us. We want to hear from you. We want to know what your commitment to Te Tiriti, to Tiwi Māori is. We want to know you understand the issues impacting Māori the most. We expect more. We expect more. We expect leadership that upholds Te Tiriti o Waitangi as the foundation of our country. We expect more, and more importantly, our rangatahi expect more. Our rangatahi are the future of the country. I've spoken about this many times in this house. They're the future of the labour workforce and can't be ignored. They'll no longer tolerate being pushed to the back. They want to know what's on offer for them. And at this very moment, they are mobilising to take control of their own political futures. So as we head into this election year, Tiwi Māori, e Tiwi Māori. Now, we need to be clear. There's only one critical task that needs to be done this year, and that's a change of government. And the key thing for us to remember, e te whānau, is that we have the numbers to do it. And through all the current political noise, it remains clear that party politics continues to fail Māori. The political model that promotes the idea that there can only be one leader, one president, one chair, one set of ideas has never delivered the change that we need the most. Our representation is driven from the ground up, not the top down. Our leadership invites sharing of power and acknowledgement of mana, not the hoarding of power and diminishing of mana. Our leadership is for the people, by the people, not for the people, by individuals. And if the two recent polls are even remotely accurate, then the independent Māori seats will play a critical role in determining who the next government will be. So the message is clear at te iwi. The independent Māori seats continue to be our greatest political leverage and opportunity. We must retain them. Stay on the Māori roll. Every 35,000 Māori that get onto the Māori roll trigger a new independent Māori seat. We must continue. We could have 16 independent Māori seats. We must maximise the Māori vote this year for a change of government. We cannot afford any wasted Māori votes. And to all of our wahine, our mama, our aunties, our nannies, our sisters, our cousins, we're going to need you this year. We're going to need you to make sure that each of your whānau are organised ahead of time, that they are on the Māori roll before August, that they are confirmed, enrolled to vote before October, and that when early voting opens on the 26th of October, we vote early and we vote as whānau. Nō reira kia kaha rā e te iwi Māori roto i tēnei tau. Kia māia, kia mana wanui, kei a tātou te mana hei kōwhiri i te kāwana haere ake nei. Nō reira kia toitū te iwi Māori, kia toitū anō hoki ko te tiriti o Waitangi, e te pika tēnā koe, tēnā rā tātou.
This is a split call. Huhana Linden.
Madam Speaker, we've heard proclamations of success and shout-outs for the fast track and being some remedy that needed fixing in Aotearoa. But may I share tihei taranaki? Tihei taranaki iwi, ngā rauru, Ngāti Ruanui. The way that Southern Taranaki tribes like Ngā Ruahine and community came together over 13 years of battling to protect the seabed in southern Taranaki, we have now seen success again. They have fought for years to say no as iwi and community to seabed mining off Taranaki. So tihei Taranaki. And what were the things that were important in this space for this decision from the fast track panel was Te Tiriti o Waitangi and upholding the obligations that Te Tiriti o Waitangi affords the iwi. But further, the degradation and undermining and the lack of protections for these sacred taonga species. So toi tū te tai ao, toi tū te tiriti. And this fast track myth that we have still remains within us in Tai Tokiro. And I cast my eyes again to the north and reflect on McCullum brothers who after 80 years of taking sand out of my own people in Pākere, Ngāti Manuhere, now are coming north to add further destruction to the taiao in Aotearoa. And their consent has now been lodged. The super fast track that has now been inflicted on communities will shorten the runway for iwi Māori and councils to respond. The super fast track is going to make it even harder for community voice to be heard. But no, community and iwi Māori are united, as we saw in Taranaki. So yes, come to Bream Bay, give it a go, McCullum Brothers. Any of you from the government, try and come into Aotearoa and keri I te onepu ki te ako. Good luck, expect resistance. Because people and community continue to rally in the kāhore. People and community will gather on the 15th of March and protest again against what this House is going to inflict upon the onepu, upon the people, the community, the iwi Māori of Bream Bay. Because there is no gain in sand mining in Bream Bay. There is no evidence that there is any need for this in Taitokiro or even for Aotearoa. There are new solutions for manufactured sand. It is a manufactured narrative that somehow the sand mining in Bream Bay is going to be of regional and national significance. He teka marika. So bring it into our community and try your luck, because hapu and community are united in the kāhore on this issue, just as Taranaki Maunga has been united, as we have seen, and finally the panel has agreed and declined it. So, this consent being lodged, people are rallying, community are working together, and as the Green Party, we stand alongside community and iwi Māori to uphold the obligations of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and to protect Te Taiao. And I don't know whether you've seen the comms, but the Green Party is deeply committed to revoking coal, hard rock, seabed mining of any of these fast-track consents that might come across our tepu, because you know what? We honour Te Tiriti, and we honour the importance of Te Taiao protections. This fast track is no good for Te Taiao, tātou mā. Be clear on that. Our communities are watching, our mokopuna are watching, because what is decided in this House and what is implemented through the fast track will have intergenerational impacts. And that will be the shame that we will have to bear as a House as we see projects like the McCullum Brothers come into community, come into iwi Māori without consent. There is no tautoko from our community, and I dare anybody to come into Aotearoa and try and take us on as we oppose McCullum Brothers and sand mining in Bream Bay. Kia ora.
Madam Speaker,
Stuart Smith.
I move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This debate is adjourned and is set down for resumption next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day, number 1.
Interrupted debate on the second reading of the Employment Relations Amendment Bill.
We were up to the Employment Relations Amendment Bill, call number 8, which was
Madam
the Labour
Speaker.
Party call. The Honourable Jan Tinetti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Here we are again, another week and another government bill that's putting a wrecking ball to the rights of workers in this country. They call it modernisation and they call it efficiency, but Madam Speaker, let's call it what it really is. This is regression, a full-scale rollback of the fairness in the workplace. This bill is an absolute disgrace. It is an outright ideological attack on the rights of working New Zealanders, on the dignity of work and on the very values that keep our communities strong in this country. This Employment Relations Amendment Bill doesn't amend the law, it amputates it. Now, I was fortunate enough, Madam Speaker, even though it is not my select committee, to sit on the Education and Workforce Select Committee for the hearings for this bill. And we heard from everyday New Zealanders. We heard from workers, we heard from small business owners, we heard from unions, thousands of them. We didn't hear thousands of them, but thousands made submissions. 3,590 submissions. And how many supported the bill? 1%. 4% didn't have a view either way. So that's 95%, Madam Speaker, who said loud and clear that this bill makes our lives harder. And what did this government do about the fact that 95% spoke against this bill? Very little. They ignored those people. They came back with token changes, tiny tweaks to make it look like they cared. But in fact, Madam Speaker, they made it worse. It came back from Select Committee in an appalling state. It was bad enough when it went to Select Committee, and it came back even worse. They lifted the personal grievance level, but the worst thing they did, Madam Speaker, was that they fiddled with the wording around the so-called gateway test. Now, they feel like they made it better, Madam Speaker. The government benches felt like they made that bill better. You can paint over the rot, Madam Speaker, but the house will still fall down. This bill is rotten to the core. It is anti-worker to its bones. So, Madam Speaker, I want to start by talking about that gateway test for the gig workers, because that's where the human costs really lands in this particular bill. Madam Speaker, we know these people. They are our Uber drivers, our food delivery people. They are people who are working so many hours, many of them 12 hours plus. And that's to feed their whānau. They've fought through the court system, Madam Speaker. They've fought through the court system time and time again for recognition, and every single time the courts ruled in their favour. They said, you are workers, you have rights. And what does this government do about the victory that they had? What did they do with that victory for fairness? Did they celebrate it? Did they recognise it? Did they build on it? No, they slammed the door shut on these workers. They said, sorry, you actually now have to pass another test before you can even find out if you deserve rights. They've built a barrier and put a sign up that says workers are not welcome. Now, I've heard this gateway test called by colleagues in this House a trapdoor. It's a bit more like a brick wall. That's exactly what these workers are facing, Madam Speaker, by the changes that this bill is seeking to make, is that they are putting a brick wall in front of these workers. Now, as I said, Select Committee heard from these workers. We heard from legal experts who said that this gateway was a trap for these people to keep them insecure work. We heard that it was going to keep people in poverty. But did this government listen? No. They made it worse. As I've said, it came back worse. And we've been told that this is all about flexibility. But flexibility for who? Because it's certainly not flexibility for those workers. It is flexibility for the multinational company that doesn't want to follow court rulings and therefore disrespecting its people. Because that's the only flexibility that I can see in this bill. Flexibility for exploitation. And we wonder why our young people, Madam Speaker, are leaving this country in droves. They're heading across the Tasman because they're saying, and I know because I have one of those young people, saying, why would I stay here when rules keep being rewritten for those with power but not for me? Because they know that they can get a better deal elsewhere, and that is shameful. And that's exactly what this bill is doing, is making it harder for our young people. Madam Speaker, one of the most chilling parts of this bill is the so-called fire at will clause, a workplace licence to silence. Once you earn over $200,000, you lose the right to bring a personal grievance. You can be dismissed without recourse, without reason and without warning. And what message is that giving, Madam Speaker? It says to ambitious workers, don't speak up, keep your head down, be quiet. That's not ambition, that's intimidation dressed up as reform. That's exactly what that is. What happens to that worker who gets a job or a promotion from one island in this country to the next, from Christchurch to Auckland, is on plus $200,000, shifts their whole family up there, shifts their whole life up there, and within 3 months has lost that job, Madam Speaker, for no reason and cannot take a personal grievance? Does $200,000 seem like a lot of money at that particular point? No, it is not. And just wait, Madam Speaker, this is only the start of a very, very slippery slope, and something that we should not be proud of in this country in the way that we're heading. This bill doesn't just change the law, it changes the spirit of our country. The idea that if you work hard, you'll be treated fairly. That's what's at stake here. Listen very carefully to that. We have always had that kaupapa in this country. If you work hard, you'll be treated fairly. But this bill, with a stroke of the pen, is putting that at stake. And Madam Speaker, I say to all people on the other side, but I especially say to my New Zealand First colleagues, they claim, Madam Speaker, to be and stand for the working New Zealander, the battler, the person doing the hard yards. Well, this is your test. My colleague Phil Twyford said this to you. This is your test. Because a vote for this bill is a vote to make life harder for those people. And that is not catastrophising the situation. This will make life harder for those people. Don't tell them that you are on their side while you are voting for this bill. Madam Speaker, we've seen a lot in the last 2 years from this government. We have seen a complete anti-worker agenda. We've seen fair pay agreements scrapped, 33 pay equity claims frozen, collective bargaining weakened, and now this bill is pitting worker against employer, against employee. This is an absolute dark day, and probably the darkest for our workers in this country. This is not balance. This is not fairness. This is a bulldozer, a wrecking ball that is going through our workforces and our good quality principles that we have stood up for fair work in this country at the rate of knots. Madam Speaker, good faith means listening, real listening. And when 95% of people tell you that this is wrong, you should stop and listen, not make it even harder. The government is not listening, Madam Speaker. It charged on with the anti-worker crusade that puts profits ahead of people, and Labor will not stand for that. Not this bill, not this direction, not this dangerous rewriting of our country's social contract. Madam Speaker, we will stand up for our workers in this country, the drivers, the deliverers who have quickly become part of our fabric of who we are. Every single day, they are part of our fabric. And this bill, Madam Speaker, tells them they matter less. Madam Speaker, Labor will vote against this bill because we believe in fairness, because we believe every worker deserves safety, dignity and a voice. We will always, always and unashamedly stand up for the voice of the worker.
Speaker.
Carl Bates.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the opposition tries to paint every layer of bureaucracy, every change in the law that they put through as being things that are good for everyone. But all they do is they add layers of cost in the economy, and ultimately New Zealanders pay for it in a thing called inflation. Madam Speaker, this bill ensures that what contractors and employers and employees agree is actually what they can rely on. That if they agree to terms, that those are the terms that the parties will have in that relationship. And Madam Speaker, that is a good thing for everyone. I commend the bill to the House.
Helen White.
This is a bill that is of deep concern to me. I spent a long time as an employment lawyer, and I was very concerned in particular about what was going on with contracting in this country. One of the problems with the issue of contracting is that the people who are truly exploited under it, they've got very few resources, and they didn't have the channel through to challenge what was going on to them. And when they did challenge what was going on to them, for example, looking at the issue of whether they were truly contractors or whether the constraint on them was so great that that wasn't the case, that the employer was having their cake and eating it too, and that they were paying the price. When they were in that situation and they made some headway, what would actually happen was that the employer would often buy them off with a settlement. So you didn't see the kinds of decisions that told the true story about what I see as a great injustice in this country. I saw some of it, more than most people, because I represented those people in those situations. And the law had a number of tests in it about what made you a contractor. And they were a mixture of tests because we needed enough of a balance in what we were seeing to find a place that was realistic. This law takes us away from reality. What I saw were workers who were called contractors who earned less than the minimum wage by a long shot, who were completely exploited, who were subject to very strong direction from the principal so that everything that they did was up for scrutiny, and in fact often other people were also directed by that principal in a way that could never really happen if you were in business on your own account. The Australians call it being tied hand and foot, and that's what it was. They weren't small businesses as we wish they were. They weren't able to get ahead. And every time they were getting ahead, I'll call them the employer, but the principal in those situations, they would have the right, often under the contract, to look at their finances, and they would see they were making a little bit of money, and they would carve back the contracts. They would take away part of their run, or they would take away part of any kind of attempt to have a profit. So they could never get ahead. It was a lie. They desperately wanted to make a bit of money and get ahead, and it was a complete lie. And they ended up on such low wages, and they were really wages, that they didn't have KiwiSaver often. They didn't have a lot of the things that we want. And guess who ends up paying for it at the end? The taxpayers of New Zealand. Because those are the people who have no KiwiSaver. Those are the people who have no reasonable wealth, despite the fact that they have worked their socks off. And it isn't fair. It's not a fair outcome for New Zealanders. It is really important that we test the nature of a contract so it doesn't become a proxy for an exploited worker. And we haven't done a good job of that in the past, and the law was catching up in cases like Uber. They were catching up, and they weren't doing it ahead of time, they were doing it way behind time. And when they were on the way to actually getting there, what does this government do? It cuts it off at its knees, because it cuts that development off because it is under the illusion that this kind of behaviour is good for our country. It is not good for our country. It is not good for our good employers, because they have to compete with these rascals that do this sort of thing to people. It is not good for our people and our well-being that this is happening today. It is a very, very bad faith thing to do when we know these are the people we are supposed to protect in this house and stand up for and make sure that they can thrive. And what are we doing today? We are again siding with the powerful against the powerless. That is what we are doing. Mainly, it will be out of ignorance and ideology.
Call Riemann Knuckley.
Madam Speaker, thank you. While the Employment Relation Act, Madam Speaker, has indeed provided important protections, over time, some of these settings have created unintended costs and risks for employers. So what this bill and the changes proposed in this bill does is it rebalances the system, Madam Speaker, so that it works fairly for both employees and employers. I commend this bill to the House.
Madam Speaker.
Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm not surprised the government MPs aren't keen on taking long calls on this bill, because this is an absolutely terrible bill. And I've got 10 minutes and I intend to use every single minute to go through with you why, again, my second time today, my colleagues on the other side of the House need to wake up and realise the legislation that they are passing through. This bill is not only a terrible move for employment relations, but it is going to hurt New Zealanders. We've heard today, and I spoke to it in my earlier call, about the fact that we have one of the highest unemployment rates in the last 10 years. We've had 165,000 people out of work, 139,000 people looking for more work. And what is this government's answer to this? The fact that there is not enough work for people and there is a cost of living crisis. It is to make it easier for people to lose their jobs. If they are lucky enough to find a job, which is quite difficult in this particular environment, then this government's answer to that is to make it easier for them to be sacked. And I have to say, I'm a former member of the Workplace Relations Select Committee, Education and Workforce Select Committee. Apologies, Madam Speaker. And that is a hard-working committee. But I have to say, every single change that they have made to this bill has made it even worse. It was a terrible bill to start with, Madam Speaker, and this changes at Select Committee, almost without exception, have made the changes that will be implemented in this bill worse. And I think it is important to remind people, Madam Speaker, the Employment Relations Act, as passed in 2000, has enjoyed a relatively large degree of political consensus over time in what is a very, very contentious area for both sides of this House. This bill takes a huge step backwards and puts it in line with the Employment Contracts Act, which was very, very politically divisive and led to big ructions within industrial relations in New Zealand. This bill takes us back there. Now, there are four major changes that this bill makes, and I want to go through all of them. The first that I just cannot ignore and I want to cover in detail is the change that effectively rewinds and takes away the victory that some of our most vulnerable workers in New Zealand, Uber workers, gig workers, won in the Supreme Court only in November last year. Uber workers in New Zealand united and took a case to the Supreme Court against a huge multinational company. And, Madam Speaker, they won. And what is this government doing? It is reversing their win through this terrible act, this terrible piece of legislation that will take those hard-won gains that those Uber workers made in the Supreme Court and effectively turn those around through the introduction of this gateway test. Now, Madam Speaker, I know colleagues on the other side of the House will say, we have to do this because this was in our coalition agreement. Well, I ask colleagues, read that coalition agreement and tell me what you think that it says, because when I read it, I think there's a mistake in it. I think what this coalition government agreed to do does not make sense, and I'll read it to you, Madam Speaker. The National Act Party Coalition Agreement states, maintain the status quo that contractors who have explicitly signed up for a contracting agreement can't challenge their employment status in the employment court. Well, the status quo, Madam Speaker, is that they can, as we've seen through the Uber decision. So I encourage my colleagues in New Zealand First, read that coalition agreement, see if it makes sense. I can guarantee you it doesn't, and that means you don't have to follow through with these terrible changes that reverse vulnerable workers who have worked hard to win in the Supreme Court the changes that they have won. And, Madam Speaker, that is not something that they just thought up once Uber was invented. The test for who is an employee is something that is common throughout Commonwealth jurisdictions. It looks to the real nature of the work, which should be the test that we use. The test in this bill reverses that and makes it much easier for employers to say, you are not an employee, you don't get holiday pay, you don't get parental leave, you don't get sick leave, you don't get the minimum wage, you don't get anything because you're not an employee. That is what this bill does. And let me tell you, it is going to affect every single electorate MP in this country when people come to them and they say, why can't I go to a tangihanga? Why can't I take parental leave? Why am I being paid under the minimum wage? And the answer to that question will be, for all of those government MPs who are constituency MPs, the answer is because we passed this bill and it took away your rights. So shame on this government. This is a terrible piece of legislation that takes workers' rights backwards, is inconsistent with good practice around the world, and just bows to a powerful multinational that does not have the interests of New Zealand workers at heart. So I want you to reflect on that and see if I am wrong, because I tell you, you will have people coming to your offices, you will have people in tears, you will have family members who have been mistreated because of the rights that have been taken away. And that is only one of the areas that this bill covers, Madam Speaker. The second thing is it makes wide-ranging changes to our personal grievance regime and program. Our personal grievance regime essentially means if you're unfairly treated, you can raise that with your employer. If you don't settle it with your employer, you can take it to the Employment Relations Authority. Now, this bill does two things to weaken that for New Zealand workers. It takes away the ability for high-earning workers to take a personal grievance. No, you haven't misheard that. It takes away the ability for workers in New Zealand who earn over a certain amount to take a personal grievance at all. At all. And, Madam Speaker, that is a severe injustice and change. And people may say, who cares about high-earning people because they earn a lot of money? Well, let me tell you, some of those high-earning people might have a lot of people relying on them. They might have a lot of people that rely on the fact that they bring that income home. They might be supporting a lot of people. They might have a really large mortgage. They might live in an expensive part of New Zealand. They might have costs that we do not know about. This is taking away a fundamental right that has existed in New Zealand since the Employment Relations Bill came in. Additionally, it takes away any rights for people who contributed to their dismissal. Now, if you've ever seen an employment dispute, show me one where there is one party that is absolutely lily white, did not do anything wrong. It just is a fallacy. It doesn't happen. And, Madam Speaker, additionally, the Employment Relations Authority at the moment is finding in cases where they're finding 100% contribution and they're not awarding anything. So this is totally unnecessary. It's already in place, and it just means that when workers are found to have contributed at all, then instead of having the Employment Relations Authority deciding on the basis of the facts, it'll just mean you get nothing. Workers in New Zealand unfairly treated, and they get absolutely nothing. So I'm not surprised, Madam Speaker, that 95% of people oppose this bill, this terrible bill, and I'm not surprised that they've had such a huge amount of opposition to it. The final area that I wanted to cover is around the 30-day rule. Now, the 30-day rule is going to be abolished by this particular bill, and it essentially means that when you start in a job, instead of being covered by the collective employment agreement, you won't be covered by that agreement at all, and you'll most likely be covered by an individual employment agreement unless you decide independently to join a trade union. Now, the reason that that is really important is because what a lot of employment contracts have in them, individual employment contracts, is they have a trial period. So essentially a 90-day period where, similarly to what will be introduced here, you have absolutely no rights at all, and you can be sacked for any reason at all. And so when people first start a job, instead of having the agreement that might have been agreed with other people in the workplace not to have a 90-day trial, immediately people are going to be on an individual contract and they are going to have their rights taken away from them. Madam Speaker, there are a few things in this bill that the Select Committee has tried to improve. One of the things I imagine that people on the other side would point to is the fact that the income limit has changed in relation to the people who aren't allowed to take personal grievances. Now, while I think that that is should be even higher and not there at all, the problem is they've actually also changed the test of what remuneration is. So they have raised the threshold, but they've also said instead of it just being base wages and salary, it's going to be everything you earn, your entire remuneration package, which we know for many high income earners will mean a lot more people are in that category. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, this is a terrible bill. It changes the case that the Uber workers took to the Supreme Court. It reverses that in a way which is very, very constitutionally wrong, in my view. It fundamentally changes the fairness of how people interrelate at work. It will make it easier for people to be sacked at the time that we are facing a cost of living crisis. Those government members supporting this bill should be ashamed, and I challenge them to look in the eye the people that come to them and complain about this terrible bill.
Madam Speaker.
Bidwell.
Madam Speaker, I have a tremendous amount of respect for the member that just sat down, but on the issue of employment relations, we do differ. Because on this side of the House, we believe that the pathway to higher incomes and opportunities is for a more flexible labour market. Flexibility for workers in the gig economy and flexibility for businesses. And this bill, Madam Speaker, supports those aspirations, and it's part of our Going for Growth agenda as a coalition government. And on that basis, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendments recommended by the Education and Workforce Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. Te Pāti Māori.
E whā a ngā poti e whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for, Mr Clark.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakahe.
Tāku Te Wheres.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakahe.
Members, the ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Employment Relations Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day, number 2.
Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
The Honourable Judith Collins.
Legislation Amendment Bill be now read a first time. I nominate the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee to consider the bill. In an increasingly volatile world, strong military discipline is essential for the operational readiness of the New Zealand Defence Force. Our armed forces personnel must maintain this discipline wherever they are in the world, whether here at home, offshore, or in combat environments. We hold our personnel to a high standard and they should expect the same from their military justice system. The current system is out of date with no substantial changes made since 2007. This bill modernises New Zealand's military justice system so that it is fairer, more efficient and more transparent. It amends key legislation underpinning the system: the Armed Forces Discipline Act, Court Martial Act, and the Court Martial Appeals Act, along with other legislation. The result is an updated military justice system that is easier to navigate, that better aligns with developments in civilian criminal justice system. A wide range of behaviours is an offence in the military context, ranging from very minor offending, such as being late for duty, to very serious offending, such as assisting the enemy. While the current system works well for mid-level offending, it is too complex and too time-consuming for low-level offending. This distracts command from their core focus of delivering operational outputs. At present, most charges are prosecuted at summary trial. The bill introduces a new minor disciplinary sanction system to effectively address very low-level offending. This provides a fair and speedy alternative to the complexity of a summary trial. The bill also makes changes to improve the investigation of serious, complex or sensitive offending, including sexual violence offending. These changes will advance Operation Respect, the Defence Force's campaign to eliminate inappropriate and harmful sexual behaviour within the armed forces. Responsibility for serious, complex or sensitive offending will be transferred to the Director of Military Prosecutions to ensure it is dealt with independently of the chain of command and in a more streamlined manner. The current system relies on outdated investigatory powers. To address this, the bill updates existing search powers and incorporates powers used in the civilian criminal justice system. This includes new powers to search defence areas and carry out drug testing on members of the armed forces for disciplinary purposes. A new search warrant framework will provide judicial oversight of searches of electronic devices and empower military police to obtain production orders for documents from third parties. It will also allow for searches outside defence areas that are owned, occupied or used by a member of the armed forces. These changes will increase the NZDF's ability to investigate alleged offending while providing better protections for those subject to search powers. Other aspects of the military justice system are also strengthened by this bill. It amends the military bail provisions so that they align better with the modern civilian system. Much like the appeal rights of civilian prosecutors, the Director of Military Prosecutions will be empowered to appeal sentences. In addition, the Director of Military Prosecutions will have the safeguard power to appeal not guilty findings where the interests of justice require this. The bill also updates the powers of military tribunals and courts to deal with disruptive behaviour and contempt of court. A new scheme will be created to enable the use of national security information and proceedings in the Court Martial and Court Martial Appeal Court. The bill contains protections and safeguards that appropriately balance the rights of victims with those of the accused. For example, it significantly strengthens the right to a trial by an independent and impartial court by extending the right to elect trial by court-martial to most offences, increases the protection available to young people under the age of 18 and provides for the appointment of victim support officers in certain cases. To support a smooth transition, the bill will commence 1 year after royal assent. This will allow time to amend existing regulations, train personnel and prepare new Defence Force orders to give effect to the changes. The public and our personnel expect a modern justice system that upholds the reputation and credibility of the armed forces. The new military justice system will ensure the men and women of our Defence Force can focus on what they do best, which is protecting New Zealand and its interests. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was just saying to my colleague, I think this is the first defence speech I've made in this House. I've been here a wee while, but anyway, it is an honour to speak on behalf of the Labour Party and say that we will support this bill. I have been in this House for some time, and I guess, as we all do as Kiwis, we keep an eye on the armed forces and the military, with the people who dedicate their lives and put them at risk to support our country in many, many ways. And just want to acknowledge them. And I guess the progress that has been made, not just in areas of technical expertise, but I guess the collaboration among the three forces, which is something we should acknowledge. And I know the Minister and the Chair has done outstanding job in leveraging some money out of her colleagues anyway, so they're likely to see a big increase in resources. It is absolutely essential that money is spent wisely and supports the young men and young women who go into the forces. This piece of legislation amends, when I look back in the notes I have here, some legislation that's been around for quite a while, and times change. And we learn from time to time. And so I was looking up a case that I can recall, HMNZS Canterbury, which goes back to the early 2000s, and I can remember it kind of floating around Parliament, accusations across the House, and in broad terms it was inappropriate behaviour, the boys' club, kind of stuff being ignored, driven by alcohol, and actually, in reality, the risk when you put a lot of young people together anywhere, might be in a rugby club, it might be in a boarding school, I've been part of that from time to time, or if you put them on a ship or you put them offshore in an army base. There is a need for discipline, there is the temptation to kind of layer up, and that particular case in the 2000s, early 2000s, did highlight the potential for inappropriate is probably the right word, but some serious misconduct that was occurring. And so changes were made, I think, in culture, but what this piece of legislation does from the notes that I have here is that it makes the legislative changes, brings them up to date, and things like search powers, which would have been, I guess, going into a locker on a Navy vessel or in a barrack somewhere to search what might be in the locker, now means being able to get access to electronic data that might be kept on a device. So look, Labor supports the need to upgrade this. As I say, in summary, it modernises the legislation. I was reminded as I was walking at Waitangi the other day, here was a Ford Ute, and it had military police on it, and it kind of just reminded me, you don't see many of them, but a reminder that actually wherever the military operates across the world, and this legislation will apply to New Zealanders wherever they are in the world, there's a police presence and oversight within the military. That doesn't mean they have a separate system of legislation and rules. They still have to abide by New Zealand legislation when it comes particularly to serious offences. But, you know, in military there might be minor misconduct. You might be late for a parade. Hardly requires a court of justice. But then, of course, you could be disclosing to the enemy some information which could be really, really serious. So it is appropriate that we have within the system methods and systems of, I guess, accountability and justice that are appropriate to the charges laid down. And this bill, and I'm sure that the Select Committee will deal with it appropriately, hopefully both brings a fairer, more modern, up-to-date and more effective justice system and oversight and discipline system to our military services, and then assures young people who might be thinking about a career that actually if I slip up, if something happens, then I'm not going to be clobbered by a system that is overreach, or that I can just get away with anything and nothing's going to happen. So this brings in, you know, and there'll be members on the other side of the House who are more familiar with the system. They may have been before the justice system and military. I'd like to hear those stories. But nonetheless, this should provide a base for fair justice across the military in our country and encourage more young people to take up those opportunities.
Madam Speaker.
Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand, to speak on the first reading of the Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill. And I think to start with, just to provide some of the context around this bill, and that this bill is in some part the result of reviews done around the military prosecutions and summary trials. And it does have some significant, I guess, quality of life improvements when it comes to the way that court martials, and in particular the way that summary trial system works here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, I guess for even greater context, or even just a little bit of history, that when we're looking at the military courts, it does run differently from civilian courts, and a lot of the courts that we're seeing here, the civilian justice systems, I meant, and what we're seeing here is originally established under the Armed Force Discipline Act 1971, Court Martial Act 2007, and the Court Martial Appeals Act 1952. But unlike the other civilian justice system, we do see that the military justice system applies to armed forces personnel everywhere in the world, not just here in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Now, the previous speakers has mentioned some important aspect of this, and I think it is important to note that the discipline that is required of our armed force personnel is more stringent and greater than what we would consider in a civilian setting. And because of that, there is and consistent with that, there is a range of behaviors that can be considered or is considered an offense in the military context. But what we're seeing is that the current system doesn't provide the kind of flexibility, and particularly for low-level offendings as opposed to medium or high-level offendings, which is working as intended, which then meant that the complexity and time needed meant that it's not working effectively, or people are unlikely going to report on it to avoid certain levels of bureaucracy within the existing summary trial system. In saying that, there are some good parts of that, but the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand at this stage cannot support this bill on two particular areas. And again, we are open to potentially changing our position depending on how Select Committee goes along with the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Select Committee. The first aspect of that is, and both of them is to do with the expansion of or scope of existing powers. And the first one is around the expanded scope of search power. Now, as it currently stands, that in terms of the search power, that you can search for what is considered the armed force personnel's, I guess for lack of a better term, work equipments, or even in terms of the military premises. However, this particular bill allows the expansion of the search power to armed force personnel's personal premises, and that could be a vehicle, their personal vehicle, it could be their home, it could be other things, like a computer, such as a personal computer. And the previous speaker, the Honourable Damien O'Connor, has pointed out the importance that there are certain aspects of that that deserves updating in the technology age. Judiciary, it's important that a judicial warrant is still needed. However, there is a lack of, I guess, clarity around the impact this will have on the family of personnel and how that expanded scope of power is going to work. So that's one of the first reasons why we have cause for concern around this bill. And the second part is around the extension of the special procedures under the Security Information in Proceedings Act 2022. Now, understanding this is quite a small part of this bill, but it is a significant part. And when the bill Security Information in Proceedings Act 2022 was first passed, the Green Party opposed that. So it is also it's consistent with the way that we operate, that we're not going to be in favor of, at this stage, of any expanded scope of a bill that we oppose in the first place. And part of that is to do with the concerns around the lack of protection for non-crown entities, and the ability for them to have a fair and just trial, particularly around the vagueness of the national security information definition. And this is clause 121, and the fact that it's now extended to court martials. So we'll see what happens in Select Committee, but as I said, at this stage, the Green Party will not be supporting this bill.
Laura McClure.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill, and if you just look at how old the current system is, we're talking 1953 for the Court Martial Appeals Act, the Armed Force Discipline Act 1971 and the Court Martial Act 2007. It makes sense that some of these things need to be updated. And looking through the legislation, I think what really stood out to me was the fact that all the mid-tier offences the system is working well for, but that those low-level and more complex cases, especially when you deal with like sexual harassment, for example, the system is not equipped for, and we need to make sure that it is updated and that it's easy to navigate. I'm on the FADAC committee, and I look forward to hearing some submissions. I've listened to some of the concerns from the previous speaker, and these are important things, and I think it'd be great to get some submissions through. So the submissions hopefully will be opened this week. You'll have about 6 weeks to submit on the bill. I look forward to hearing from you.
Andy Foster.
Madam Speaker, thank you. New Zealand First has always been a strong supporter of our Defence Forces, and that means they need to have the tools in place to do their job and to be kept to doing their job. Our New Zealand Defence Force has a very proud heritage, and they do a great job now in representing our country all around the world as a responsible global citizen. They are representing us in many parts of the world at the moment and doing a sterling job. And this bill is about, in many ways, making sure that they continue to do that, because not all the time does everybody, and we've already heard a speech earlier, that not every time is everybody playing by the rules and playing the way that they ought to, and so sometimes you need a way of making sure that people come back to the rules, that there are disciplines in place, and every military service around the world, right throughout history, has always had some way of disciplining, some of them fairly brutally, but we are in a modern age now, so it's a much more civilised approach, but a way of making sure that a military force remains disciplined and focused on the task. The general policy statement and the explanation describes that very well. Strong military discipline is central to ensuring that the New Zealand Defence Force's operational effectiveness. Military discipline's primary purpose is to create a cohesive and effective fighting force, enables the military to function as a unit, etc., etc. So all of these things are recognised as being utterly essential. And what we see in the legislative statement there is that the current arrangements are not fit for purpose in terms of some of the more minor offences. They're not fit for purpose in some of the much more serious offences, which sometimes we see, unfortunately, making news. And so this bill is about trying to bring the disciplinary arrangements into the modern era and to make sure that our Defence Forces are able to continue to do the job in the professional way and represent this country in the way that we expect them to. And I commend this bill to the House.
Tim van der Molen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleasure to rise and take a call here in the first reading of the Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill. I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking all current and former Defence personnel for their service, both here in New Zealand and around the globe, Madam Speaker, the vast majority of who are exemplary in their service to the uniform. But of course we do have this sort of legislation for those one or two who occasionally fall foul of the rules. And in response to the question from the Honourable Damien O'Connor earlier, no, I was never one of those, so I don't have that first-hand experience. But look, what we're seeking to achieve here, Madam Speaker, as has been outlined by the Minister and others, is effectively an evolution of the system. A modernisation to the legislation that hasn't occurred for about 20 years now, looking to make a couple of key changes that I think are relevant, and one of those being moving the responsibility out of the chain of command to the Director of Military Prosecutions instead, which I think will help address some of those concerns or perceptions around conflict of interest, real or otherwise, which can arise in some of the situations where this legislation might be required. And of course the modernisation of search powers reflecting changes in technology has been pointed to by others as well. Now, strong, effective discipline is critical in a military setting, Madam Speaker. It's a constant part of training exercises for all military personnel, from the simplest tasks through to the more complex. It's always present because it enables that clear, strong focus at a team level to deliver on that operational output that is the critical function of our military. Alongside that, though, we need this legislation to pick up the pieces when necessary, and so modernising that, making it more efficient to enable more time to be focused on those critical tasks is important. And so I'm happy to commend the bill, Madam Speaker, and I look forward to scrutinising it in more detail and to welcoming submissions in the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. Thank you.
The Honourable Phil Twyford.
The opening words of the Minister in introducing this debate contained a reference to, I think it was uncertain times or something like that. And it made me think that, it reminded me that while there are often considerable differences between us on different sides of the House on questions of foreign policy and security, there is, by and large in this Parliament, a great deal of agreement and consensus about the need for armed forces, the imperative that we invest properly and support, as Damien O'Connor said, the men and women who serve their country in uniform and in some cases put their lives on the line for their country. And in that spirit, I think it's worthy of this bill, which seeks to modernise the justice system for our armed forces, deserves the support of this House. And I'm sure that the Foreign Affairs and Trade and Defence Committee will do a good job of scrutinising the detail of these provisions. I wanted to really just, I think it was Andy Foster who said, made a reference to times gone by when military justice wasn't recognisable in today's, in modern times. And I wanted to recall for the House the case of Archibald Bagster, such a significant figure in New Zealand history, the son of Scottish pioneers in Otago. He was a Christian socialist and a pacifist. And in World War I, he was a conscientious objector. He was sent by the Minister of the day, James Allen, on a troop ship to the front. He thought, Minister James Allen thought that was a good thing. He'd already been in jail in New Zealand. And on the ship, Bagster and 13 others, including 2 of his brothers, were stripped, placed in uniform, locked in a small cabin and abused by officers and volunteer soldiers. This is from the historian David Grant. They were sent to Étaples in France, and they were subjected to, and Bagster suffered what was called field punishment number 1, which was basically a form of crucifixion. They were tied to a post in the open with their hands bound tightly behind their backs and their knees and feet bound for up to 4 hours a day in all weathers. Bagster was beaten, sent to a part of the front that was being heavily shelled. He was denied food, and finally, on the 1st of April 1918, he was taken to a hospital in Boulogne, where he was diagnosed as having a mental weakness and confusional insanity in his determination not to fight. Shortly after, that was the end of Bagster's war, and he was taken to a British hospital for mentally disturbed soldiers and sent home on August 1918. Well, he went on to live a full and satisfying life. He came home, he married Millicent, who was the daughter of one of the founding professors of Canterbury College, and they had children. They returned to, spent most of their latter years in Dunedin. One of Archibald Bagster's sons was James Kerr Bagster.
And this is going to come back to the bill?
Of course, Madam Speaker, of course. And James K. Bagster, one of New Zealand's most distinguished poets, wrote this in his poem To My Father in 1947. I have loved you more than my own good because you stand for country pride and gentleness, engraved in forehead lines, veins swollen on the hand, also behind slow speech and quiet eye, the rock of passionate integrity. And I wanted to dedicate this intervention to Archibald Bagster. The book that he wrote, We Will Not Cease, is actually one of the classics of New Zealand literature, and it's a part of our history that is worth recalling. It's modern history, and this bill shows how far the military justice system will have
just
come.
At the end, Mr. Twyford. Dana Kirkpatrick.
Madam Speaker, it's my privilege to rise and take a call in this first reading of the Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill. I look forward to the bill coming before the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee and hearing the submissions on it. The Armed Forces Discipline Law Amendment Bill modernises New Zealand's military justice system so that it is fairer, more efficient and more transparent. Our armed forces must maintain strong discipline so they're ready to protect New Zealanders, but the current system is out of date and this bill modernises New Zealand's military justice system so that it is fairer, more efficient and more transparent, and with that I commend the bill to the House.
Thanusha Walters.
Speaker, and I join with colleagues in speaking in favour of this bill as it's referred to Select Committee, a bill which, of course, as many colleagues have said, modernises our disciplinary regime for the Defence Forces. I do want to acknowledge the contribution of Green Party members as well, because I will come back towards the end of my contribution to areas of the bill that I will be looking to scrutinise as it travels through Select Committee. But I do think that it's much needed, and it's clear that it is. And as a headline in terms of some of the comments from colleagues in the Greens, I was somewhat reassured by the advice from Crown Law, which didn't find a breach of the Bill of Rights Act in relation to these changes. And certainly that's been the case before when other changes have been made to this regime. The other reason I was quite reassured is that this is in many ways the result of the 2019 review, where Petra Butler, who is a very esteemed public lawyer from Canterbury, contributed in terms of the human rights implications of some of the changes that were recommended as part of that review. Now, it is important for us to know that the summary trial has been operating since 2009, so the 2019 review was the first time in 10 years that it had been reviewed. And it is quite a unique system in that in the summary trial, the role of Defence Counsel and, if you like, prosecution as well as the decision maker performed by officers, so not lawyers, and lawyers actually aren't permitted in that space, although they can provide separate advice to the courts. So it is quite a different system, and when the system was reviewed and individuals who'd been through the system with higher level offending were interviewed, there was a sense of discomfort from some of them that the processes weren't entirely fair, that they weren't well enough prepared. And if you consider the nature of those roles as well, I understand that the Ministry of Justice has a certification process for officers to go through. Level 1 and Level 2 allows you to be prosecution or defence. Level 3 allows you to be an adjudicator. Level 1 and Level 2 courses are 2 days in residence programs before you're qualified to be able to perform those roles in summary hearings. And let's remember that at present, sometimes there's fairly serious sexual offending involved in those proceedings. So one can understand that there is absolutely a need to do as this legislation recommends and create both, as new Section 102B does, a different pathway, one for low-level or minor offending, and the other for more high-level offending. The points that I think do need to be scrutinised at Select Committee include, firstly, the fact that a lot of what will be defined as something that can go to a court-martial or something that cannot will be determined by a military order. So it won't be within the body of the legislation itself. And that is a decision for this House to make. Is this something that deserves to be in primary legislation, or is it appropriate that that decision is made by military order? Colleagues have rightly spoken to the increase in search powers. My initial read through says to me that these are really a draw in from existing powers that exist within other spaces in our justice regime. And therefore there may not be cause for concern. However, they are quite far-reaching, and I do think that we should be scrutinising them. And the other, as was mentioned, was the Security Information and Proceedings Act and the draw-in to this regime, existing provisions in our law, which we will be scrutinising as well. Finally, there were other recommendations of the review, including whether it was appropriate to retain detention as a punishment for some of the summary trial offences. And this may well be outside the scope of the bill, but I do think it's appropriate that as part of this consideration, we look at that broader set of recommendations in 2019, which I look forward to doing. But for now, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
E te manga o te whare.
Greg Fleming.
It's my pleasure to rise, take a very brief call on the first reading of the Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill. It has been informative to hear the discussion thus far. I am excited of the amount of scrutiny that this bill will go through at the Select Committee process. This is actually quite a substantive bill in terms of the thickness of the bill. At the same time, it might be procedural, but as has been noted by a number of members, it's an incredibly important part of this Parliament's work. Can I finish by acknowledging all of those men and women who serve this country? I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. Madam Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour. Toru te kau mā whā e whakai ana. Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
EC New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E whā ngā poti whakaai.
Takota Ferris.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
Kotahi te poti whakaai.
Members, the ayes are 74, the noes are 40 something. 40. 49. Is it? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just having trouble with the new handwriting. The noes are 49. The question is agreed to. Point of order.
I was listening to the vote. I don't think that's quite correct.
Speaking to the point of order, Madam Speaker.
Lawrence Sena.
I'm pretty sure, except for the Green Party, everyone else voted in favour. So I think it would be 15 opposed and whatever remains in favour.
Just for clarity, I'll ask Madam Clerk to repeat the vote. Yep.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes in favour.
Takota Ferris.
1 vote in favour.
Maria Meno Kapakingi.
1 vote in favour.
Members, the ayes are 108, the noes are 15. The question is agreed to.
Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Armed Forces Discipline Legislation Amendment Bill be considered by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee. Those of that opinion, please say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Public Service Amendment Bill, second reading.
Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Judith Collins.
I present a legislative statement on the Public Service Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam Speaker, I move that the Public Service Amendment Bill be now read a second time. First, I want to acknowledge the contribution from all members of the Governance and Administration Committee that considered and reported back on the bill. This bill intends to amend the Public Service Act 2020. Madam Speaker, this bill will ensure the public service refocuses on delivering for taxpayers by getting back to basics. New Zealanders expect a public service that is capable, impartial and focused on getting results. The changes in this bill ensure they're better equipped for this by sharpening focus, clarifying responsibilities and lifting performance. The bill addresses excessive prescription and duplicative responsibilities in the current Act, which have distracted agencies from their core mission. This starts with refocusing the purpose of the public service to getting back to basics, delivering better outcomes for taxpayers while supporting constitutional and democratic government. This does not change our commitment to the political neutrality of the public service and the provision of free and frank advice. These enduring principles of our democracy are retained in the Act unchanged. Nor does it mean that long-term thinking will stop being a core feature of public service advice. This expectation will continue to be included in the public service principles and the responsibilities of chief executives. Mr. Speaker, we can't have a high-performing public service without the right people, so how we appoint its leaders and hold them to account matters. The Government, on behalf of New Zealanders, has a legitimate interest in how the Public Service Commissioner is driving performance across the system. As such, this bill reaffirms the principle of merit-based appointments, clarifies Chief Executive's responsibilities and improves mechanisms for performance management. In last year's public service census, 30% of public servants said that they were not confident that appointments in their organisation are being made on merit. That is simply not good enough. We're strengthening the Act to make sure that the best person for the job is the one who gets it. Not the most familiar or the easiest option, but the person with the right skills and experience to deliver. For this reason, the bill will no longer allow public service chief executives to be automatically reappointed. All roles will be subject to a full contestable process so that the widest possible pool of talent can be considered. This important change will make sure we get the right person for the job every time. Chief executives have a critical role in delivering the government's priorities and entrusted with significant taxpayer funding to do so. The bill will clarify the responsibilities of chief executives to make it clear that their focus should be on core day-to-day functions. The bill will also strengthen the provisions around chief executive and agency performance management. It will now require the Commissioner to publish a clear plan for performance reviews and to codify the existing practice of consulting ministers when the Commissioner is setting performance expectations and reviewing performance. This will make the process more robust, increase confidence and transparency for ministers and for the public. These changes are not a politicisation of the public service. The Commissioner will still be required to act independently when making decisions about individual chief executives, and like any other public service leader, will still be bound by the principle of political neutrality. To further ensure we have the right people in the right places, the bill will reintroduce key positions, allowing the Commissioner to have input into the appointment and performance management of key back office positions, such as finance or digital. These tools will be important levers to drive better performance across the public service. To maintain the trust and confidence of the public service must have zero tolerance for inappropriate behaviour and wrongdoing. The bill will require chief executives to notify the Commissioner before starting investigations into serious misconduct of senior leaders, and for agencies to report annually on the outcome of these investigations. This will allow the Commissioner to provide advice and have insight of standards of integrity and conduct overall. These changes will give New Zealanders confidence that the public service is upholding the high standards expected of them. Mr. Speaker, the bill also removes unnecessary duplication responsibilities. Provisions relating to diversity, equity and inclusion are removed from the Act, as these responsibilities are already provided for under several existing laws, including the Human Rights Act, the Employment Relations Act, the Equal Pay Act and the Good Employer obligations already embedded in the Public Service Act. The government of the day can use workforce policy statements to address how they would like these objectives to be achieved. The Act itself must emphasise that first and foremost there should be an unbiased, merit-based appointment process. I want to reiterate that removing these provisions does not remove our commitment to the public service drawing from the widest possible talent pool and eliminating bias in recruitment. In fact, these things are the essence of merit-based appointments. The bill also removes the need for each public service agency to prepare their own long-term insights briefing. Instead, the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet will prepare one briefing on behalf of the public service. DPMC will provide guidance to the public service to support capability and long-term thinking, but we do not need 34 separate briefings with considerable overlap and duplication to ensure a focus on the future. Finally, the public service is now operating in an environment of heightened strategic competition where other states may seek to obtain our information. This bill will empower the Public Service Commissioner to manage the risk of malicious or disruptive actors by restricting access to certain products, services or vendors. New technologies have great potential to improve the delivery of public services, but we must carefully balance this with protecting New Zealand's national security. This government believes in a strong public service that understands its role in implementing the priorities of the elected government and building the future for New Zealanders. This bill provides a targeted set of amendments to restore purpose, discipline and professionalism to the public service while preserving its constitutional role as a politically neutral institution. It ensures leaders are appointed competitively and on merit. It removes duplication and provides a stronger focus on roles and responsibilities. It refocuses the public service on delivering results, not processes. And it puts the needs of taxpayers, the people who fund and rely on these services, front and centre. Mr. Speaker, this bill will ensure the public service is focused on getting back to basics and is equipped to serve the government of the day, all of which adds up to better outcomes for Kiwis. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to just start by acknowledging the Minister. I think acknowledge the Minister who had just resumed her seat. The Minister attended our Select Committee at our last meeting. I think it must have been one of her her last engagements before she made her announcement of her retirement. So I just want to acknowledge a long service and additionally the support she's given to female MPs around the House. Although we may differ on almost everything, I think that shows the type of statespersonship or stateswomanship that can be shown within this House. So I just want to acknowledge the Minister and her significant service. This is a bill that Labor is opposing, and although the aims of the bill stipulate many things that I think we can agree on, unfortunately from our perspective, the bill falls short in a number of areas. 5 particular areas that I want to mention in this call if I have time. But I do want to just reflect on the purpose of the public service, and something that I think a lot about in my role as opposition spokesperson for the Labour Party on public services. I think often it can be misconstrued that on this side of the House we stand for government at all costs, and of course we don't. We want the most effective services for New Zealanders. We want the public service to be the most effective public service it can be. We don't want to see any public money spent in a way that isn't serving the public. And in terms of those objectives in this bill of making sure that there are improvements in performance of the public sector, of course we agree with that. But unfortunately, from our perspective, this bill doesn't achieve that. And also there's an opportunity, I think, Mr. Speaker, in New Zealand to really look to the public service as a driver and innovator of change, and that there was an opportunity in this bill to really empower the public service to be a leader within New Zealand in many different areas, and I think it was an opportunity missed within this bill because there are many changes in this which are very, very retrospective in terms of, I think, the progress that will be made. So I'll go through some of those. The other thing that I just wanted to note that the Minister mentioned was merit-based appointments. Of course, we stand for merit-based appointments, but this was scrutinised in quite a lot of detail at Select Committee, and there was not one single example that any of the advisors could give us as to a situation where someone hadn't been appointed on the basis of merit within the New Zealand Public Service. And despite that, Mr. Speaker, we are able to have a public service to date that largely represents the community that they serve. And I think that's a really important point, that those two things can be true alongside each other, that we can have the best people for the job and that they can represent the diverse community that is New Zealand. And this bill assumes that I think is not the case, and I think that's a shame, because I think the public service should represent as far as possible the community it serves, and that is how to get the best results for New Zealanders. Additionally, before I go through the 5 areas of change briefly, the Commissioner's role has changed. The Public Service Commissioner's role has changed significantly under this government. This bill goes into that in some detail, but I think the wider context of the Public Service Commissioner taking over bargaining for different groups of workers and taking on a much more leadership role within the public service is something that we've observed on this side of the House. To date, we haven't observed positive outcomes of that to date, because we've had a few examples of ads attacking public service workers, and we haven't seen the benefits that the Minister implied would follow from that leadership role. But it's not to say that the Public Service Commissioner can't and won't be able to show leadership in the public service, which he at the moment is being empowered to do through this bill. But there are problems with this bill, and the things that I want to mention were briefly related to the merit comment that I previously made. This bill does remove changes to prioritise diversity, equity and inclusion. I think that is a shame, and I think a mistake, because as I said, I think that New Zealand's public service should represent the community it serves, and it is a shame to see those particular provisions which should be probably agreed to and probably would enjoy majority support by New Zealanders, to see those removed and targeted. I think that's a step away from encouraging diversity and inclusion, and I think that's a real shame in this bill. So that's something that we disagree with. Additionally, we've heard again and again from this government about how they don't want to prioritise pay equity, and this bill again takes away some of the leadership that the Public Service Commission has shown in pay equity. Now, the public service was the first to have pay equity in New Zealand in 1960, I believe, that they had provisions in place to ensure that men and women doing the same work didn't receive different wages, which was the practice prior to that. So they were leaders within pay equity. The public service has always led in relation to pay equity and making sure that men and women receive equal pay for work of equal value. And so to see these provisions that are already within the Public Service Act removed, in addition to the other terrible backward steps that we've seen in relation to pay equity by this government, is a further salt on the wound, and it really, I really want to commend the work that the public service has done historically for pay equity, not only with that bill I mentioned in the 1960s, but additionally leading with the pay equity principles and showing really the rest of New Zealand how equal workplaces can be, and I think it's a real shame that those have been removed. We did hear a lot of submissions on this bill, and I just checked the number. I think it was the majority opposed to this bill, and one of the things that came up a lot was the change to remove the 34 long-term insights briefing and replace that with one briefing. Now, the Minister talked a lot about how that these are not useful documents. The feedback that we got from places like the Office of the Clerk was that these are useful documents, and additionally there is a lack of long-term thinking within our public service, and this is another step backwards in relation to that, because it means that the current mandate that agencies have to be able to look at the long term and produce a report and report that to a select committee is taken away. And I just don't understand, how the singular report from GPMC is going to actually take into account all the myriad of factors that could be included in other reports that are to date. And we're still receiving long-term insights briefing. The Governance and Administration Committee receives those and gives those to other committees, and we know how hard people work to try and see beyond what's immediately in front of them, a vision for how public services could be in New Zealand, and this is a step backwards for that particular project, and I think a mistake, and I think we will be really missing those long-term insights briefing. There would have been an opportunity for a compromise, and we'll be looking at the committee stage to see if there is some appetite for that, because I think 34 to 1 is significant. Surely we can increase the number of long-term insights briefings to make sure that we're not losing all of this really valuable information. Really concerningly, and something that did come up in submissions, was the risk to public service neutrality. Now, New Zealand has an excellent public service. I think almost universally acts in a politically neutral way, serving the government of the day, which they should. There are two changes in this bill which I think really challenge that and were picked up by submitters, and that was the change in relation to making chief executives reapply for their job. So if a chief executive has a minister, they know that they have to reapply for their job. There is an incentive there to align their interests and their service with the political interests of the minister of the day. And that is, some may see that as a small change, but it is, I think, significant in terms of how recruitment and retention of chief executives work. At the moment, if it's not working, I think mostly those people end up not remaining in those jobs anyway, so I think it's probably unnecessary and additionally leads to the perception of the impact on neutrality. Additionally, the very significant policy advisory group, which works directly for the Prime Minister, they are now going to be all put on fixed term contracts. Now that's objectionable in two ways. It basically means that they don't have employment security, and also it means that there is a churn and not that same level of expertise within that office, which does serve the Prime Minister of the day and is really significantly important. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, as I stated at the beginning, I don't think this bill will achieve its aims and will in fact take New Zealand's very well regarded public service backwards. That is a shame. We know the public service had to deal with a lot. There's been thousands of job cuts within the public service under this government, and this is another step towards making the jobs that the people that are still in the public service, it makes their jobs harder. It does take away some of those important aims towards diversity, inclusion, pay equity. It risks undermining public sector neutrality. So on the whole, it's not a bill we can support, and I do not commend this bill to the House.
Speaker. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in opposition to this public service amendment bill, and I wanted to continue. I wanted to begin my speech by acknowledging, just like the previous speaker did, the contributions of the minister. This might probably be her last bill in her public service portfolio. I was saying to the chair of the Governance and Administration Committee that I didn't realize that was due this last hearing, and if I had, I wouldn't have been so perhaps so nice to her. It was a very amicable hearing. But I also wanted to acknowledge that, that even though we disagree with this bill, there has been some good work in the space that's been done by this minister, in particular the work around sexual harassment, and taking a harder line on that is really a much needed and positive step forward. And I do encourage the minister to, if it's possible, in the last few months, well, we don't actually know when the reshuffle is going to happen, but in the last few potential months that she has in this role before she moves on to her role as the Law Commission President, to take up the suggestion that seemed to have support in the committee to have more transparent reporting of sexual harassment cases, including a sort of dashboard style thing that the Public Service Commission might be in charge of. But that's the positive stuff. I now have to, unfortunately, move on to the negative aspects about this bill and the fact that we do oppose it. Well, we do have to because we're in opposition, Mr. Foster. This is a bill which is really concerning in two things. The first is the timing, Mr. Speaker. It really speaks to the government's priorities that in the midst of the highest levels of unemployment, of an inflation, out of control inflation that's beyond the target band, and of the lowest economic growth that we've seen since the great financial crisis, it fundamentally speaks to their priorities that this government is ashamed of the economic carnage that they've wreaked, and that they're desperately trying to distract people with culture war nonsense like this bill. In addition, we echo the sentiments that have been raised by submitters such as the Professor Jonathan Boson, that quote, changes to legislation of constitutional significance, such as the Public Service Act, should ideally be based on a careful, independent analysis of the issues and options, in-depth public consultation, and broad cross-party agreement. And look, I acknowledge that this bill did go through public consultation, and I want to give kudos to the government for that, and in light of the, of all the bills that haven't gone through a select committee stage, and of all the bills that have been rushed through urgency. But unfortunately, there hasn't been broad cross-party agreement on this, and it is outrageous that the government is pushing through a bill with significant constitutional significance without without serious cross-party engagement or support. What is also of concern to us, Mr. Speaker, is the deeply destructive things that this bill facilitates, all in service of the distraction agenda for the cost of greed crisis that this government has already overseen. The most destructive thing that this bill does, Mr. Speaker, is that it undermines the tradition of the non-partisan, politically neutral public service that New Zealanders were able to take pride in, Mr. Speaker. And this is consistent with the actions of this government, which has unfortunately consistently undermined this important principle in just the 2 years of government they've had. They've denigrated public servants who've spoken out about this government's attempt to manipulate health advice so that they could give millions of dollars of tax breaks to tobacco companies. They've spent taxpayer money in attacking striking workers with government funds, an action that was criticized by the Auditor General and which has now resulted in a review. They've appointed political cronies to top government positions, with some of those appointments being found unlawful, Mr. Speaker. And it's really ironic that a government that is really fond of law and order rhetoric being so willing to disregard process and being themselves be so willing to act unlawfully. So law and order, but not for thee, Mr. Speaker. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, will further allow them to continue the politicization of the public service. We share the concerns of the New Zealand Nurses Organisation that this bill extends the government's direct control over its agencies, and we are concerned that this bill undermines the independence of the public sector. It does this, Mr. Speaker, through the removal of references through many ways, but one of them is through the removal of references to current and successive governments and the long-term public interest and of improving ways of working with the public. It adds a section, and this is furthering the point around undermining the contributing to the culture, which undermines the political neutrality of the public service. It adds a question which essentially adds a responsibility to adhere to the short-term diktats of the ministers of the day. Now, the cumulative effect of all these changes will be a public service that is more siloed, that is more narrowly focused on serving the short-term political interests of the current government in charge rather than serving the public good or of the long-term wider public interest. And of course, we agree about the need for the governments to have a public service that is responsive to their democratic mandate. But, the fact is, under the current constitutional system we have, any government can basically do whatever they want as long as they have a majority in the House. And this government has certainly not been shy or really been slowed down in any significant way of exercising their constitutional prerogative to act that way. So it really is concerning that they're seemingly seeking more power to go further than they already have. The deletion to clauses that refer to successive governments imply that there is one constant, unchanging will of the public that is always perfectly represented by the current government of the day. And we know, Mr. Speaker, that that's not necessarily the case. The clauses 29 to 30, which enable the Public Service Commissioner to designate any employee in the public service using what we view as an overly broad criteria to exempt them from the public service requirement to act and provide advice independently of the minister, is also a really concerning feature of this legislation that we are opposed. And we do share the concerns that have been articulated by some of the union submitters, like I've referred to earlier, like the New Zealand Nurses Organization, that clause 37 of the bill potentially could be read in a way that restricts the ability of collective agreements to cover employers. We do have, and I've already articulated some of the positive things that we felt that the minister was doing. Clause 38 is welcome in that it, in the sense, in the powers that it gives around investigations. But we do have misgivings that Section 94B(c) may give overly broad powers to the Commissioner, including the power to potentially shut down investigations by issuing guidance to not report. So, while we do support the intention of Clause 38, we do want to see some potential guardrails and checks around that. We are concerned that Clause 45(1) could open the door to more public sector, public-private sector partnerships, which could open the way for more privatization. We do think that it could potentially weaken existing clauses in the public sector around conflict of interest management and open the door for more private actors being conferred powers by the chief sector executive. And that is concerning because there are some things, around OAS, for example, that don't necessarily apply to people in the private sector. We're concerned that Clause 46 will also enable a greater degree of politicization by the public service, and the previous speaker has already articulated the concerns around that, so I won't go on further. We are concerned, and we share the concerns around the deprioritization of the requirements of the public service to take into account the need to take diversity, inclusion, and equity within the public service seriously. We agree with the concerns that have been articulated by the Disabled People's Assembly that it will make it harder for disabled job applicants to overcome discriminatory barriers when seeking employment within the public sector, because we know that these initiatives are actually put in place to make sure that we do have merit-based appointments. We do know that that one of the things that this bill does that we're also opposed to is it downgrades the requirements of long-term insights briefing. It really drastically reduces the requirements for them. And look, the Office of the Clerk made a submission during the select committee stage that this bill appears to reduce opportunities for parliamentary scrutiny of the executive, and something that always does that is always concerning. So, in short, Mr. Speaker, we stand proudly opposed to this legislation. We will be voting no. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Just before I take the next speaker, Mr. Hernandez, you're a very good orator. It's a shame you had to read so much of that. Be good to practice your oratory skills. Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of ACT, and we will be supporting the Public Service Amendment Bill. Firstly, let me also pay tribute to Minister Collins, who has obviously the Minister in charge of this bill and is served this Parliament for a number of years, and obviously we now know that she'll be retiring, but I think she should be very proud of this piece of legislation that she's bringing in her name as part of the government, and ACT is very happy to support it. I do want to acknowledge the Governance and Administration Committee for their work on the bill, and also the 94 groups and individuals who made submissions, 17 of them making oral submissions. ACT had long believed that New Zealanders aren't necessarily getting the value and service from our public services that they deserve, and making sure that the public service actually does deliver for New Zealanders is extremely important. And so we actually think restoring some clarity to what they're doing, ensuring that it's actually spelt out about their political neutrality, and some of the other changes this bill makes are incredibly important. And in fact, it's so important I actually just want to read out just what the purpose is in this bill that's being inserted. And it says, this is the purpose of the public service, so pretty straightforward stuff. Support the government to develop and implement its policies, deliver high quality and efficient public services and meet the needs of New Zealanders, and support constitutionally and democratic government and act within the spirit of service to the community in accordance with the law. Pretty simple stuff, pretty straightforward, pretty clear, and we think this is an excellent piece of legislation and very nicely aligns with the Needs Not Race Cabinet Circular that ACT was very happy to support. So we will be supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Andy Foster.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'm privileged to rise on behalf of New Zealand First and also as a member of the Governance Administration Select Committee to speak in support of this bill. Mr. Speaker, our public service, I think, has a proud heritage and it's well recognised around the world. And this bill is about making sure that that continues to be, our public service continues to be a very highly regarded public service, not just around the world, but also by New Zealanders. And there's a simple question, what do we want? We spend a lot of money on the public service, so what do we want from our public service? And I've always said that there's a significant difference between a public service and a bureaucracy. Bureaucracy often is interested, as Minister Collins said, about process, about the rules, and it's often not particularly helpful. Whereas a public servant is an honourable profession which is about going out of your way to say, I know that you pay for my salary, how can I help you? How can I help you to get what you need? And that is what the difference between those two is. What we expect, Mr. Speaker, out of a public service is to be professional, to be high quality, to be politically neutral, to be responsive, so if somebody comes to you with concerns or there's an issue there, to be responsive to those, but also to be able to think about the long term. To provide quality services, to provide quality, thoughtful advice. And of course, we get a lot of that quality, thoughtful advice in this place from our advisors, our public service advisors. And to be very, very clear, I think that most of our public servants get up in the morning dedicated to doing a great job on behalf of the people of New Zealand. But I think under the last government, the last Labor government, something was lost of that. We heard about cuts to the public service. I think we're about 3,000 down. From the peak that was about 63,000 under Labor, but that grew from 48,000 to 63,000 people, and yet over the period of that 6 years, and yet services, by and large, I think most people would say, went backwards. And you can have too much public service because you have ever-increasing red tape, green tape, strangling business, strangling innovation, strangling creativity, and that's not what we want from our public service. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, is all about trying to drive improvements in public sector performance, reduce those silos, increase transparency and reinforce political neutrality. There's not a Freudian slip at all, Celia Wade-Brown, just trying to do what the Speaker has said and avoid reading from notes and speaking speaking as he would like us to speak. Mr. Speaker, there's some sections that I wanted to focus on. The first one of those is that Todd Stevenson has just read out the purpose of the public service, and I don't think that you can argue with that purpose of the public service. I think it's really clear, it's really what it is about, and it says to support the government to develop and implement its policies, deliver high quality and efficient public services and meet the needs of New Zealanders. And then secondly, to support the constitutional and democratic government and act, and this is the bit that I really love, with a spirit of service to the community and in accordance with law. I think those are great aspirations. And this bill is all about setting high standards. One of the things it does there, Mr. Speaker, is it amends section 17, which at the moment said that the Commissioner may set minimum standards of integrity and conduct to now must set minimum standards of conduct and integrity. How could you argue against that? And then there's the question of how do we ensure that we get those high standards delivered? And there's 4 particular areas there that I wanted to mention. First of all, the focus on professional competence. Secondly, the change to the way in which CEOs are reappointed, so that it is now much more of a contestable process. And actually I might note that, Mr Speaker, that's something which is slightly different from the approach which is now being taken to, in another piece of legislation, to local government CEOs, where at the moment you can have 5 years plus 2 years automatically without going back to the market, and now the proposal in another piece of legislation is go 5 plus 5. And I know there's many local body elected members who would say that there is a power imbalance already in favour of CEOs. That would just reinforce that if that were allowed to go through. So I think there is an issue there to be talked about. And the other area is to make sure that people are hired on merit. And in the first reading of this, I talked about the DEI part of this and the removal of the DEI part. Look, it's great to have a public service which is reflective of the nature of our community, but it's also even more important to make sure that we have a public service which is professional and able to do its job really, really well. And the Public Service Survey in 2024, great response from more than 2/3 of the public servants, said actually that they themselves are really concerned about the quality of the people who are appointed. That they themselves, not politicians, but they themselves said that that was not good enough. Because they said 80% believe they deliver value for taxpayer money, 87% believe they contribute to better outcomes, 90% care about their agency's use of taxpayer money, 96% say it's important that their work contributes to the common good, but they say that the biggest barrier to performance, just 44%, are confident that their colleagues are hired on merit. That is condemning, and that is not from politicians, that is from public servants. And that is one of the things that has been taken out of this bill, because this bill is about trying to make sure that we get quality public services. And so that New Zealand First had a bill in the tin before this bill came out to actually address exactly that issue. And can I just, on that, say that the bill replaces a clause in the Act, which again, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to read there. The current clause says, this is 44C of the Act, the clause says to work with public service leaders to develop a highly capable workforce that reflects the diversity of the society it serves and to ensure fair and equitable employment, including by promoting the good employer requirements of this Act. And the new clause just says work with public service leaders to develop a highly capable workforce and to promote the good employer requirements of this Act. It's quite a clear difference in the approach that's being taken, because we're about the outcomes that our public service delivers. And look, the other thing that I wanted to say, and I do want to say some nice things finally about the Minister and the Commissioner, but it's the long-term insights briefings, because we went through quite a bit of a discussion about that. I think it's really, really important that we do have our government agencies and us as a Parliament thinking about things which are long-term, that are well beyond 3-year terms. And New Zealand governments of all colours have not been particularly brilliant about doing that for many, many years. In fact, this is an area which local government actually can show central government a thing or two, and I'm sure that iwi can show us all a thing or two on that particular score. So there's real value in thinking about these long-term issues. The long-term insights briefings were supposed to be about doing that. The idea here is to take 30 odd of those, and instead of having 30 of those, of some of them of great value, some of not quite such significant value, and putting that all into one. As a select committee, we discussed that at quite some length, and one of the things that we've said is, yep, okay, go for one. DPMC, who are going to be charged with doing that, very, very confident about their ability to be able to deliver a very good, high-quality, long-term insights briefing. They are going to need to consult with all the government agencies to make sure that they get their advice as to what are the big issues in transport, what are the big issues in welfare, what are the big issues in education, whatever it might be, and select those themes which are the most important for the future of our country. That's really, really important. And as a select committee, one of the things that we said is it's really important that we keep monitoring the quality of that now fundamentally important long-term insights briefing. And so I commend that part of the report back from the select committee to say we'll keep an eye on that, make sure it's going well, because LTIBs are quite new. We've gone from just a few of them to having quite a lot of them, now going back to one of them. let's try and make sure we get the right balance of those, and let's try and make sure we get a good quality LTIBs so that they help inform decision making going forward. And look, Mr. Speaker, just to finish off with, I wanted to join also the commendation to Minister Collins. It's been a real breath of fresh air having her and also Sir Brian Roach in front of the Select Committee and being so clear about what they want from our public service. And they talked about creating a culture that is creative, is courageous and is customer focused. And I think that those three things are really, really important, and I want to thank them for the work they do and to commend this bill to the House.
Is this is the Party Mary call? Yes. Have you indicated that the Te Party Mary have given you the call?
No, but...
No, well, that's the requirement, as the member knows.
Well, actually, point of order if I may, Mr Speaker.
I don't point of order that decision. The member knows that if she's going to take the Party Mary call, it will be done with the permission of the Party Mary.
So, if I may, Mr Speaker, the discussion that I've had directly with their person, Himi, is that they don't have to give me formal permission if I need to, if they're not in the House, that I can stand and take the call. So I guess that's a form of permission. I'm not asking for it every single time. And that's the question I was answering.
Okay, well,
to that
I
point.
will allow the member to take the 5-minute call. I'm taking her word that she has had that indication from the Party Mary, but I'll ask her to get the Party Mary to clarify that with the Speaker's assistant or with the clerk for future.
Happy to do that.
So,
Thank
Maria
you, Mr.
Mino Kapakingi.
Kapai. Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was listening to some of the speeches earlier, Mr Speaker, just what I was picking up was that if we have things such as diversity, such as cultural capability, such as other things other than what you might normally find in a very clinical and technical way, that reduces professionalism, it reduces capability, and it lessens the roles that public service run for us. And in my view and in my experience, it does not at all. In fact, without diversity and without the inclusion of all the things that make communities great and wonderful, sadly, I would say that this bill reduces that, in my view. So I'll say this. The Public Service Act requires a workforce that reflects the diversity of Aotearoa. It requires a chief executive to be a good employer, to recognise minority groups. Let's do more of that. We'll be better off when we do that, and they keep doing that, and to make employment and pay decisions free from bias. It requires transparency, reporting and accountability. None of that happened by accident. None of that happened at all. Those requirements exist because exclusion and inequity were real and persistent and damaging. So these things made it very difficult for people that were keen to get into the working in public service and believe that they brought a particular set of skills and experience that otherwise was not understood and was not appreciated in public service. And I think good on them for doing that. But unfortunately, I think this bill undoes that. All is about to change. This bill completely, in my view, tears out those principles from the law. It removes the requirement to consider diversity when hiring and promoting staff. It removes explicit recognition of pay equity and bias-free remuneration. It weakens reporting and oversight. And it hands the discretion back to individual departments. That's a risk, Mr. Speaker, that's a threat. As to fairness is something we can rely on and people to remember when it is no longer required. We are told this about merit. We talk about merit, and I've heard it a few times in the speeches, but merit has never been the problem. Merit has always been part of public service appointments. What this bill does is pretend that merit exists, is untouched by bias, it is untouched by history, and it is untouched by unequal access to opportunity. This is simply not true. A public service that does not reflect the community it serves does not serve them well. This is not ideology, this is fact. So threats. When decision makers all come from the same backgrounds, the same experiences and the same networks, blind spots are guaranteed. And those blind spots cost people. So let's be clear about the impact. Removing these requirements does not make discrimination illegal, but it makes it easier. It does not ban diversity, but it tells agencies it no longer matters. You don't have to think about that so much. Just keep doing what you've been doing. Keep doing what makes you feel comfortable. This bill follows a global retreat from diversity and inclusion. And it brings that retreat into our public institutions. It risks stalling decades of work to build a fairer, more representative public service. It weakens transparency, it undermines public confidence, and it sends a clear message about whose voices matter less. This is simply another hopeless bill that wastes all parliament's and public's time while families are trying to make ends meet in an ongoing living cost crisis. And this is poor prioritisation, and I do not recommend this bill to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Ricardo Menendez-March.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to begin by acknowledging the many workers across the country who are giving their life to acts of service as opposed to simply, like the other side of the House, wanting to deepen the pockets of shareholders. And we're talking about teachers, we're talking about nurses, allied health workers, we're talking about care and support workers, security guards, people and admin workers who help those very same workers do their mahi. People who understand that through service we can achieve great things and look after each other. And the bill in front of us is nothing but an affront to the mahi that these workers do by actually deleting the long-term public interest and active citizenship and simply talking about things like efficiency, which we know is code for things like opening the door for future privatization of our public services, something that the government has not shied away from playing around and potentially even taking to the election. We deserve a public service that is adequately resourced, and my concerns with this bill is that it actually ends up doing the very same opposite. Rather than centering the public good and the public interest in the well-being of our communities, it rids those very same responsibilities. I think of, for example, even issues that we're facing right now in our mental health services. I think of a local forensics psychiatric unit, the Mason Clinic, that had a new unit open recently, and they were only given about 6 weeks to hire the 87 roles, including mental health nurses, allied health and security. And when I think about the challenges that our public sector faces when it comes to adequate staffing, safe staffing levels, etc., I cannot see how this bill actually meaningfully addresses any of these things. If anything, it diminishes them. And the prioritization of wage and culture wars, and we've heard from the New Zealand First speech about DEI, despite themselves in their own party actually having had DEI provisions, does nothing but actually create additional barriers for many workers who have been locked out of the workforce, like disabled people. We know that without active measures in place to break barriers for people who have been prevented from accessing the benefits of being active participants in the workforce, that the market will not necessarily provide the conditions for them to be able to participate. And this is why we have had, for example, higher unemployment rates within disabled people because of those very same barriers that exist. Provisions within the public sector which break down barriers and ableism for disabled people to, for example, participate in the workforce are great. They help reduce poverty, they help increase a sense of community and inclusion, and I'm really concerned about the fact that this bill actually does a lot to diminish these very same things that we know could have yielded huge fruits. I'm also particularly concerned about provisions in this bill, for example, Clause 29(2)(b),
which, and bless whoever's sneezing on the other side of the house, but basically that allows for the chief executive to have regard to the wishes of the relevant minister when making decisions about ministerial staff. This is a blatant overreach, and it grants huge amounts of power to the minister and the chief executive, and I think it allows for the politicization of the public service, and it will effectively allow governments to effectively bypass due diligence in order to appoint mates. And I'm particularly concerned about what this could lead to when it comes to political agendas within the public sector, when we're already seeing a diminishing of the long-term public interest and active citizenship in the provisions in the very same piece of legislation that are supposed to put the public good over private gain. The Green Party is obviously not supporting this bill, but we want to aspire to beyond overturning what the government is doing. I think it is time for us to have a serious conversation about what actually resourcing our working people to do well can do for our country, about why actually emphasizing having safe staffing levels as opposed to cutting thousands of jobs in the name of efficiency could do for our communities. And I'm particularly concerned that this government seems to be far more interested in waging cultural wars in this country than actually doing what it needs to in order to ensure that working people in our communities, that these very same workers look after, are thriving, as opposed to waiting in pain in our hospitals because the ministers decided to be more focused on cultural wars and doing what they need to actually keep people well. So the Green Party won't be supporting this bill.
Mr Speaker.
Greg Fleming.
It's my pleasure to rise on the second reading of the Public Service Amendment Bill. Mr Speaker, these first couple of years as a Member of Parliament, I have observed much and learnt much and been surprised much. One of the things that has often surprised me is the level of inefficiency within much of the government process. I came from 25 years in the charitable sector where we learned to live on what was sometimes felt like literally the smell of an oily rag, and we knew how to squeeze the most out of every dollar. I've got to say that is not the shared culture of all of our public service, which is why I am enthusiastic about the changes that this bill brings. And it's why I want to commend JC Casey, the Honourable Judith Collins. We are going to miss her greatly from this House. She has been a relentless advocate for for efficiency and effectiveness within the public sector. I appreciate the work of Sir Brian Roche in this as well. I do hear the concerns of my colleagues and friends across the House. I do think that some of those concerns might have been overplayed, and I do observe that as my friend and colleague Andy Foster went into considerable detail, this bill has a lot to be pleased about, and so I am delighted to commend it and recommend it to the House. Thank you.
The time has come for me to lead the chair for the dinner break. The House will resume at 7:30.
Coming up at 6 p.m. is a repeat of some of today's earlier proceedings. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Amen. Members, I've received from the Electoral Commission a return declaring Georgie Danzy to be elected a Member of Parliament to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of the Right Honourable Adrian Ruafe from his list seat. I understand that Georgie Danzy is present and wishes to make an affirmation of allegiance. Would she please come forward to the chair on my right?
Ko ahau, ko Georgie Danzy, e ki ana I runga e te pono, e te tika, e te nākau tapatahi, me te whakao anō, ka noho pirihonga, ka noho pūmau ki a kingi taere, te tuatoru me tōna kāhui, whakaheki e ki te ture.
Thank you. Members, I regret to inform the House of the death on the 2nd of February 2026 of the Reverend John James Terrace, QSO, who represented the Western Hutt electorate from 1978 to 1990. During his membership of this House, he was appointed as Chairman of Committees, therefore serving as Deputy Speaker. He was Acting Speaker on a number of occasions in 1995, 1998 and 1989. I desire on behalf of this House to express our sense of loss and sympathy with the relatives of the late former member, to ask members to stand with me and observe a period of silence in a mark of respect for his memory. Thank you. 12 petitions have been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Asjid Javed requesting that the House urge Immigration New Zealand to review its transit visa policy for travellers to the Cook Islands, particularly for Pakistani passport holders. Petition of Fiona Lagai requesting that the House urge the Government to require NZTA to commence an urgent review and undertake any necessary remedial work at the intersection of Hauraki Road and State Highway 25. Petition of Whai Oro Trust requesting that the House implement a legal age for alcohol consumption. 9 petitions of Wiramu Thompson requesting that the House inquire into supermarket FPOS privacy practices, urge the Government to require the provision of information about independent election candidates, introduce an expiry date for auctioned emissions units, change the time periods when Māori electors may change roles, amend Section 107 of the Sentencing Act 2002, allow KiwiSaver members to self-manage their funds, change tax arrangements for when income is sold, change company, PIE and trust tax rules, allow only New Zealand citizens to vote in elections.
Those petitions stand referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered 8 papers.
2024-25 annual reports of the Social Workers Registration Board and the Teaching Council of Aotearoa, New Zealand. Government responses to the petition of Mayor Weston Curtin and the report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Anne Chapman. 2026 Long-Term Insights Briefing for the Ministry of Defence, 2025-29 Statement of Intent for the Children's Commissioner, 2025-26 Statements of Performance Expectations for the Children's Commissioner and the Social Workers Registration Board.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 4 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Environment Committee on the Minister's response to the Emissions Reduction Monitoring Report for 2025 and the Natural Environment Bill and Planning Bill. Report of the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill. Report of the Petitions Committee on the petition of Shane Riddle.
The bills are set down for second reading, and the Minister's response to the Emissions Reduction Monitoring Report for 2025 is set down for consideration. The Clerk has been informed of the introduction of 2 bills.
Health and Safety at Work Amendment Bill, introduction. Modern Slavery Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The House comes to oral questions. The first in the name of Dan Bedwar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, what recent reports has she seen on the economy?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, last week's Stats NZ released quarterly labour market figures for the December quarter. The numbers showed an additional 15,000 people got jobs in the final 3 months of last year. In addition, the hours worked and the number of people actively seeking work also increased. Mr. Speaker, the Government is continuing our work to drive headline unemployment lower, and Treasury and other economists continue to forecast that to happen.
Supplementary question. What else did the labour market data show?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, the headline unemployment rate increased by 0.1% in the quarter, which is fractionally below the 5.5% rate forecast by the Treasury in its December half-year update. While we are driving hard to get that rate lower, as I noted earlier, the underlying details of the data are positive. ANZ Bank economists have noted, for example, that more people choosing to participate in the labour market is, quote, consistent with rising job opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the unemployment rate is generally one of the last indicators to shift when an economy moves away from tough times and into positive growth. The good news is that economists are expecting the unemployment rate to fall this year as the economy continues its recovery.
Supplementary question. What other evidence is there?
Just a moment. We'll just end all the conversations while the question's asked.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. What other evidence is there that the economy is recovering?
Well, Mr. Speaker, a number of recent surveys have shown rising business and consumer confidence, which are signs of a growing economy and an environment where people see increased opportunity. For example, ANZ Roy Morgan consumer confidence lifted in January to its highest level since August 2021. And this, of course, comes alongside the ANZ New Zealand Business Outlook, which remained at historically high levels in January, signalling the economic recovery is underway. It is also, Mr. Speaker, supported by the fact that MB, for the second month running, is reporting increased numbers of job advertisements. It is a fact, Mr. Speaker, that many Kiwis have been doing it tough, and there is still a lot of work to do, but these indicators are positive for our progress.
Supplementary question. What is the government doing to support the economic recovery?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the government's policy program is driving growth and employment through a series of much-needed reforms. Our fast-track approval system is 1 year in and is fixing the problem of projects being stuck for years in delay and buried in bureaucracy with spiralling costs. That system alone, Mr. Speaker, through the projects approved so far, is supporting thousands of jobs to be created and sustained. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker, that the members opposite me opposed that legislation and the job creation it supports. Mr. Speaker, if there are genuine ideas for increasing job creation, can I suggest that they should be brought forward at this juncture? And here's a clue: a capital gains tax won't create more jobs.
Well, for the lawyers. A point of order, the Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Thank you, sir. I was sitting there looking at you, waiting for you to intervene. You're shaking your head. I would suggest that if you were unsatisfied with the response from the Minister, perhaps an intervention was warranted. That was a patsy question that should not have been used to make those comments, particularly the ones towards the end of it.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting observation on your part, but, you know, it could be a medical condition, so you've got to be a bit careful about raising those things. Question 2. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Does he stand by the promise he made to New Zealanders before the election that there would be no new taxes introduced by a government he leads? If so, how is introducing a new gas tax that every New Zealand household will pay consistent with that promise?
Well, that's not what we're doing. We're opening up an LNG importation facility so that we can lower power bills. If the member doesn't support that, he's supporting higher power bills.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Well, does he agree with Nicola Willis? If it looks like a tax, if it quacks like a tax, it's a tax.
Well, it's a charge that electricity companies will pay so that consumers pay lower power bills. It's that simple. That's as simple as that.
So is it a tax, a levy, a fee, a charge? Regardless of what he calls it, is it an extra cost every New Zealand household will pay every time they pay their power bill?
In answer to the first part of the question, absolutely not, because it will lead to lower power bills, not higher power bills. That's why we're doing it. But with respect to the definition and the semantics of different words, maybe it's just a rhetorical flourish, a bit like whether we're going to work with the Te Pāti Māori or not.
Supplementary.
Just would suggest that the government need to stick to their own knitting here and not add those little flicks at the end. The Honourable David Seymour.
Is importing LNG more or less necessary after somebody banned looking for oil and gas here?
Well, here are the facts on energy, which is pretty simple. To keep the lights on in New Zealand, you need gas. Labor caved to the Greens. They had the oil and gas ban that cranked up electricity prices to $800 megawatt per hour, some of the most expensive in the world. It's cost the country $5 billion since 2017.
Okay. Just remind government side, all members of the government side, that Standing Order 205 makes it very clear questions should not be asked designed to attack the opposition. That's a long-standing deal in this House and will be enforced. The Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
How does introducing a new gas tax that every New Zealand household will pay every time they flick on a light switch help them with the cost of living?
What a load of rubbish, and the member clearly is not understanding what this proposal is actually about. This is about creating an LNG importation option so that we can lower the dry year risk and in terms lower electricity prices. LNG facility will lead to lower tax bills, lower power bills.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Does he still think, quote, New Zealand needs abundant, affordable energy, end quote? If so, how will increasing lines charges, a decision his government has taken, introducing a new gas tax, a decision his government has taken, and doing nothing while power companies continue to extract billions of dollars of windfall profits out of New Zealand households help to achieve that?
Well, I just want to help the member with the definition of a tax, because what is a tax is a capital gains tax, a wealth tax, a death tax, a trust tax, increasing income and corporate tax, all tax policies that member hasn't ruled out. That will hurt New Zealanders for sure.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker. Well, does he agree then with the Cambridge English Dictionary when it says that the definition of a levy is, quote, an amount of money such as a tax that you have to pay a government or an organisation?
It's somewhat semantic, and I just say to the member that what we're doing is lowering power bills. Now, the member doesn't support that. I get it. The member's done everything to crank up pain and suffering on every single New Zealander, wants to introduce many, many new taxes, including $90 billion worth of green taxes, hasn't even ruled that out.
Supplementary question, Mr. Speaker.
Just a moment, just a moment while the House calms itself. That entire outburst was pretty unacceptable.
So why are the members in the government the only people in the country that seem to think that increasing the taxes people pay every time they pay their power bills is somehow going to make the cost of living crisis better for New Zealand households?
Well, the member is misunderstanding what this policy is doing. We are increasing the supply of electricity in this country and energy by opening up an importation facility for LNG. So we reduce the risk around dry year risk, which is what we inherited from the last government in 2024, an energy crisis that shouldn't have happened, that caused the problem, and so that we can lower power bills. We are doing this to lower power bills, period. If you do not support it, you are supporting higher power bills. What are you going to do?
Supplementary question, the Honourable Chris Bishop.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that the putting in place of an LNG facility as an insurance policy, the modelling suggests will lower power bills as a result of having that in place?
Firm is the advice we have received. It will lower power bills for every household by about $50 a year. It will create value to the economy of about $1.2 billion, and it will protect 2,000 jobs. I would have thought the member, having created the energy crisis in New Zealand, would have actually supported this policy.
That's an supplementary question. Why should New Zealand households pay an extra gas tax every time they pay their power bills, while electricity companies continue to make billions of dollars of windfall profits, and his government will do nothing about it?
That is not happening. New Zealanders are going to pay lower power bills as a function of us opening up an LNG importation policy. That's simple. Either support it, and if you don't, you're supporting higher power bills. It's that simple.
Question number 3, David McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Energy and asks, what recent announcements has he made on procuring an importation terminal for liquefied natural gas?
Mr. Speaker.
David McLeod, ask the question again so that all of the House can hear it over their own discussions.
To the Minister for Energy, what recent announcements has he made on procuring an importation terminal for liquefied natural gas?
The Honourable Seymour Winston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister and I announced that the government will be progressing an LNG importation terminal in Taranaki. This critical new piece of energy infrastructure will provide the sector access to reliable backup fuel during dry years when hydro generation is under pressure. This represents a significant investment in critical energy infrastructure that will strengthen New Zealand's energy security and put downward pressure on electricity prices.
Supplementary. What will this mean for Kiwis' power bills?
Well, Mr. Speaker, simple. The net result is lower power bills for Kiwi households. This initiative will deliver savings of approximately $265 million per year across the electricity system. This translates to power bills falling by at least $50 per year for the average Kiwi household. LNG will mean Kiwis will face more stable and predictable power bills, with fewer sharp winter price shocks for households and businesses alike.
Supplementary. What impact will this have on the New Zealand economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, independent modelling shows that this critical piece of energy infrastructure will provide a $1.2 billion boost to the economy per year by 2035. It will also help protect approximately 2,000 jobs that would otherwise be at risk due to rising electricity costs, lower gas production domestically, and reduced industrial output. By providing certainty and resilience, this critical energy infrastructure will boost business confidence, regional employment, and industrial growth across our economy.
Supplementary. What response has he seen from the sector?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the response from the energy sector has been very positive. Karen Boyes, Executive Director of the Major Electricity Users Group, welcomed the clarity of this announcement that it provides to the industry. Port Taranaki's Chief Executive, Simon Craddock, stated the construction of the LNG facility is a, quote, great opportunity for that region. And the gas industry co-chief executive, David Prentice, described LNG as, quote, mission critical for energy security, saying, quote, it will provide the stability and flexibility needed as domestic gas declines and New Zealand transitions to a renewable energy future. Mr. Speaker, in short, industry leaders have welcomed LNG as a practical solution to help solve New Zealand's fuel shortage.
Question floor, Chloe Swarbrick.
To the Prime Minister. E tōtoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why has his government decided, in the midst of a cost of living crisis where power bills have already increased by 12% in the last year, to impose a guaranteed extra cost on New Zealanders' power bills to increase our fossil fuel dependence?
We're not doing that.
How does he reconcile his government's stated objective for the electricity sector that it delivers, quote, reliable electricity at the lowest possible cost to consumers, end quote, with the announcement that his government will be guaranteeing more costs on New Zealanders to fund imported fossil fuels?
No, just a moment.
Reject the characterisation, second part of that question.
Just reword the question. Member will know why that question is not acceptable.
How does he reconcile his government's stated objective for the electricity sector that it delivers, quote, reliable electricity at the lowest possible cost to consumers, with the announcement that his government will be imposing more costs on New Zealanders through their power bills?
Because this initiative will lower power bills.
Why did his government not consider the benefits of $1 billion of investment into low-cost renewables like solar, batteries and wind, and using our hydro assets more strategically, instead of choosing to sign Aotearoa New Zealand up to a new international supply chain vulnerable to disruption and price shocks?
Well, this country is actually experiencing a renewables boom, and it's in part because we've got an outstanding piece of legislation called a fast-track legislation, which that member failed to support.
Supplementary question, David Seymour.
Does the availability of gas as a firming fuel make it more viable to do exactly the investment in solar and wind that others want?
Our emissions will lower because there'll be less coal being burnt. And the second thing that will happen is there's going to be more renewable investment because there's more certainty around a backup option of gas.
Supplementary.
Supplementary question, Chloe Swarbrick, sorry.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
going to
Speaker.
go side to side. Well, because that's the way it's always been done.
Because we're the real New Zealand first.
No, don't have an argument.
To the Prime Minister. Why did the government immediately rule out any consideration of any option to deal with dry year risk that didn't include increasing our dependency on fossil fuels?
We didn't do that.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Why doesn't the Prime Minister conceive of the fact that he could hook up a wind farm to the Green Caucus room and maybe that's the solution?
Well, we're open to more ideas.
No, Prime Minister. It's very unhelpful for order of the House. Chloe Swarbrick and no one else speaking.
Can the Prime Minister name for the House one credible economist or expert who is not in the fossil fuel industry or associated to his government or office who thinks that his LNG imports is a good idea?
Well, there's been a wide range of support to say this is a very good thing to lower power bills.
Good. We'll now have the House compose itself for the question from question 5, the Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Vinaka waka levu, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Finance, is a 10-year high in unemployment a sign that people will, quote, see increased opportunity, unquote?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, Mr Speaker, obviously no. What are signs of the fact that people are seeing increased employment opportunities is the fact that employment growth was up 0.5% quarter on quarter, that there is a higher participation rate in the labour market, consistent with improving economic activity, to quote ANZ, bolstering perceptions that opportunities in the labour market are on the rise. What is a sign that people will see increased opportunity is the fact that Treasury and a range of other economists continue to forecast more job creation and lower unemployment. The fact that people are working more hours, that firms' hiring intentions are increasing, and that job ads are up. These are all signs that people will see and are seeing increased opportunities.
Supplementary. Why then won't you take responsibility for 32,000 fewer jobs compared to when she took office?
Mr Speaker, our government has taken responsibility for fixing the economic mess we have inherited, which has involved ensuring that we brought inflation back under control, ensuring that interest rates were supported to drop, ensuring that firms would be in a better position to create jobs. Mr Speaker, it is challenging to accept the rhetoric of the member when she opposes the fast-track legislation creating thousands of jobs across the country as we speak.
Supplementary. What increased opportunities are there for the 139,000 part-time workers who want more work but can't get it?
Well, Mr Speaker, one of the features of the recent Stats NZ data was evidence that the hours worked are increasing. Other signs that people can look forward to is the fact that forecasters are continuing to forecast more job creation and a lower unemployment rate. And for those part-time workers, I would say to them, you have a government that is on your side saying yes to quarries where you might get a job, saying yes to new roads which you can help construct, saying yes to solar farms and wind farms that you can help build. Mr Speaker, a government that says no to a capital gains tax and yes to getting things done.
Supplementary. What increased opportunities are there for Māori and Pacific youth when 1 in 4 are unemployed?
Well, Mr Speaker, we are very focused on ensuring there are more opportunities for young people, and one of the features of the latest Stats NZ result was a lower rate of those young people not in education, training or employment. What we have seen is an increasing rate of participation by young people in tertiary education, affording them more opportunities for the future. And I'll tell you the number one thing that this government is doing to increase the employment opportunities of young Māori, making sure they get educated. And actually, that starts with the basics of literacy and numeracy, which while Chris Hipkins was the Education Minister went backwards, our trials are showing real results from structured literacy and numeracy. Because here's the thing, you can offer an interest-free student loan, but if you can't read and write, you won't be getting a tertiary education.
Supplementary. Does she stand by her statement that, quote, New Zealanders have worked incredibly hard for economic recovery, unquote? If so, when will she work hard for it?
Yes, Mr Speaker. And can I ask that we be gracious? Because while I question her policies and while I question much of her party's philosophy, I do not question her motivations or her work ethic. The problem is she's been working on a capital gains tax, and that's the wrong problem.
That's enough.
You just contradicted yourself.
Supplementary, Mr Speaker.
Just wait for the House to settle itself.
Does she take responsibility for the loss of 10,000 jobs in Wellington alone? And is that the real reason why she won't stand in a Wellington seat?
Oh, no. Sorry. Because there's, just a moment, because there's been a little bit of, Mr Bishop, if you want a chair, come and take it. I'll swap jobs with you any day. Can I just say, because there has been that unnecessary sort of little flick either side, reword that question.
Does she take responsibility for the loss of 10,000 jobs in Wellington alone?
Mr Speaker, I see that the member is taking tips from Craig Rennie, the Labour Party finance spokesperson outside caucus, whose numbers she seems to be blindly relying on, and which I think are highly questionable. She also seems to be taking a tip from the nasty book, accusing me of not working hard enough. Mr Speaker, I think she should differentiate herself from Craig Rennie with a bit more class.
Question number 6, Catherine Weird.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Infrastructure. What recent milestones has the government's fast-track approval scheme celebrated?
The Honourable Chris Bishop.
Well, Mr Speaker, last week, alongside my good friend and colleague, Minister Jones, we celebrated 1 year of the government's fast-track approval scheme, set up to solve a problem New Zealanders know too well. Projects stuck for years in bureaucracy and delay, with costs spiralling. It's taken just 128 days for fast-track projects to receive decisions from when they're accepted into the process. 1 year in, the results speak for themselves. It's fixing the basics of how we approve infrastructure in this country and building the foundations for future growth.
Supplementary. How many projects have been approved so far?
Mr Speaker, 1 year in, we're building real momentum. 9 projects have been approved so far. 8 are expected to receive decisions before the end of March this year. 2 of those have already received draft approvals. It's worth thinking about the 9 approved projects, which include a new wharf and cruise ship terminal in Auckland, 4 major housing developments across the country, 3 mining and quarrying projects, and 1 renewable energy project with more to come. Overall, they're expected to deliver 2,000 new homes, more than 260 million tonnes of aggregate, support thousands of jobs and contribute billions to the economy in the years to come.
Supplementary. What can New Zealanders expect to see from Fast Track this year?
Mr Speaker, coming down the pipeline, we have another 19 projects before expert panels. Those decisions are expected in the coming months. In total, there are 76 projects currently progressing through Fast Track, including referral applications being considered or ones that have been referred, and substantive applications having their application assessed for completeness. We can expect to see more Fast Track projects break ground this year. A number have already started, delivering an immediate boost to those local economies, and we're looking forward to more sod turnings and more ribbon cuttings on infrastructure projects up and down the country.
Supplementary. What does he have to say to those who criticised Fast Track?
Well, Mr Speaker, there was criticism as we were developing the Fast Track regime that said that the projects would be rushed and it would lead to potentially harmful projects. Projects like mines, quarries and infrastructure have all progressed through Fast Track, high quality decisions with a range of conditions. Fast Track was never a rubber stamp. It was never meant to be a backdoor. What it was meant to do was speed up decisions for common sense projects around the country. It's the government and the country saying yes to growth, yes to supercharging our regions, and to say anything else would be to say no to a better, more prosperous New Zealand.
Question number 7, the Honourable Dr Megan Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Energy. Does the Minister agree with the government-commissioned Frontier Economics report that said it would make no economic sense to develop an LNG import terminal to meet just dry year risk, as the large fixed costs would be spread over a relatively small amount of output, and if not, why not?
The Honourable Simon Watts.
Mr Speaker, yes, but we are not taking the Frontier Review's approach to funding LNG infrastructure. We are instead progressing a broad-based approach, reflecting LNG's role as an insurance policy. Mr Speaker, official advice shows the cost of our approach is materially outweighed by the expected benefits.
Supplementary. When will the gas tax first be added to people's power bills?
Well, Mr Speaker, I do not agree with the premise of the member's question. The impact of our policy will lower power bills for New Zealand households and businesses.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance in terms of what to call this. We've heard from the government today that this is called a levy, this is a charge, this is a fee. We've been calling it a tax. And other questions, I asked the Minister a very straight question around when this tax/levy/fee/charge would first appear on people's power bills. It's very straight. It would be good to know when it would appear on people's power bills.
Good. Well, that's very interesting. You should have asked that question in a way that would have coincided with the government's view of whatever it is that's being put on those power bills. But you were, you were very specific in referring to it as a tax. It's not unreasonable for the Minister to reject that.
Supplementary question. When will the gas levy/fee/charge first be added to people's power bills?
Again, Mr Speaker, I don't agree with the premise of the member's question, but what I can advise is that the cost of the infrastructure that will be incurred every year...
No, just a minute. This is clearly a very important question because it's had to be, it's used up two of the opposition's questions, so the House should hear it in silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The cost of the insurance that will be incurred every year as a result of the infrastructure that we will be put in place will be paid for via a levy on the electricity sector.
Supplementary question, the Honourable Winston Peters.
Why is Marsden Point no longer in the configuration of our considerations on this critical matter?
Mr Speaker.
Well, in so much as the Minister has some responsibility for the historic nature of that, he might make a comment.
I think what the member is referring to is the fact that when you remove options in terms of energy security and resilience, you have less options and that has significant impacts on the New Zealand economy. What we are doing instead around LNG is bringing in that capability, increase security of energy in this country, and therefore the resultant impact of that is downward pressure on Kiwi power bills.
Point of order, the Honourable Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
How is it that the Minister can explain the decisions of a private company to mothball the Marsden Point oil refinery, but cannot answer a very straight question about when this levy is going to be imposed that the government announced just yesterday?
I think you'll find that Marsden Point was, two things happened. It was mothballed, and then the chimney stack was blown down by the New Zealand Electricity Corporation. It's a government organisation prior to the split of companies in the mid-1990s.
Will there be measures put in place to prevent the gas levy/charge/fee being increased even if less gas is used because of higher costs?
Well, Mr Speaker, again, I don't agree with the premise of the words that the member is using in regards to this question, nor does it demonstrate understanding of how this will be funded. The funding for the infrastructure, which is the LNG importation terminal, will be paid for and levied on the electricity sector. The electricity sector will also benefit, Mr Speaker, from a reduction in electricity prices as a result of us having the security of supply of that gas coming into the country. The net impact, if you put yourselves in the shoes of a New Zealand average household or businesses, is a net savings versus not having this infrastructure.
Supplementary question. Can the Minister rule out gas levy/fee/charge exemptions for large long-term electricity contracts, such as that with Rio Tinto's smelter at Bruff, that would mean higher tax versus levy/fee rates for New Zealand households and businesses?
Well, Mr Speaker, as I have referred to multiple times already today, the net impact of the policy announcements that we've made in regards to New Zealand businesses is that it will lower the cost of power bills that they are incurring.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Honourable Megan Woods.
Mr Speaker, I'm seeking your guidance as always. It appeared the Minister was reading from some official advice or modelling. I just wonder if the Minister would be able to table that advice and modelling for the House.
The Minister is saying he wasn't doing that.
Supplementary question. Does he agree with energy expert Christina Hood, who says literally half the true price of imported LNG would be subsidised by the gas levy/fee/charge paid by New Zealand families and businesses?
Mr Speaker, no, but what I do agree with is a situation in which I inherited and we inherited as a government was a catastrophic impact as a result of not sufficient supply of gas, and the impact of that has been felt by businesses, households across the board. As a result of that problem statement, Mr Speaker, we're taking action to put in place a gas importation terminal that provides certainty of supply for that gas, and that will protect Kiwi jobs, and that's something I'm very proud of.
Question number 8, Rawiri Waititi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Does he stand by all his government statements and actions?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Can he explain his statement made at Waitangi last week? Quote, Article 3 must guarantee equality of opportunity, and it cannot and should not guarantee equality of outcomes, end quote.
We don't believe in socialism, which is an equality of outcome, but what we believe is every 5-year-old in this country, irrespective of their circumstances, deserves to set off on the same starting line in order to make the best of themselves.
Does he agree that countless violations of the tiriti o Waitangi by the Crown have created an Aotearoa where Māori have and do not have equal opportunity to access land, food, housing and healthcare?
That's why we've been working incredibly hard with iwi leaders up and down the country to make sure we can advance outcomes for Māori and to make things more equal for Māori, but including all the work that we're doing on education to see and lift literacy rates amongst Māori. They're up 18% with new entrants in the first for 5-year-olds. That's great.
So why did his government decide to disestablish Te Aka Whaiora, the Māori Health Authority, when one of their main goals was to promote equality of opportunity for Māori to access healthcare?
I said we don't need centralised Māori-focused organisations separate from the rest of what we offer at New Zealanders. We deliver health on the base of needs.
Supplementary. How can he claim to support equality of opportunity while leading a government that has dismantled Māori-specific health, housing, education initiatives that exist because opportunity has never been equal?
Well, government's invested about $50 million in the first few weeks of this government with Māori health organisations to lift immunisation rates for under 2. Look, we're interested in the practical things that improve outcomes for Māori and non-Māori.
Supplementary.
Does he stand by the government's statement that prisons are sometimes necessary, and would he go into government with a party that promises to abolish prisons?
Well, we don't believe in abolishing prisons, defunding the police, 30% reduction in prison population, or repealing the gang patch ban.
Question, supplementary, the Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Well, the Prime Minister explained to Mr Rawiri that by Māori for Māori doesn't mean you go out and rip off Māori.
Well, we want all New Zealanders to be treated equally, and we're here as a government to make sure we improve outcomes for everyone.
Question 9, Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Food Safety and asks, what recent feedback, if any, has he received from food businesses about the challenges they are facing?
The Honourable Andrew Hogarth.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last month I heard from an owner of a small-scale meat processing business about their challenges as a very small business trying to comply with rules designed for large corporates. They also highlighted the big positive difference made by recent changes to testing requirements for businesses like theirs. by scaling microbiological testing requirements with risk. We have been able to significantly reduce costs without compromising food safety. That businesses reported that they are now thinking about expanding and have fielded inquiries from other people looking to set up small-scale meat processing facilities.
Supplementary. What other feedback has he received from food businesses?
Mr Speaker, since becoming Food Safety Minister, I've made an effort to talk to a range of food businesses about their experiences with the Food Act compliance. It was great to hear directly from food and hospitality sector about how we as a government can make their lives easier. Several common themes emerged, including making sure there is consistency across New Zealand food safety and local council verifiers, clarifying rules that can sometimes be ambiguous and difficult to follow, and making sure that record keeping and registration requirements are actually justifiable on the basis of risk. I've taken that feedback on board and initiated a program that includes 13 different work streams to cut red tape and make life easier for Kiwi food businesses.
Supplementary. What are some of the actions in his work streams?
A number of changes have been delivered already, including the removal of registration costs from low-risk home-based cake makers. As a direct result of feedback from the sector, we are making things clearer by revamping food control templates, producing more specific guidance and beefing up support services, and there is much more to come. As part of the program, I've asked officials to review the requirements for all categories of businesses that fall under the Food Act to make sure that what we ask them to do is proportional to risk. Where there is scope to cut red tape while maintaining food safety, we are going to cut it.
Supplementary. What effect will the work program have on New Zealanders?
Mr Speaker, cutting red tape makes lives easier for small businesses and is a good thing in and of itself because it supports businesses to expand and employ more people. It will also improve job satisfaction. I know as a farmer, small business people want to spend their time doing what they love, not stuck at the kitchen table doing paperwork. And I want to do what I can to help them to do that. But this work program will also affect everyday Kiwis by putting downward pressure on the prices and improving accessibility for food. Reducing unnecessary compliance costs for businesses will undoubtedly mean more options at a lower cost for Kiwis.
Question number 10, the Honourable Ginny Anderson.
O tēnā koe e te maunga o te whare. My question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. Does she agree with the Minister of Finance that Budget 2025, quote, forecast declining unemployment, end quote? If so, why are there 32,000 fewer people in work since the government took office?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Yes, Mr Speaker. The Treasury forecast declining unemployment in Budget 2025 and in the more recent half-year economic and fiscal update, whereas the claim made in the second part of her question is backward-looking. For the member's clarity, forecasts are about the future, not the past. If the member wishes for more explanation, I'm sure her colleague Barbara Edmonds would be happy to talk her through it.
Is part of her economic plan that 165,000 New Zealanders want a job and can't get one?
No.
Is the highest unemployment rate in a decade a sign of a growing economy?
No, as I went through in the first audition for this question with Barbara Edmonds, what is signs of a growing economy is 15,000 more jobs being created in the past 3 months, more people increasing their hours, increases in the number of job ads, increases in the intentions of businesses to hire people, forecasts of increased growth and lower unemployment. What is also a sign of a growth plan to increase jobs is a government that will actually back fast-track projects like quarries, like roads, like solar energy plants, as opposed to the no people on the other side.
Is she going to take responsibility for her decisions that have caused thousands of New Zealanders to be out of work and are now unable to afford food?
Well, Mr Speaker, I take responsibility for my decisions. I don't take responsibility for the member's claims.
Does she think the tactic of telling New Zealanders that things are getting better when clearly they are not is working? Or is it just further proof that she is way out of touch?
Mr. Speaker, what I'm in touch with and what our government is in touch with is that it is not enough to wallow in descriptions of the problems that New Zealand faces. It's not enough to say that people have been doing it tough. Yes, they have been. It's not enough to say we want jobs created. Yes, we do. What's required and what we should take New Zealanders seriously about is giving them clear, concrete policies that will deliver better economic opportunities, that will deliver better jobs. And Mr. Speaker, plans for additional capital gains tax don't cut it. Fast-tracking projects does. Investment boost tax reduction does. Actually delivering policies that will increase economic opportunity is what's required, not just telling New Zealanders it's been tough. They know that already.
Question number 11. The Honourable Marawa Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia i ngā mahi me ngā kōrero katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Why is Aotearoa New Zealand still bottom trawling in the South Pacific high seas when literally every other nation in the South Pacific has stopped? And what message does this send on an international level regarding our country's reputation for destroying vulnerable marine ecosystems for profit?
Well, in answer to the second part of the question, we're not doing that.
Why has his government proposed to weaken South Pacific fisheries rules when other South Pacific nations, including Australia, are calling for more protection of corals and seamounts?
Answer the first part of the question, we're not doing that.
What is his message to the 78%? I'm just going to wait till he finishes, Mr. Speaker.
Yep, that's right. Start again.
What is his message to the 78% of New Zealanders that are in favour of banning bottom trawling in the South Pacific high seas, including Jono Riddler, who is swimming over 1,300 k's from North Cape to Wellington as a call to end bottom trawling?
This is a government that balances both economic and environmental considerations for all sectors.
How is bottom trawling consistent with the global goal of protecting 30% of the world's oceans by 2030, and when 77% of New Zealanders think more of the global ocean should be protected in ocean sanctuaries?
Well, as I said in answer to my previous question, it's a balance, as the member would well understand.
Will he commit to withdrawing his government's proposal to the South Pacific Regional Fisheries Management Organisation to increase the amount of coral that can be destroyed by bottom trawlers without consequence in the South Pacific? If not, why not?
Well, what I do commit to is growing our aquaculture sector and also protecting our environment.
Question number 12, Katie Niven.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Education. What recent announcement has she made regarding changes to assessment and reporting?
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Erica Stamford.
Mr. Speaker, it's difficult to lift achievement without data, but we have never had in this country a consistent, reliable measurement of how students are doing through their primary and intermediate schooling. Parents deserve meaningful information so that they can help at home. That's why I announced that this year schools will begin using a nationally consistent reporting approach for parents that is supported by twice yearly assessments in year 3 to 8. Parents will get detailed reports on how their children are progressing across multiple topics within the maths and English curricula. Under this government, for the first time in our country's history, we will be consistently monitoring progress across primary school so that we raise achievement, so we can fix the basics and build a better future.
Supplementary. What can parents expect to see in their children's school reports?
Well, Mr. Speaker, parents and caregivers are key stakeholders in their children's learning. And we have created a nationally consistent reporting framework so they can see in detail how their children are progressing. Through the new nationally consistent curriculum, together with this new assessment and reporting requirement, parents will receive rich data on their children's progress in reading, writing and maths twice yearly through one of 5 progress markers that are consistent across the country. They'll also get an explanation as to why that marker was used, how they can help at home, a graph showing progress over time, and importantly, their child's attendance record. Reporting in other learning areas, values and behaviour will still continue as it does now.
Supplementary. Why did she make these changes?
Mr. Speaker, parents have told us consistently that they don't know that when their children are falling behind until it is too late.
That's right.
Parents want to be empowered with data.
That's right.
The Education Review Office, the Auditor General and the New Zealand Assessment Institute have been very clear. We need a nationally consistent assessment tool and consistent reporting to parents so that they know how their children are progressing, so the system, importantly, can respond and intervene early when a child needs extra help or extension. We're acting on all of this advice. We are empowering parents with data so that they can be active participants in their child's learning.
Supplementary. What feedback has she received on these changes?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it has been overwhelmingly positive. The New Zealand Assessment Institute said the NZAI is delighted to see the assessment principles and practices being applied by the Minister of Education. The SMART assessment tool is intended to provide clearer guidance for schools and for parents so that more consistent reporting and increased progress can occur. Francesca Rudkin of News Talk ZB said, "I'm no longer a parent of school children, but if I was, I would be pleased with the Minister in her announcement that this week about changes to reporting and progress at primary and intermediate. As a parent, we have had to suffer through the pointless student-led conference era where your children could present with you with a curated collection of their recent work. This is welcome news."
Thank you, Erica.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Right, good evening members. When we adjourned for the dinner break, we were on the second reading of the Public Service Amendment Bill. We were on call number 8, which is a Labour Party call. Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill.
Madam Speaker, I love my country, and I know the many public servants who live in this town and all around the country love their country too. And what they do when they agree to work for our governments is that they agree to be an important part of our democracy. And public servants up and down the country, whether they work in health or corrections or education or the parts of the police force or customs service, serve their country every day. And more than that, Madam Speaker, they play a vital role in our democracy. Our democracy is more than just what we can see right now in this House. It is more than Treasury benches and opposition benches, although that is incredibly important. That is one of the most important things in our democracy, what we do in this House. But, Madam Speaker, our democracy is not upheld when our public service is relegated to the role of merely serving the government of the day. That is extremely important, but it is not their only function. And what contributions to this debate have ignored is the fact that there is a vital role beyond just the incredibly important role of executing a government's agenda efficiently that our public service has to uphold. That includes the obligation to providing free and frank advice and serving the long-term interests of New Zealand. And that is what is removed from the purpose statement of this bill. Part of our democracy is that elections have consequences and that governments get to implement their agenda. All of us in this House understand that, but that is not everything. And sometimes we have other functions that are incredibly important, including having a public service that is independent and politically neutral, and that is what this bill compromises. Removing the requirement for the public service to have a view to the long-term interests of New Zealand means that they are just relegated to managers that implement the desires of government. Well, I think that pretty much tells you what this government's view is of our democracy. Run by a deodorant salesman, this pathetic, small view of what government means in New Zealand, what life in New Zealand, and what the fabric of our democracy is about.
This government does stink.
And some of their decisions stink as well, because far too often, this government is threatened by advice, by differences of opinion, and moves to eliminate them. Another important concern I have about this bill is its reduction of the role of the Public Service Commissioner in the appointments of senior public servants, of chief executives. This compromises potentially the political neutrality of the public service. There is more scope for ministers to influence decisions, to have their say, to specify who they want to hear from. Government is tough. You will often hear advice you don't want to. One doesn't want to, Madam Speaker. But the point is that government in the best interests of New Zealand is one that is willing to hear contrary views, is willing to get advice that they disagree with, and the requirement in this bill that there is more ministerial involvement in the appointment of senior public servants opens the way for ministers to hold those public servants' reappointments over them in return for advice that favours the government's perspective. That's what this is about. And I think the minister responsible for this bill doesn't need to think very hard were she to imagine, if she wanted to. Another problem with this bill is not only does it set aside the requirement for the public service to take into account the long-term interests of New Zealand, it also reduces the avenues for public servants to deliberate at length and give advice on these long-term challenges that our country faces. The long-term insights briefings are being reduced just down to one prepared by DPMC. Those long-term insights briefings are incredibly important. They provide a considered piece of advice. They go to select committees so that all of Parliament benefits from them, and they're published for the public. I have spoken already about the fact that our public service plays a role in our democracy. It does. One of the features is that it outlasts the political cycles. We may come and go every 3 years. Our democratic incentives are to meet the needs of the electorate as best as we can within 3 years. They operate under different incentives, and that is appropriate, and it is to the benefit of New Zealanders. Those long-term, considered pieces of advice by people who have spent their career digesting and thinking about and working on an issue and bring all sorts of analytical skills to bear. That is something that we should celebrate and want to have more of. But now the government is removing the avenue from which that could come. It is also a problem for our democracy because it reduces the access of the opposition to these considered pieces of advice, and that is a real shame. The final thing that I want to turn to in the problems with this bill is that it continues the government's attacks on women. This government has cut women's pay. It has moved to remove pay equity. It has removed pay equity settlements as they were underway, making sure that many women who were entitled to better pay lost that opportunity. Well, and this bill continues that, and it's even worse, because I understand that government was in financial trouble. I understand that. What they did was wrong, but I know why they did it. But in this bill, they're not saying that the public service can't have a check. They're just saying you're not even meant to have these policies that mean that women are paid equally. You're removing the pay equity positions. This isn't about budget appropriations to these ministries. You're just saying this bill just says that it is not something that the public service should focus on anymore. Making sure that women are paid fairly. That is appalling and shows that even when it doesn't come down to budgets, the government is not even interested in paying women fairly. It's absolutely true. Well, put the provisions for pay equity back in if the government is so offended by this, because that is the fact of the bill you are passing. And we could go on, because I do notice that the bill also removes the requirement for the public service to reflect the population of New Zealand. And I wonder what is so threatening about that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the idea that in addition to merit, the public service should represent New Zealand. I see groups from all across New Zealand come to interact with the public service and feel at times that they are not heard. We certainly see a lot of that from Māori communities' experience of engagement with the public service. We hear it from Asian communities' experience of engagement with the public service. With rural communities, why shouldn't that diversity be reflected in the public service? But this government seems to have a problem with that, and perhaps mostly reflected by their love of Trumpian talking points. Madam Speaker, this bill is bad. It erodes elements of our democracy that have been long-standing. It removes a long-term consideration of the public interest from the purpose of the bill that governs the public service. It introduces a risk to our political neutrality. It removes access to long-term considered pieces of advice, and it stops the public service from pursuing pay equity. Madam Speaker, I could not think of a more limited, small-minded, managerial, hopeless vision of our democracy than this bill.
Say it as it is.
Madam Speaker.
Melissa Lee.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't know where those members on the other side actually come from, because this bill actually talks about clarity of role for the public service, and one of the changes that this bill actually makes is that it is mandatory for public service commissioner to set minimum standards of integrity and conduct rather than leaving it optional. Optional, having no standards is what that side actually wants. We want to make sure that we have standards in this government. And the other thing that we're actually wanting is to make sure that New Zealand public service remains strong, trusted and fit for purpose. A capable and professional public service is fundamental to an effective government. This government is wanting to make sure that we fix the basics and build the future, and that includes the public service. Madam Speaker, this bill also reinforces the core value that underpins the public service: political neutrality, stewardship, free and frank advice and service to the public interest. And the other thing that I really like about this changes in the bill, Madam Speaker, is the fact that just because you happen to be the chief executive of a government department does not mean that it continues forever. That's right. Best person gets the job, and I commend the bill.
Well done.
This is a split call. Helen White.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just hot off the press, Transparency International has just rated New Zealand's transparency, and we've fallen. Transparency and corruption, we've fallen 4%, 4 points. And I want to start that way because I'm concerned that sometimes we take such things for granted and we don't think deeply enough about them. And I think that's absolutely apparent in this bill. The first thing that I wanted to talk about was the practical reality of giving someone a shorter term. So a chief executive gets a shorter term. They are up for a job review. That's actually a pretty big deal, and it's a myth that I've seen play out. If you have short-termism in your contracts in that way, if you don't allow people a degree of safety, then they will react in short-term ways. And I remember seeing that in the business world where people at very high levels would constantly try and bump up the price of the shares in the short term, but it wasn't in the long-term interests of the company or the shareholders or the public. And they would roll from one job to another, bumping up the price by actions that were pleasing to their masters but only lasted a short term. And I think we can absolutely see the risk of that happening here. That's the practicality of making people live on a knife edge. And it's okay for us, we're elected, but these are people we rely on for a balance in our system. We rely on people in these positions to think long term. And so it's no mistake that that's happening at the same time as we take away the tool of thinking and the discipline of thinking long term. And what we were doing in this bill before this, or in this act before, was we were having a whole lot of minds look to the long term. Departments focus on the long term and advise us and advise others about the long term. And that's an incredibly important thing. If you talk to anyone in public policy of an academic level or anyone with any kind of view over it, they will all tell you the problem that we have in New Zealand and elsewhere is not thinking long term. So I wouldn't have minded if we had seen some work across ministries to create less of these long-term briefings in collaboration. Great minds should get together sometimes, but I am really worried by seeing one. And we've seen a lot of this in this government. There's a lot of talk of local democracy, etc. But actually, what are we seeing? Just total centrism. And that is a form of arrogance, isn't it? Because that is this House thinking that whoever's in government knows best all the time and doesn't need those many voices and that depth of experience that comes from our public service. And I absolutely respect that that happens. And I think I'd just like to point something out. In the report that was done by the Select Committee, there was a statement from the Labour members on it which reflected the fact that the RIS, now we know what a RIS is, but many of the public won't, it's a regulatory impact statement, it actually points out that the objectives that are stated on the front of this Act are at risk of not actually being achieved by this legislation. That's an act by our public servants of independence. They are advising people when they do that they will not necessarily achieve what they hope to achieve. They are advising the public too, who get to see those documents. It's powerful that our public servants give us these documents, and I, for one, respect when they say that, and I think twice. But what we have here is we have a curbing of the depth of our public service, the security of our public service, the independence on our public service. And what will we see if we do that? Well, we have a falling transparency and corruption rating. We can expect to see that go down further if this is the path we take. Now, I know I back on it about a lot of the time, but I am really worried about this internationally. I am worried that we in democracy are really challenged. And when we do things like this, we forget that we are in a fragile situation and we should be pouring our hearts and minds into shoring up our democracy, not eroding it.
Dr. Vanessa Winnick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to take a call on the Public Service Amendment Bill in the second reading. Although I haven't been part of any of the Select Committee process, reading through some of these documents, it's heartening to see and to hear from the Minister that we're going to be building trust in our public servants again, and that has been recently eroded, sadly, through some pretty prominent things that have happened in our country. And I would like to hear, I would really like to build the trust back in our public servants when they internally say that they don't believe that all of the appointments made above them are on merit. Then I think that's a problem, and I commend the bill to the House.
Honourable Giantonetti.
Madam Speaker, I rise to join my colleagues on this side of the House in strong opposition to this bill, and I am absolutely disappointed. Yes, that's a good word there, Mr. Smith. Disappointed in the other side of the House in the way that they have painted our most trusted institution in this country being our neutral public service. Madam Speaker, I too have not been on the Select Committee. I'm not on the Governance and Administration Select Committee, so I took some time to read through the departmental report and some of the submissions into this bill. I also took some time to read the differing views. I have to say, Madam Speaker, that I'm very perturbed in what this bill is aiming to do, because we already, as I've stated right from the outset, already have one of New Zealand's most trusted institutions in our public service, in its independence, its neutrality and its commitment to serving all New Zealanders. And I did hear my colleague, the Honourable Dr Aisha Verrill, saying that sometimes as ministers with the public service, you get advice that you sometimes don't like hearing. That is part of being in government. Sometimes you don't like hearing that advice, but that is the strength of our public service and the neutrality of them and the independence of them, of how powerful they are. They are renowned around the world. In fact, someone who has been a minister, when I travelled, people used to talk to us about the sorts of advice that we were getting, and when we would explain our situation, there was a wee bit of envy of how that was delivered and how we had a neutral public service who could give us the best advice that was going to allow us to make the best decisions for this country. That is why, Madam Speaker, from the outset, when I was reading through the departmental report and through the different views that came through into the final report, I am really, really concerned that there seemed to be no meaningful attempt to build cross-party consensus into what a modern public service would look like. In fact, this bill will take it backwards. It doesn't build one, it takes it backwards. It doesn't build one because you don't get consensus across the House here. To develop something that is forward-thinking and modern, you would have to develop that, or we would have to develop that together, Madam Speaker. This is a serious failure of that government, because we need to build anything from our very good public service that we have now. We need to build that going forward, and we need to build it together to have that faith going forward. Madam Speaker, I have to say again how disappointed I am to hear the other side, the government benches, running down and saying that there's been trust that's been eroded. That is plainly not true. And I don't like hearing that about people who are working really, really hard day in and day out from this government. And we heard that coming through, and I read that coming through from the submissions in Select Committee. Madam Speaker, I want to start by addressing the diversity, equity and inclusion. And we hear from the other side, oh, it should be about merit. When you give effect to diversity, equity, inclusion, the two are not mutually exclusive of each other with merit. In fact, when you give effect to that, you build strength in your service, because the public service is able to make decisions or give advice from a position of knowledge. Let's go back a step there, Madam Speaker. We used to have one of the biggest pay equity gaps around in the public service. Why? Because that diversity was not being given any credit whatsoever. And so we had this massive pay equity gap. Now, I don't believe there is a member in this House that says it's okay for anyone or any institution to have a pay equity gap. I think we would all be on the same side saying that is something we need to bring down. Well, the only way we do that is by appointing people into positions of responsibility, not just because they are women, but because they have the merits to be in there and they are women. That is what is going to bring that gap down. And when Kia Toipoto was written, that side of the House agreed with it. So they were all on board with it, said this is a really good thing because it's going to bring down the gender pay gap in the public service. And guess what? That's exactly what it did. And my colleague is right, next minute we get into government and we decide that there's this imported cultural war on diversity, equity and inclusion, so we're going to say it's a bad thing. And we're going to say that it's nothing to do with what should be there. So what that side is saying is that it's okay to have pay equity gaps. It's okay to have ethnic gaps, pay gaps. And absolutely, my colleague, what do their ministers of the population say? Because all I hear is complete crickets. They have completely brought into a imported cultural war in this area, and they laugh. And that's exactly the response that I would expect to see. Laughter coming there. They should be hanging, sorry, Madam Speaker, they should be hanging their head in shame on this one, because their talking notes do not address the harm that this bill has the potential to cause. Madam Speaker, I heard my colleague talking about the cutting down of the long-term insights briefings. Obviously, over on that side of the House, they think, oh, that's nothing. Those briefings give an absolute important measure of how we are performing as a country in different areas. The ministers use those insight briefings. The public service uses those insight briefings. The departments use those insight briefings. What's going to happen? Those insight briefings are an absolutely critical measure that we have in this country, and this government is getting rid of it. So there will not be that global overall look, and I think that that is really sad, but not just sad, incredibly dangerous for how this country is performing, and we will start to see made-up measures. That is the risk. That is the risk of what we will see, are the made-up measures. We are already seeing them. So this is something that we are already seeing in this country, and that is a real risk. I also heard members before talking about how good it's going to be when the CEs are on this limited time frame. Well, they already are, by the way. They have terms. The terms come to the end, but there is political neutrality in those appointments. The minister does not make those appointments currently because they need to be politically neutral. When that side of the House says that this is about building the politically neutral, this is bringing it down and pulling it down. They have no understanding of what they are saying in their talking notes. This is doing the exact opposite. Giving that responsibility to the minister solely alone is incredibly dangerous, because you get political appointments in that case. And what happens? Our transparency and our corruption levels go down. That's what the rest of the world will see us as. Whereas currently, we have a system where we have a neutral appointment system. I also want to say that as someone who was a minister who went through the appointment of a CE in one of the ministries that I had the oversight of, I was able to have a representative on that appointments team. So the minister can have their say and their input, but they don't have the final input or say, and that is important. Incredibly important to that political neutrality. Madam Speaker, I am absolutely horrified with some of the speaking points that I'm here being said by the other side. The public service belongs to all New Zealanders. It doesn't belong to government. They serve government, absolutely they do, but ultimately it exists to serve all the people of New Zealand. It must be trusted, it must be independent, and it must be representative. And this bill does little to build that trust. It knocks away the supports that we have built over generations. Thank you.
Ryan Hamilton.
I agree with the last sentiment from the previous speaker that the public service should support all New Zealanders, and that's something we agree on. Madam Speaker, when I was at school and we'd play sports in primary school, you'd pick two captains organically amongst yourselves, and then you'd choose who you wanted on your team. And you wouldn't pick the Māori boy or the Chinese boy or the girl out of diversity. You'd pick the ones that would help you win the game. And that was all about merit. Just like we're celebrating the Olympics, Madam Speaker, we don't have 3 gold medals, we have 1. Imagine if Labour's socialism got into Olympics. God help us. Okay.
The question is, quiet during voting, please. You've had your chance to have your debate. The question is that the amendments recommended by the Governance and Administration Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party votes being called for, please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
Act New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Takuta Ferris.
1 vote opposed.
Maria Menu Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Public Service Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Interrupted debate on the second reading of the Anzac Day Amendment Bill.
So last time we were in the reading of the Anzac Day Amendment Bill, we were up to call number 10. It is a split call and it is a Labour Party call. Honourable Jenny Salisa.
Kia ora, Madam Speaker, and thank you for this speech on the Anzac Day Amendment Bill. And Madam Speaker, I would like to begin by thanking our Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee because they examined this bill, and after hearing submissions on it, they made recommendations for some amendments and they agreed it unanimously. Madam Speaker, as local representatives and as members of Parliament, most if not all of us are invited to Anzac events. And for myself, as a local MP from South Auckland, I represent Pamua o Tahohu. My day usually begins with the dawn service at Manukau. Then I go to the Papatoetoe RSA. From there I go to the Otara Anzac Day, and then I go to Otahuhu Anzac. And then, Madam Speaker, I choose between attending either the Papatoetoe Anzac event or the Pamua Anzac commemoration, because they are held at the same time. One thing that is common amongst all of those 4 Anzac commemorations is the Tongan brass band. All of them are led by a Tongan brass band walking down the public road. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, it is so good to see all of our veterans that come and march down the street. It is a day that I can tell they're so proud to be there. But Madam Speaker, one of the reasons why we have this bill, the Anzac Day Amendment Bill, before us is the current Act, the 1966 Anzac Day Act, actually only covers 6 wars. And we know that since 1966, there's been about 50 or so deployments. And so the thousands of veterans that have, since the current Act has been passed, that are not actually recognised or commemorated on Anzac Day, is actually something that we absolutely agree in the Labour Party that we should look at ensuring that the definition is broadened and that the scope of who and what is commemorated on Anzac Day is indeed recognised. And so the Labour Party supports this bill. And it is one of the bills, I'm glad to say, where there is general consensus. As you know, Madam Speaker, we don't usually have such legislations in the House, but this is one of them. So currently, this current Act of Anzac Day 1966 is kind of frozen in time, because Section 2 of that Act only commemorates New Zealand service personnel in the South African War, the First and Second World War, the Korean War, and the war in Malay and Borneo, and the war in South Vietnam, as well as those who at any time have given their lives for New Zealand or the British Empire or the Commonwealth, despite the fact that we have been involved in so many other wars. And so, Madam Speaker, this is a bill that's long overdue, and it is great that we really agree that we should actually pass the legislation. I would also, at this time, Madam Speaker, like to acknowledge all of our many, many veterans who made a submission to the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Select Committee, and especially all of the veterans who for many, many years have advocated for this change. So I've spoken about the broadening of the scope. One of the things that came through from the submission is that the Act should also recognise non-military service. And as you know, Madam Speaker, there are various people like our health personnel, our nurses, that are sent to war. But currently, the Act does not actually recognise their service to Aotearoa. The Act also broadens the Gallipoli reference, and so it replaces the current reference to troops from the United Kingdom, Australia and New Zealand at Gallipoli with New Zealand and other allied forces. Now, that also brings in the fact that we need to recognise troops from India, from France, and this is only 2 of the countries that we should recognise, because they also, of course, took part in Gallipoli. It also defines warlike conflicts. So the new clause actually describes that a person in a warlike conflict is a person who serves and in response to an armed conflict that has occurred or is occurring or futuristically may occur in the future. So it actually kind of future-proofs this legislation. Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Rima Narkley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I recall in the days after the first reading of this bill last year, I was door knocking in a suburb in my electorate named Wattle Downs, and I came across a gentleman that I've door knocked on his door before, Mark. He's an ex-serviceman, and he has been following the progress of this bill since the announcement, and he said to me, please tell your ministers, I am so happy and proud of National. Well done. He was so happy. And Mark, I commend this bill to the House, and I'm thinking of you.
Honourable Damien O'Connor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would just like to get up to support this piece of legislation. I did sit on the Select Committee, not for all the hearings, but it is a very significant piece of legislation for a very significant number, or not number, but significant Kiwis who put their lives and their and I guess their families' support on the line for our country. And it's not easy. I guess we go back to the early 1900s and the 40s where, you know, more people were doing it and people rushed off overseas to defend our country and defend the empire, and Anzac Day is a commemoration of that. But of course we've had since then, unfortunately, ongoing conflicts around the world, and the legislation in Anzac Day by definition, you know, has not included or recognised many of those veterans, and this Act is an attempt to recognise and support those people. The government and the Select Committee spent a lot of time carefully considering all the submissions and discussing every word in a particular clause, given the eligibility that this affected. Why I say that it's a bit confusing, because in the commitment of the Select Committee and the government to get this right, on the other hand, they seem to be squeezing the service for the very people who will now be defined as veterans. And so it's hard to be over-enthusiastic in the government's progress on this piece of legislation when the very support that people need has been cut back by a decision in March 2024, but I won't dwell on that for the moment. I'll come back to that. Lest we forget is something we all refer to come Anzac Day, because it is important. And I think New Zealand over the last 30 years has grown to appreciate more the level of sacrifice and commitment that so many Kiwis and such a large portion of our male population, certainly in the First World War, committed to protect the realm. A long way from our country, but nonetheless people were prepared to do that, and we should never forget. We want to prevent such horrific wars occurring into the future, and unfortunately today and tomorrow and over the last few months we've seen probably the likelihood of that increasing rather than decreasing. But as a Parliament, as a Select Committee, what we were tasked with was ensuring that the expansion of eligibility and those people who are called veterans went beyond those just as laid down or up to 1966. And so there were specified conflicts that were in the South African War through to South Vietnam, and of course we've seen many people travel offshore to other places, and there'll be some of them over the other side of the house, and I look forward to the contributions from them. We are recognising them as well. But it's not just people at the front line, and I think that was the critical area that we were looking to try and address, and that is that people who go into the armed services, there are a multitude of roles there, but they all form part of an army or an air force or a navy that relies on teamwork. And there are, for whatever reasons, some of it might be misfortune, some of it might be in the line of duty but not right at the front line, they are injured or they are killed, and those people are indeed affected. They are veterans of a defence system for New Zealand, of a as I say, a system that we rely on for our defence, for our security, and for our well-being. So we mustn't, I guess, forget some of the effort that went in to get this moved along. And the 1st of April 2025, Willie Aotearoa gifted his Victoria Cross to Min Pink with the aim of having the definition of veteran changed in legislation. That is to move things forward. Such was his passion to make change here and to ensure that people who fought alongside him, served alongside him, and many others are indeed looked after by we're more comfortable Kiwis who haven't had to put ourselves at risk or to sacrifice anything. But as I say, in his commitment to that, which is huge, as I say, we had unfortunately the government that changed the application for discretionary Veterans Independence Program. It was suspended, so no further applications were received. It reinstated the support, but only for those who were over 80 or who were terminal veterans. So a bit unfair for people, again, who slipped through the cracks. So on one hand, we're making progress, and on the other hand, we're going back. So there will still be veterans who unfortunately feel aggrieved and feel that we as a parliament, or this government in particular, the coalition government, hasn't given them due recognition. To acknowledge the fact that it has taken some time for this to go ahead and to progress, then we have to say that it wasn't all this government other than the cutbacks in the support system. So we could have all been a little more hasty in having recognition of those veterans, but nonetheless we have before us in the House today what we consider is progress. I think the wording that the Select Committee went round and round on was, quote, everyone who has served or will serve New Zealand during war and in warlike conflicts in the past and in the future. It is quite significant that this legislation looks forward while hoping that we never have to send too many people offshore or anyone offshore into conflict. They will go offshore for peacekeeping duties. Those people are serving our country, they are representing us, and they are worthy of veteran status, which this piece of legislation will indeed bestow upon them. So, Madam Speaker, I think we could all be proud that this has taken too long and be proud that we are moving forward. Perhaps I should word that slightly differently, slightly ashamed that it's taken so long, but be proud that it is coming through the House today. I acknowledge the work of the Select Committee. I think there were some very passionate submissions made. I think every single member of the Select Committee wanted to do their best, sought advice, considered and then sought further advice to make sure that the wording that we put in place recognised those who have been part of historic Anzac sacrifice and part of that, and then those who were, have come through other conflicts, may not have necessarily given their lives but have suffered as a result, and they are worthy of support from our state, from the country. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to say Labor supports this bill, and we think that this is a positive step forward for a nation that is still growing up and learning, and perhaps the government might see its way clear to ensure that every veteran, regardless of their age, if they're under 80, then perhaps they deserve to have support as well. If they're not terminal but have another illness, perhaps they deserve to have support as well. So that's the next piece of legislation, or the changes that we will be expecting in this House from the coalition government. In the meantime, we have to acknowledge and celebrate this piece of legislation. Kia ora.
Vanessa Wenning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a very deep honour for me to speak on the Anzac Day Amendment Bill at its second reading. Of course, one doesn't want to be speaking about something that might kind of benefit themselves, and being one of these contemporary veterans who will now be part of this, I acknowledge that it is kind of. But it's more about all of the other New Zealanders who have contributed and continue to contribute, not just in the armed forces, but some civilians who work alongside us. In particular, I acknowledge some of the civilians who worked in Bon Son Hospital in Vietnam, but also we had civilian doctors who deployed to Bamiyan in Afghanistan. alongside our troops. This is an important part of a suite of changes that we're making to further acknowledge our veterans in New Zealand, and it is important that we do that because it is true that people sleep soundly in their beds at night because rough men are willing to do violence on their behalf, and men and women. And so I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Anzac Day Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Public Finance Amendment Bill, second reading.
Honourable Nicola Willis.
I present a legislative statement on the Public Finance Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Nicola Willis.
I move that the Public Finance Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Madam Speaker, restoring discipline to public spending and putting the government's books back in order is one of this government's top priorities. It is the very basic that needs to be fixed. After a period in which excessive spending not only drove inflation and a cost of living crisis, but also left our books in tatters, it has been prudent for the government to reflect on the Public Finance Act. Now, obviously, sound fiscal management is central to the purpose of that Act. The Act currently supports the long-term sustainability of public finances, and by doing that, we enable the delivery of consistent, high-quality services to New Zealanders, both now and in the future. Because there are always those, Madam Speaker, who will seek to mortgage our children's future, but they should be upfront about what that is. The Public Finance Act, I want to acknowledge, has served New Zealand well for more than 30 years and is internationally respected. And it is one of the institutional frameworks that those overseas look to as part of New Zealand's sound governance frameworks. So this bill that we are discussing today doesn't seek to rewrite it at all. Instead, it makes targeted, practical amendments to support fiscal transparency, strengthen fiscal responsibility, and improve how the Act operates in practice, reflecting on how previous Ministers of Finance have interpreted it and applied it. In its specifics, the bill strengthens the requirements for disclosing specific fiscal risks. And, Madam Speaker, there has been some discussion about whether this is needed. Now, of course, our government has already made significant improvements working with Treasury since we came to office on this issue. But I have no confidence that a future government led by today's opposition parties would maintain that practice without the binding constraint of the law. And why do I say that, Madam Speaker, and why are these amendments necessary? Because when our government came to office, there was a significant discovery of multiple fiscal cliffs, which were items of commitment that had not been funded in previous budgets and which added up to an awful lot of money. Now, there has been some discussion in the first reading of this bill and publicly about whether or not those risks were in fact disclosed. So let me take you to a practical example of the lack of disclosure, and I would put it, Madam Speaker, very intentional lack of disclosure. And that is the Pharmac budget. Now, what happened with the Pharmac budget was that the previous government...
Got a point of order, Honourable Dr Duncan Webb.
I was just reflecting on the words of the Minister, and she said that it was an intentional, essentially that there was an intentional misleading on the part of the former members of the former government, and that is clearly a disreputable reference, bringing into question the honesty of a member of the House.
So I was listening carefully, and what I heard the Minister say was that she used the word intentional, but I was waiting to see which actions, or if she specifically, she talked about actions being intentional, right? She didn't mention anyone misleading anything, so we'll listen really carefully and I ask the Minister to carry on.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I fully understand why members opposite are pretty sensitive about this. They should be, because what was intentionally done by the last Minister of Finance was he topped up Farmac's budget. Great. That was actually essential to top up Farmac's budget to ensure that it could deliver a number of medications that New Zealanders rely on prescription. Things like asthma inhalers, diabetes medications, ensuring that women can access their contraceptive pill. And he topped up the funding, but here's the thing. What he didn't do was make that permanent and therefore account for it in the future fiscal forecasts. Instead, he made it a one-off top up. And then what he did, Madam Speaker, was he strictly interpreted the narrow confines of the then Public Finance Act and disclosed in a generic sense that there was a fiscal risk and that Farmac had some temporary funding and that this would come to an end and may require to be topped up. Well, I did read it, and that's what it said. What it didn't say, Madam Speaker, was that actually added up to almost $2 billion. What it didn't say was that in the absence of that, actually, Farmac's ability to fund basic medications was completely at risk. And so, Madam Speaker, what that meant was that in coming to office, our government immediately had to find the funds to continue that essential delivery of medications. And that was one example, Madam Speaker. I recall that there were more than 20 examples of this behaviour. And yes, it is true. The previous Minister of Finance abided by the letter of the Act and that risks were disclosed in a generic and non-specified way. But what was not clear was the size of the holes that were being left and the essentialness of topping those up. And it meant that an incoming government had to find that money and account for it into the future. Frankly, the fact that short-term funding was put in to flatter the books is one of the more disreputable things that the last government did, and the amendments that we are proposing today are to ensure that in future there is a lot more transparency about that sort of behaviour. And what the Treasury did when we were forming this bill was they reviewed the statements of specific fiscal risks over the past 25 years, and they found that, yes, indeed, the comprehensiveness of those disclosures varied dramatically. They, in their own words, highlighted, quote, a genuine issue about the quality and comparability of disclosures over time. Treasury's words, not my words. And so what the analysis then confirmed was that that inconsistency had reduced fiscal transparency and hindered the comparability of those specific fiscal risks over time. So we immediately, of course, took non-legislative actions to improve this, introducing improvements in our first budget, quantifying the fiscal risks in our half-year update in 2025. So what this bill does is it locks in those improvements and will ensure that future disclosures are consistently high quality, transparent and comparable. And by embedding these changes in law, we are taking a proactive step to strengthen fiscal discipline, improve transparency and build public trust in the government's financial management. Because the sad thing is, we have very recent evidence that given the chance, these people sitting opposite me will try and fudge the numbers. And that, Madam Speaker, is something we need to address. The second thing that I want to specify that this bill does is introduce a requirement for the Minister of Finance to publish a tax expenditure statement annually alongside the budget, again improving transparency around policy-motivated tax concessions and exemptions, and it adjusts the timing for the pre-economic fiscal update. I want to thank the Select Committee for their work on the bill. They have introduced a clarifying amendment that relates to how the government articulates their fiscal strategy. Currently, the Act specifies a narrow set of indicators for expressing short-term intentions and long-term objectives, And those are important, but they're not always the most appropriate targets. So the provisions in this bill allow governments to use alternative variables, providing they meet the specific transparency requirements in the report. So following the committee's consideration, the bill has been tightened, again, to ensure that there are always 5 variables on this. Now, Madam Speaker, I do also want to reflect on another matter that the Select Committee considered. And this was this absolute fiction introduced by the last Finance Minister, that if you want to enhance the prosperity of your people through the budget process, what you do is you do a wellbeing report. That if only the Public Finance Act uses the words wellbeing enough and enough people do enough glossy documents saying wellbeing, then wellbeing will be enhanced. And I just want to highlight the views put forward by the Green Party on this one. Because what they have said is that the very principles of responsible fiscal management expressed in the Public Finance Act are biased against increasing debt. Yeah, that's right. That's a good thing. But wait for it, because we don't recognise that debt can be used to improve our resilience and economic capacity, and that is always a more prudent approach. Well, here's the household analogy to break it down for you. Any household can say tomorrow, if I spend more, I'll be happier. I'll have a nicer car, I'll have nicer clothes, I'll have a nicer house. If I spend more, I'll eat out more, I'll be better and I can go to more concerts. But guess what? The money doesn't grow on a tree. It needs to come from somewhere and you have to pay it back. So, Madam Speaker, it is clear that we're making sure this Act can work well into the future. But man, oh man, New Zealanders need to know that the Green Party, the Labour Party's best friend, disagree with the very thrust of this Act. So let's not take our prudent fiscal management framework for granted. Thank goodness a sensible National Party is leading the charge.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable
Madam
Dr.
Chair.
Deborah Russell.
What that speech demonstrated was just how unfit that member is to be the Minister of Finance. Can't read the budget, can't read the financials, can't read the well-signalled risks, can't add up, and, above all, cannot see that the purpose of a budget goes far beyond just the dollars and the cents. It is the government's plan. It is the government's plan for the country. And of course, how money is allocated matters in that. But there is so much more that matters other than just money in the way we run our country. Of course we care about the dollars and cents. Of course where we care about where it comes from and where it is allocated to. But we need to think more broadly than that. Let me just start by looking at some of the specific changes that have been put into the Public Finance Act by this bill. The previous speaker said that we needed to make sure that there were adequate disclosure requirements around specific fiscal risks. Those disclosure requirements were all there, they were all being met. What this bill does is back up the fact that, is to provide for the fact that Nicola Willis can't read. There is a new requirement in this for a tax expenditure statement to be published every year. That was already being published every year. There was no need to put that into legislation. This bill enables governments to express their fiscal strategy using alternative fiscal variables. Like what? Obergall X, that the minister made up because she couldn't make the books add up. I mean, again, this is probably a good idea to have some alternative ways of measuring what governments are doing. But that needs not to be an ad hoc manner. It shouldn't be done in an ad hoc manner because the Minister of Finance can't get it right. It needs to be done in a very predictable way. So these are all, when we get to the committee stage of this bill, we will certainly be putting in amendments into the name, say, the Public Finance Amendment Bill saving Nicola Willis's bacon. That would be an adequate description of this bill. So, that speech from the previous speaker was appalling. That speaker is so prepared to cast fingers at everyone except herself. That is a Minister of Finance who promised that she would fix the finances of this country.
We are further in debt. Inflation is still going, it is back up and increasing again. Unemployment is up. And let's talk about, and that's all that's going on in our economy at the moment. She has taken a wrecking ball to our economy. And, I just want to take on that specific example of Pharmac that she raised in her speech. The funding for Pharmac was well signalled as being an annual event. It was well signalled as a risk. There was nothing to stop that member, who is now the minister, from sitting in her office and reading the pre-election fiscal update and reading the budget and putting that all together. But it seems she was incapable of doing that. So it's made up a myth that she didn't have the information. And now we have an entire bill to support her myth. That is absolutely ridiculous. And as for quoting Pharmac, wasn't that the government that made huge promises about what it was going to do around cancer drugs and then forgot to fund them in their first budget? This is a government that cannot even read its own promises. But let's talk.
Not me, Mr. Stevenson. I know, but don't use the word you.
Let me move on to discussing what I think is the most egregious facet of the most egregiously awful part of this bill. Madam Speaker, there's some really well-developed research around what people read in the annual reports of companies. And this is what virtually everyone does. They read the text, they read the words, they read the narrative that the company writes about itself. They look at the stories that the company tells. And in fact, hardly anyone actually reads the financial statements. You know, an accountant might, perhaps large shareholders might look to see if they're in the biggest shareholders list, but the great majority of people do not get their information from the financial statements. What they get their information from about the companies that they invest in is from the narrative that the company writes. And so the same thing happens with a government budget. There's a couple of things to think about here. First of all, in terms of a government's budget, what people are interested in is what government is planning to do to make their lives better. And so, in terms of well-being reporting, the whole objective of that is to try to be accountable to New Zealanders for making lives better and for reporting on it, for setting it up and reporting on it in ways that New Zealanders actually understand. That's the point of wellbeing economics, wellbeing budgets. There's a really well-developed field of wellbeing economics. We have experts in our own country who came and talked to our select committee about it way back in 2018 when we were first putting this legislation through. People like Paul Dalzell and Carolyn Saunders. People like Professor Marilyn Waring, who's absolutely famous for talking about whose work gets counted and who doesn't. Now, that's not the sort of thing that's reported in ordinary budget statements. And the whole point of wellbeing economics is to try to measure what is valuable. There's a really famous speech from Bobby Kennedy talking about why GDP, or gross domestic product, is not in itself an adequate measure of what we do in an economy. And here it goes. It says, even if we act to erase material poverty, there is another greater task. It is to confront the poverty of satisfaction, of purpose and dignity that affects us all. And so he talks about how GDP, what GDP measures. He says, it counts special locks for our doors and the jails for the people who break them. It counts the destruction of the redwood and the loss of our natural wonder in chaotic sprawl. It counts napalm and counts nuclear warheads and armoured cars, and on it goes. Yet the gross national product does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate, or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our wit nor our courage, neither our wisdom nor our learning, neither our compassion nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile. The point of the well-being budgets is to try to get a focus on that which makes life worthwhile, to understand those factors in our country that make life joyful and worth living, and to direct government's attention to them, and then to measure government's progress towards them. You know, it was quite revolutionary to attempt to do this through our Public Finance Act. It was a major innovation, and one that was lauded worldwide as being a really significant thing that countries could do. You know, Grant Robertson was quite visionary in putting this in place. And it did provide a focus for budgets as to what we were going to try to focus on. So, you know, for example, the well-being objectives, I think in our last budget policy statement, were around a just transition, trying to support the transition of New Zealand to a climate-resilient, sustainable, low-emissions economy. You know, there was a well-being objective towards physical and mental well-being, trying to improve the physical and especially the mental well-being of our young people. This is not something that is measured in mere dollars and cents. It's measured if we say this matters and we try to work towards it. We were going to have a well-being objective around the future of work, enabling us to work in this new economy that confronts us all the time. We were concerned about the well-being of Māori and Pacific peoples. As that side ought to be, 1 in 4 of young Māori and Pacifica people are unemployed at the moment. What does that do to their well-being? And this government, in addition to trashing the economy, has now trashed well-being budgeting. What an accomplishment. They should be ashamed.
Members' time has expired. Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak against the Public Finance Amendment Bill at second reading. But before I begin my speech proper, I just wanted to thank the Finance Minister, Nicola Willis, for the free advertisement for the Green Party fiscal strategy. You can go to it by Googling Green Party fiscal strategy, and it outlines actually that we do have a comprehensive vision for managing public debt in a actually financially responsible way, as opposed to, well, we've seen what this government counts as financial responsibility, Madam Speaker. It's $2.9 billion to landlords, hundreds of millions of dollars to fossil fuel companies, and tens of millions to tobacco companies. So we certainly won't be taking any lectures on fiscal responsibility, Madam Speaker, from that side of the aisle. Let me return to the bill. In its current form, Madam Speaker, it represents a backward step for New Zealand. It represents a backward step for our commitment to the well-being of our people. Now, while this government likes to frequently cloak its rhetoric in the language of efficiency and flexibility, we can't have any illusions about what this bill actually does. It narrows the scope of responsible governance. It prioritizes really narrow fiscal metrics over holistic outcomes, and it risks eroding the trust that fundamentally underpins not only our democracy but our society as a whole. And this House must reject it outright. Again, like most of these bills this government seems to be passing this year or putting forward, it fundamentally shows how distracted this government is. They have just simply given up on addressing the serious economic challenges that New Zealand today face. Whether it's the out-of-control inflation that's out of target band, whether it's the unemployment that's shot up to highs that it saw during the great financial recession, or the economic mess that they've left the country in, with economic growth at lows comparable to the great financial crisis. They've simply given up What they are left with is continuing their destructive rampage of undoing everything the previous government did and really tinkering around the edges of this really quite petty legislation, which, as the previous speaker correctly asserted, is really just as a result of a minister actually refusing to be accountable and actually doing her homework. So it's really interesting that the party of so-called fiscal and personal financial responsibility got so upset about needing to do their homework that they decided to change the law to account for that. So what a waste of time that is. So let's begin by addressing what the core fundamental problems that this bill does, which is that it assaults well-being reporting. Under the existing Public Finance Act, this government is required to outline well-being objectives in the budget policy statement and explain in the fiscal strategy report how these objectives have guided decisions. Now, the Treasury is also mandated to produce this well-being report. These provisions were introduced to ensure that that we have a more holistic definition of fiscal policy, that fiscal policy actually serves the broader needs of New Zealanders, that encompass health, that encompass education, that encompass environmental sustainability and social cohesion. But these are now slated for appeal. Why? Because this government claims it's about streamlining process, but it's actually retreating from accountability itself. Madam Speaker, these well-beings are not some fluffy add-ons. It's the very essence of why we actually govern. And it's not so that the number can go up. It's so that we can actually achieve the objectives of why these numbers are important in the first place. In a post-COVID world where there's a lot of mental health crisis, the housing affordability, the climate crisis, how can we justify stripping away mechanisms that force governments to actually look at the human impact of what their policies are doing? Submitters to the Finance and Expenditure Committee rightly pointed out that without these measures, the ability of the legislature and the wider civil society to hold the government to account on non-fiscal outcomes is reduced. Without these requirements, future budgets can simply make line go up at the expense of the other well-beings that we know make life worth living. This bill tells Kiwis, it tells New Zealanders that their well-being doesn't matter as much as the fiscal bottom line that this government seems to be so obsessed with. It's a betrayal of the progressive reforms that has made New Zealand a leader in integrated financial and social policy. If we pass this, we're signaling that economic growth is really the most important determinator of everything else and that nothing else should take consideration. But actually, if you actually zoom in and look at what the Living Standards Framework was actually about and what it was measuring, it's actually really obvious why this government is repealing it. So let's go through what the Living Standards Framework asserted made up the wealth of New Zealand. It looked at the natural environment. That was one of its measures. So the Living Standards Framework defines the natural environment aspect of wealth as all aspects of the natural environment needed to support life and human activity, valued for spiritual, cultural, and economic reasons. So it looked at things like the average temperature, the biodiversity and genetic resources of the country. It looked at coastal sea level rises. It looked at fish stocks. It looked at groundwater stocks. It looked at net greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy, river health, soil quality, and timber stocks. And if you actually pay attention, you'll actually know that the fundamental well-being of a country and even of an economy is tied up to those things, especially the critical primary industries that make up New Zealand. One of the other measures of it was the social cohesion, which is the Living Standards Framework defines social cohesion as the willingness of diverse individuals and groups to trust and cooperate with each other in the interests of all, supported by shared intellectual norms and values. Now, if you look at the 4 indicators that made up the social cohesion metrics, I should have really written this graph down more bigger because I really can't see it. So the 4 metrics are ability to express identity, discrimination, sense of belonging, and trust held in others. I mean, if you look at what the past government has done, this government has done over the past couple of years, has the metrics for natural environment and social cohesion gone up and down? it hasn't. And this really speaks to the fundamental reality of why they're repealing these well-being reforms, because everything is trending up, or it's trending down in the wrong direction. And if you actually look at what this government is obsessed with, let's just looking at the hard numbers. Let's be, rational economic managers and look at the actual financial and physical capital of this country and the human capability. Now, the Living Standards Framework defines the financial and physical capital of this country as tangible, human-made assets such as buildings, machinery, and infrastructure, including physical such as marae, knowledge-based property assets such as research and development, software and database, and arts and literature, and financial assets minus liabilities, including currencies, bank deposits, loans, and equity. Now, this government, which really prides itself as, the sort of hard-nosed economic managers, unfortunately, these numbers have gone down as well. We know the GDP is lower now than when they came into office. So all this government has said to us is that they actually can't walk and chew gum at the same time. And even when they supposedly focus on their really narrow metric of economic growth and economic prosperity, that they're unable to achieve it. So they're doing something that, that every person who, doesn't have a growth mindset does. Instead of actually tackling the challenge and challenging themselves to chew and walk up, and I can't remember the analogy now, but to do several things at the same time, they're instead changing the metrics because they're afraid of failing these well-being targets. They're cherry picking, and much like the new financial metric that the finance minister has invented, OB Legal X, it's not really going to conceal the fundamental reality that everyday New Zealanders actually find themselves living in this government's New Zealand. Now, let's look at the last and one of the most important aspects of the Living Standards Framework, which is the human capability side of things. It defines human capability as people's knowledge, physical and mental health, including cultural capability. Now, has Aotearoa New Zealand's human capability been enhanced with the exile of so many of our young people, tens of thousands fleeing for Australia and for greener pastures across the last 2 years? Has our human capability been enhanced by the wastage of the high unemployment, youth and otherwise that this government has sacrificed our young people in? I would suggest no. And this government realizes too, which is why they're cooking the books so that they don't have to be accountable. Thank you.
Todd Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We rise in support of this bill. Actually, that last comment from the last speaker is totally offensive. There is no cooking of the books. We are continuing to deliver, in fact, enhanced transparency and accountability. And in fact, I just am looking at the Select Committee report. That speech would have been great. Probably they should have just put it in as a differing view. I noticed the Greens didn't even bother to do a differing view. So I'm not really sure where that content came from. Firstly, I want to thank the excellent Finance and Expenditure Select Committee for doing some great work on this and taking their job seriously. I want to thank people who did take the time to submit. Actually, New Zealand has one of the strongest public accountability regimes in the world, and this bill only seeks to enhance that. I'm not going to be lectured by members across the other side of the House who racked up over $60 billion in additional spending, did not improve public services. $60 billion, $60 billion, and actually didn't deliver any better public services. In fact, and as we've heard tonight, actually left some of our iconic public service schemes like Pharmac in jeopardy. Actually left them in jeopardy. And so the measures in here will ensure greater transparency around forecasts, budgeting, etc. No, it's not cherry picking, not at all. In fact, it's very black and white, very straightforward. And the other point I'm going to make is we've actually taken a different approach. We don't need well-being measures because what we've introduced is government targets. It's an entire website of government targets where we actually set the target of what we're going to deliver, reduce crime, reduce hospital waiting lists, we measure it and we deliver it. And that's the way you actually get things done, not well-being economics. And we're lucky in ACT to actually have some economists, so we know what we're talking about. I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. David Wilson.
I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support this bill, the Public Finance Amendment Bill. Just a brief little glimpse of history here. 1989, 37 years old. And I've got to give it to my predecessor here from the ACT Party. This is the highlight of that whole neoliberal era. Because of this finance amendment bill, we are going to take it a little bit further and ensure that it continues in the way that it has been. We did fantastic things as a result of this. In fact, the government was held to account. Fancy that. We got to a position where we actually figured out what the government was spending, where the revenue was coming, and actually we had to make that transparent to the public. Fabulous, novel idea. Regular reporting, fiscal strategy, accountability, financials of the government departments, ministers and government entities, transparency in how taxpayers' money is spent. Pretty damned important. Skews the rhetoric there. Asset management, borrowing limits. Some of this House don't understand that or those words. Required government to produce a balance sheet. You know, balance sheet, revenue, expenditure, assets, what we own, currently at about $500 billion worth of assets owned by the government. Pretty important to get this stuff right. At the end of that period, we had, and these are words that we don't hear much these days, a fiscal surplus. Get the balance right, the books right. Now, I've heard from the opposition around reducing and getting rid of the well-being out of this Act. Well, I can come back to that a little bit because I've spent a lot of time and I understand where they're coming from with well-being economics. And in fact, I've read the same Bobby Kennedy quote myself on a number of occasions. It's very important for us to understand what these well-beings are. In fact, the Living Standards Framework started off because they gave it to Treasury. It only had 4. We ended up with around 7. So you've got to look at the natural capital, financial capital, economic capital, institutional, social, environmental, cultural and human capital, which a previous member from the Greens was alluding to. Yes, these are all very, very important things, but economic and financial is part of that, and if we get that part right, we may have a chance of getting the other parts right. So here we are. We're going to make some tweaks to this amazing bill from the neoliberal era. Tweaks in pragmatism, strengthening fiscal responsibility, transparency regarding special fiscal risks. Oh, how the Minister has mentioned Pharmac and the $2 billion spend to rectify that. I think they call that a special fiscal risk and the impact that that had. But you might also say that a special fiscal risk was the previous finance minister. Large-scale asset purchasing program. Does anyone in the street have the faintest idea what those words mean? If you look up large-scale asset purchasing program, it is regarded as an unconventional monetary policy where the central bank buys government bonds. Well, what the net effect of that is, an extra $50 billion that Labor and the finance manager could spend on behalf of us all to inject money into the economy called quantitative easing. And that might explain half or at least 2/3 of why we ended up with so much debt that we had to deal with. Leading into this thing, we had the HAFU, the half-yearly economic and fiscal update prior to us coming into government. Can anybody remember that? How, you know, it was just so opportunistic and so beneficial for them that actually we kind of got it wrong, didn't we, leading into the last election? In fact, a wily old customer that is a friend of mine and a colleague and my boss said to me before the election, I think this is wrong. I think they've underestimated how much debt we have and what we've got to recover. This is a deep, dark hole that they have dug for us and we're going to have to climb our way out. I said, it can't be that bad, sir. Well, he was right. It was a deep, dark hole of debt that we had to climb out of. It's very difficult to act green when you're in the red. You've actually got to get the books in order so that you can do the good things that we need in life. The well-being, yep, we agree with that. We want increased well-being, absolutely. The Living Standards Framework was a step in the right direction. There was great people behind that. But you've got to admit that all of those Living Standards Framework metrics were substitutes for the real thing. You know, it's a funny thing. In the end, GDP, you can count it. Financials, you can count them. We know what the numbers are. Your metrics don't give the whole answer, and you know it. And also, let's think about the obfuscation and the amount of stuff that the Treasury had to face up to by doing this Living Standards Framework. Perhaps there may be just an inch of truth in the idea that they were somewhat distracted at that famous hayfu. But we'll leave you to think through that. So, we are repealing the wellbeing objectives, and we're going to publish a tax expenditure statement. I'll repeat that. A tax expenditure statement. Labor, have you heard of one of those? You know, we're going to count what we spend so the public can understand what the implication of these changes are. Isn't this fabulous, this stuff? I love it. I love it. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand First supports this bill because it fulfills our commitment in the coalition agreement to improve the quality of government spending, whereby we can improve the quality of the well-being of every citizen in this country. We commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Lawrence, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by just getting out of the way that the Green Party will not be supporting this bill. And I'd also like to thank the Minister of Finance, because her entire speech was spent attacking the opposition. So I think it's only appropriate to say that all gloves are off on this speech. I actually wrote a very reasonable speech, but I think I'm going to throw it away. And let's talk about something real. Let's start by addressing the amnestic elephant in this House, which is the fact that we have seen a pandemic that is unprecedented globally, and those kind of debt that has taken on the shock from the shock event is something that the Treasury has factored in. And from a global perspective, Aotearoa and New Zealand have actually done better than most other countries. Yet we have seen this government not having any pandemic, yet still managed to tank our economy, because this is this government's legacy. Now, we talk about the fact that this is supposed to be fiscally prudent, but what we have seen over the last 2 years is that the rich got richer, the wealthier got wealthier, and the poorer gets poorer. These are not economic decisions. These are political decisions, because this government only really cares about their cronies as opposed to the majority of the people here in Aotearoa and New Zealand. Now, we talked about GDP. Now, the submitters for this particular bill has mentioned that there is the risk that the GDP and national debt, and argue this will be a step backwards for Aotearoa and New Zealand, because GDP, while can be measured, cannot be used to measure equity and equitable distribution in our community. You know what GDP doesn't measure? GDP doesn't measure the fact that we have record number of people leaving Aotearoa New Zealand. GDP doesn't measure the fact that we have 10,000 people who lost their jobs in Wellington alone, and we have some of the highest rates of unemployment of the decade. GDP doesn't measure the fact that our students are facing tertiary students facing some of the worst debt. GDP doesn't factor in that our seniors are asking more and more hardship grants because they can't afford their power bills. GDP do not and does not measure any of those real situations that affect people of Aotearoa New Zealand every single day. So don't come to this House on your high horse talking about GDP, talking about all of these, when there are people out there every single day who are doing it tough. That is disingenuous. Introducing a bill like this and creating your own measures is disingenuous. But we have seen that from this government in terms of the fact that anything that doesn't really go their way, they need to fudge the numbers. And I can say fudge, Mr. Speaker, because this is a verb that the Minister of Finance herself have used. But this government very much loves to fudge the numbers and then use to cook the books and use the data and to try and
bamboozle the New Zealand public into thinking they're doing anything that is beneficial to them, but they see through that. Mr. Speaker, the people of Aotearoa, New Zealand are no fools. They see through this government's veneer and also a misdirection, because this is what they truly care about, is being able to put food on the table, being able to live in a safe and warm and dry house. That's what they care about. But we have seen the cost of bread and essentials and butter and milk skyrocketing. What happened to those people, and what are we going to be doing for those people? Is that going to be something that's going to be fixed if we don't consider well-being of our people? And again, this government loves to talk about fiscal holes. Let's talk about fiscal holes. Let's talk about the $24 billion, up to $24 billion fiscal hole that this government has decided to overlook in terms of our nationally determined contribution, and particularly when it comes to the refusal to accurately cost and represent the offshore climate liability risk on its books. And that is something that unfortunately isn't what we're seeing in this particular bill. That is a shame. You know what else is a fiscal hole? The hundreds of million dollars that this government has decided to overlook when you're looking at adjusted the KiwiSaver balance. These are things that affect people here, not only in terms of a budget, but also in terms of the real lives of people in Aotearoa, New Zealand. The minister finally used a household analogy, but my question here is, if we're using the same house analogy, if you don't invest in your house on a day-to-day basis, what happens when the roof collapses because you didn't fix a roof? What happens if your child has to be hospitalized? This is the real thing that we are going to be concerned about, and this is the real debt on our future generations.
Cameron Brewer.
Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a time to bring in a public finance amendment bill and strengthen the transparency and accountability and responsibility around our fiscal management, it was after the last government. And if they need some reminding, can I read you some headlines? Read you some headlines off the Treasury Long-Term Insights report published in August last year. Treasury briefing points finger at government spending during COVID-19 pandemic. Treasury signals need for independent fiscal watchdog. Treasury says $66 billion COVID-19 response shouldn't be repeated. The $66 billion COVID spend up, Treasury says government went too far. This is Treasury, the most conservative in the public sector, saying this. They have given us every reason. That side of the House have given us every reason why we need this public finance amendment bill. I support the legislation.
Dr. Megan Woods.
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think any of us anticipated just how nasty this debate on a piece of public finance reporting legislation would get. The chair of the Select Committee could muster 1 minute on the bill, and even in that 1 minute he managed to fill it with vitriol. But, Mr. Speaker, that tone was set by the Minister of Finance. I was sitting in my office listening to that speech and thinking, this is what we've come to. This is the kind of contribution that is being made in our House of Representatives by a senior minister of this government where she did voices, Mr. Speaker. That was the level of debate that we saw from the Minister of Finance. But if we're going to put it in context, this is a bill where the government of the day is saying we don't need to measure our policies in the context of the well-being of New Zealanders. But if you have a Prime Minister who is self-proclaimed wealthy and sorted, why do you need to worry about the well-being of other New Zealanders is exactly what we're hearing from the government benches over there. So let's have a look at what this bill does. It has this shroud of saying it wants to increase the transparency and the way in which things are reported. Now, Mr. Speaker, we actually support some of the measures around reporting in this bill, and we did at Select Committee, and we worked to improve some of those measures. But, Mr. Speaker, this is Nicola Willis crying, oh, but the fiscal cliffs, Leonard Wuthering Heights kind of motif that we're hearing, Heathcliff. But Nicola Willis is in danger of falling down her own fiscal cliff. She's saying it all came as a surprise. Nicola Willis clearly did not do her job. Nicola Willis, as opposition finance spokesperson, clearly did not read PREFO. Nicola Willis, as opposition finance spokesperson, clearly did not read the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, we made it even easier. When it came to housing and the fiscal cliff in terms of public housing that she claims that we left them in, she didn't know there weren't houses funded beyond June 2025. Well, on the 24th of September, Labor put out a press release telling her this in 2023. This was no shock. This was complete transparency. This is a government that came in and refused to prioritise New Zealanders and their well-being, and instead of spending money on things like housing, it decided to come into government and what to do it straight away. Tax cuts for landlords and tax cuts for tobacco companies. That's the kind of emphasis that this government is putting on well-being and showing its true colours. So any cries that they did not know about what the book said is A, because they did not do their jobs, and some of that was actually just picking up a press release that was headed and explained paragraphs. National needs to front up and allow money in its own budgets to fund public housing beyond 2025. We basically put it in neon, but yet the Minister of Finance claims it was a surprise. So that is the level of detail that we are working with here. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of a government needing to stop and examine what it is funding in its budgets through its wider policy lens of well-being is a good practice for any government. When we look at a budget, we are not just looking at dry lines on a balance sheet and volumes of books that many people find absolutely impenetrable. But what we find in there is decisions that a government is making, real decisions that affect everyday life, choices that governments have to fund or to not fund state housing, to fund or to not fund health, to make sure that we are adequately taking action on climate or not do that. All of these are choices that are written in numbers in a budget. And every one of these needs to be reported on. That a government needs to have the confidence in its own policy agenda and the own choices it's making to front up to the House, to front up to the people of New Zealand and explain how those choices are going to impact the well-being of New Zealanders, how those choices are going to impact the well-being of our environment. This is not a practice to be mocked and ridiculed by the Minister of Finance. This is a practice that internationally, economists worldwide say this is a good idea. This is a discipline that governments should have because the choices we make are real and they have real impacts. The Minister also says that one of the things that we need to do is to express fiscal strategy using alternative fiscal variables. Now, this sounds like a lot of technical terms, and I will get into some of the technicalities of this. But one of the things in here is so Nicola Willis can use her Obergall X, which is the new measure she has around the government books to make it seem like we're going to get back into surplus sooner. So what we have is a Minister of Finance who is changing the law so she can use a new measure that makes the books look better. Yet she comes to the House and claims this is about transparency. This is about making sure that the public can have greater scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we did look at very closely was moving those goalposts on fiscal variables. The bill overhauled how the government could express its fiscal strategy in terms of variables. Currently, the fiscal strategy report must state long-term objectives. And I think this is an absolutely critical thing that needs to be done. Every parliament needs to understand in terms of the fiscal strategy what those long-term objectives are, and also short-term intentions for 5 specific variables. That is total operating expenses, total operating revenues, the operating balance, total debt and net worth. These are all really important variables that need to be understood, not only in terms of that long-term strategy, but in terms of short-term intentions. The bill that was brought to the House, the bill was to allow alternative variables subject to transparency, but as introduced, that could have allowed the government to use fewer variables altogether. We would have had less transparency in our reporting against those important variables that we need to understand. So the committee improved this by requiring the long-term objectives and short-term intentions for at least these 5 variables, which must either be those 5 specified variables I talked about or similar in nature and mapped back to those. So, Mr. Speaker, there are some changes in here that we worked constructively on at Select Committee. But even here, the direction of travel was telling from the government. The government wanted more flexibility in how it framed its fiscal story. It wanted to be able to tell a different story than every other government before it had told in terms of the government books by the introduction of Obligao X. Now, what we have is some remarkable rewriting of history in the House tonight. We've had a New Zealand First Speaker stand up and rail against decisions that were made by the 2017 to 2020 government, of which New Zealand First were part of. That New Zealand First was sitting around the cabinet table making those decisions. A remarkable retelling of decision. Those decisions he railed about, his current leader and senior ministers were part of and absolutely supportive of, and that cabinet makes collective decisions. Then we've had the talking about all the debt that was wrapped up. I want each member that takes a call and says that to stand up and tell New Zealanders they did not back the wage subsidy scheme. They did not back keeping New Zealanders in work through COVID. Because actually, Mr. Speaker, I remember members sitting on this side of the House during COVID saying they wanted more spent on the wage subsidy scheme. So any member that gets up and rails against that debt, tell New Zealanders you did not care if they kept their jobs during COVID. Because I'm proud to have been part of a government that put New Zealanders and their jobs at the fore of our thinking. We borrowed to keep people in work. This government has borrowed to give tax cuts to landlords and tobacco companies. This is the kind of things, the choices that are laid bare when you look at the Crown accounts, and why it is so important that politicians and ministers are accountable through the lens of well-being, Mr. Speaker.
Ryan Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I'd like to give you a practical example of the well-beings, for example, and how it flowed through even to councils. In my role in local government, we had a stakeholder that would come and provide 6 monthly reports to council as part of their accountability, and they'd have to comment on things like foot traffic and retail spending in the CBD. That report got rejected by staff and sent back to them because they didn't have a cultural, social and environmental and economic lens on it. And they said, what is this about? It's about foot traffic and retail spending. So they went back and they filled in the Pricey form with 2 lines under cultural and 2 lines under social and 2 lines under environmental. It changed nothing. It was well-meaning, but unfortunately meaningless.
Well done. Next call is a split call. Kusha Tangai Emmanuel.
Tēnā rau atu koe e te māngai o te whare, kei te tūana o au ki te whakahe I tēnei pere Public Finance Amendment Bill mo te Pāti Reipa. Mr. Speaker, I just want to acknowledge my colleagues who have spoken before me, in particular Honourable Dr. Deborah Russell, who made a great point in the fact that this is not merely about dollars and cents. As the spokesperson for the Māori economy, e te maanga o te whare, I want to acknowledge how frequently the Māori economy has been lauded in this House for the astronomical growth, the contribution to the overall economy of this country, and I acknowledge everyone who has been part of that growth and look forward to the initiatives to come. Now, in considering this bill, Mr. Speaker, I had a look at some of the mission statements and purpose statements of some of the financial arms of our iwi authorities who have contributed to this massive growth in the Māori economy. And they say things like this: dedicated to ensuring a prosperous, healthy and vibrant future for the whānau, hapu and iwi, etc., etc., enabling environmental kaitiakitanga, driving self-determination in housing and economic development. Another goes on to say to preserve, protect and enhance the identity and integrity and future aspirations and general well-being. And I'll quote one more: to sustainably grow the intergenerational economic well-being so that our uri may prosper. All overarching values. Fiscal performance is a given, but it's nothing without the growth and development of the people who you represent. So is this not what we're here for as parliamentarians of this country, is to ensure the well-being of the whānau, the individuals, the businesses, everybody in Aotearoa we represent. So I want to acknowledge Grant Robertson and the Labour government who had the courage to introduce this world-leading initiative. The world was looking at Aotearoa and going, wow, look at this, a country who actually wants the well-being of their people at the forefront of their financial decisions. Now the world is looking at us for the wrong reasons, not just because of this bill, as we know, Mr. Speaker, and that's been discussed in this House at length. Now they'll be looking and thinking, why on earth would they want to repeal something that guarantees the well-being of their people and will inevitably have economic returns? Because, as Dr. Deborah Russell said, this is not just about dollars and cents. And who produces dollars and cents? Healthy human beings. Now, so what does this look like on the ground? You know, we talk about papakainga, housing, whenua development. The member of New Zealand First said, you can't count these outcomes. Yes, you can. Communities across Ikaroa Rāwhiti and Aotearoa will tell you, when a papakainga goes up on whenua, first of all, you can count the whānau who have a roof over their heads. You can count the students that are going to go to the kura. You can count the customers that are going to support the local businesses. You can absolutely count these benefits. Then you look at the hauora benefits. You know, a lot of the iwi organisations who I've quoted from have a lot of their own hauora. Of course, once again, you can count the benefits. You can count having the years you have your whānau with you. You can count the whānau who have access to quality health care. So you can absolutely count the benefits of creating budgets that prioritise the well-being of our whānau. We talk about balancing the books. A lot of the people in here will have coaches. They'll be going to the gym to try and get themselves balanced so that they can perform and balance their own books and be in balance for their own families. This is the same thing, just on a larger scale. So once again, I'm proud to be part of Labour, proud to be part of a team whose government had the courage to prioritise the hauora, the holistic hauora of our country, knowing that it will definitely impact the holistic financial hauora as well.
Dan Bidwell.
Speaker, here's some economic facts for the House. $66 billion of overspending, the fourth largest budget deficit in the developed world. 7.3% inflation, and the Reserve Bank raising interest rates, which induced the deepest recession since 1991. This bill restores a focus on fiscal transparency. It restores the reputation of New Zealand as a fiscally responsible country. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
It's good to see that the National Party research team had not, their work had not gone to waste. Because it's quite clear the number of National Party members on the government side who have to depend on reading a piece of paper to read out key lines just astounds me. So thank you to the National Party researcher who put those key lines together, because it's quite clear they have no imagination, no ability to be able to debate in this House what is a short-term thinking bill. Short-term thinking for short-term decisions, because there is absolutely no recognition on the other side of the House that dollar and cents does not make a healthy New Zealand. What good is a measure of a growth in GDP when we have people sleeping in cars, we have them sleeping on the streets, when we have a higher number of homeless people in our country? What good is that budget policy statement if it does not address the fact that the priority is to get people off the streets, to fund the policy and the initiatives across the country that support people who are homeless to get into a social housing, to be able to support them to find the mental health, whatever addiction services, or actually just the people available there who can treat them with respect and integrity because they are a person. The fact that they are a person and a New Zealander, they should be entitled, and I use that word specifically, to support of the safety nets that a government should provide. What good is dollar and cents if the fact is we are having more and more of our New Zealand children going hungry? What is the absolute point of a budget policy statement that will talk about fiscal responsibility but won't actually target, provide programs and initiatives that help feed our children? And the most interesting thing I found about the speeches earlier in the House today, once again, the focus is on the Labour Party and the previous government's decisions. Where is your responsibility towards those people who are homeless? Where is your responsibility to the child poverty that is growing in New Zealand? Where is your responsibility for helping to lift wages in this country? If you believe it is not a government's job to support that, why are you here? Quite seriously, why are you here? Because this bill is about short-term decision-making for short-term decisions. No longer are we looking across to think, what do future generations in New Zealand need? In order to support future generations, you must plant the seed today. And members of the House might shake their head on the government side, but actually you look at the submissions that came through to the Finance and Expenditure Select Committee, because this is the second reading. We're supposed to be talking about what actually happened in the Select Committee as well. And of the people that came through to the Select Committee, time and time and time again, they did not support the removal of those wellbeing requirements from the Public Finance Act. And I'm going to quote some of their submissions because they deserve to be heard in this Parliament, in this House tonight. For example, the Disabled Persons Assembly raised concerns that removing the wellbeing requirements could reduce the availability of data needed to inform measures that support inclusion and the wellbeing of disabled people. Why would you not listen to them? There are 1 million people in New Zealand who recognise they have a disability. That's 1 million, that's a fifth of our population. Why will you not listen to the people that are there to help advocate for them when they say this could reduce the availability of the data that they need in order to advocate decision makers right across this Parliament to make decisions in their best interest? Should we not be a Parliament supporting with the safety nets that the most vulnerable people in this country need? There's also the New Zealand College of Public Health The Public Health College, they submitted that the wellbeing approaches to budgets are likely to support improved health outcomes. Stuff your targets if your outcomes aren't being approved. Wellbeing approaches to budgets are likely to support improved health outcomes, particularly for groups with poorer health status, such as Māori, such as Pacific, and those experiencing high levels of deprivation. Once again, a bill full of short-term decision-making, which will have huge implications on future generations. Mr. Speaker, I also heard a lot from the other side of the House. Sorry, actually, I'll add one more submission, because this was a very good submission from the New Zealand Council of Christian Social Services. They noted that prioritising well-being and people-centred approaches and investment decisions aligns with the social investment approach. So you pretty much just contradicted yourselves. I thought the social investment unit was your big thing, but no. It aligns with the social investment approach, which aims to improve the lives of New Zealanders in need. Once again, time and time again, as we're seeing right across the country, it doesn't take much. When I'm in the public, you have someone grip your arm, and I've seen it with Chris Hipkins just this weekend at Pacifica Festival in Wellington. Takes a few steps, someone grips his arm and says, "We need you to win." And we're going to win, because the very clear fact that we are listening to people who are coming to Parliament to say, do not get rid of those wellbeing initiatives because it's short-term thinking and there are going to be gaps as a result of your short-term decision-making. And the other interesting thing that I heard across the House today, again, thank you to the National Party research team, shout out to you for the key lines that everybody had to read, was the complaining around the spending during COVID. Mr. Speaker, I have said this before. In the 2 weeks when New Zealand was in level 4 lockdown, I worked in the All of Government Control Centre. The very first stand-up that we had, this is a cross-government basically team that was put together to basically deal with what we didn't know was coming. The very first stand-up, the question was, how many body bags do we have in New Zealand? How many do we have on order? How many more do we need? That is not the conversation you want to be a part of, but that's exactly what we were faced with. When you are faced with the advice that there is going to be unemployment the size of Palmerston North, of course you're going to act. So we put through the wage subsidy as part of that $60 billion. We put through the small business cash loan scheme. We put through the COVID relief scheme for those so they can stay connected to their job. And if you really want to do some reading, go back to the Hansard from that time and have a look at who was supporting that bill. Also have a look at those then opposition members complaining that it wasn't enough, that there needed to be more. So this bill is short-term memory thinking as well. But again, shout out to the National Party Research Unit for making those speech notes so everybody else could talk about it. But the interesting thing I found about all of this was the first speaker, and gosh, that was a speech, as I didn't actually have anything to do with this particular bill, because ultimately this is what this bill is also about. The simple fact that someone didn't know how to read the budget accounts.
Mind-blowing.
Mind-blowing. When you are the opposition finance spokesperson, that is your number one role. Read the financial accounts. It does require some work because you're going to have to open up a vote and possibly make a comparison. But the fact that there are specific fiscal risks, they're set out in those books. And if you go to the vote, you will see if it's for 1 year, for 2 years, for 3, for 4. It's not Barbara Edmonds' fault that the previous opposition finance spokesperson could not read the books before she became the finance minister. How is that my fault? How is that Barbara Edmonds' fault or the Labour Party's fault? The fact is, the government promised huge tax cuts. They realised they couldn't make their books their ends meet. That's why they didn't read the pre-election fiscal update. They didn't read it from front to back and thought, oh, actually, maybe we can't afford those tax cuts. But you know what? I'm going to put my job on the line and say I'll resign if we have to borrow for it. Well, guess what? You borrowed for it. So therefore, I'll leave that to you. Therefore, again, this is a bill around short-term decision-making that does not take into account the well-being of a nation and our most vulnerable people. It is about short-term memories by the government side of the benches, and once again, it's because the Minister of Finance could not read when she was the opposition finance spokesperson.
Nancy Lowe.
Mr. Speaker, the government is amending the Public Finance Act to prevent future governments from conceding the extent of fiscal risk in government accounts. These changes are intended to improve the transparency and accountability of future governments for New Zealanders. Mr. Speaker, the National-led government are in support because we have nothing to hide. Now, the oppositions are voting in opposition. They are voting down this bill, and New Zealanders should be very, very concerned. Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Dr. Rachel Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy that you chose me to take a call, because this is something I really want to talk about. And that is because I am the member for Dunedin, which is a great job to have, but in 2019 I wasn't. A great Dunedin graduate and person who's back there now had in 2019 the first wellbeing budget. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when I was electioneering in 2020, I was able to talk about this a lot. And with my colleague Ingrid Leary, and we had even retired finance spokesperson Michael Cullen helping us with our campaign. And why we were so happy about this approach is that it was not just the short-term thinking of gross domestic product. It's not just GDP. I have listened to the former national member, Marilyn Waring, when she did all of her research into saying this GDP, whilst it has some place in our society, it only measures that economic activity, and it can be negative activity. So if you have an earthquake, there will be an increase in GDP. If you have a massive pollution event, you are likely to have an increase in GDP. So saying only looking at GDP is a problematic approach to how we consider our finances and how we govern in New Zealand. So the wellbeing budget was one step, Mr. Speaker, to look into the future and say, what are those policy decisions that a government makes when they choose to spend taxpayer money on some things but not others? And how do we frame those decisions so that we are looking at the long-term implications of a decision? Because we all know, Mr. Speaker, if you choose to buy the cheap thing that is going to break down, in 5 years' time you will have spent more money on that than if you'd spent something that was a little bit more expensive up front. That happens, and we need to be able to make those decisions, which is why a longer-term framework is useful. We also know budgets are about choices, and having these wellbeing objectives, but also the report on that, meant that these choices can be explained. And we know, like we just heard from Barbara Edmonds, that there are votes in a budget and there are different years associated with those votes, and people can choose to read those budget documents if they want to. And that is transparency, and it already exists. More transparency is a great thing, and nobody on this side of the House has opposed more transparency. But when that side of the government says, oh, there was a fiscal cliff that we didn't know about Farmac, when they then chose to not put it in their budget is deeply ironic. And I heard the member for ACT, Todd Stevenson, yelling about Farmac, heckling away, and then he had an opportunity to do a speech, and he did a speech, and he did not cover this issue because he sat down so quickly, unlike his colleague from New Zealand First, who took quite a long time to make his points. There was, the information was in the budgets. Those politicians, if they had chosen to look at it, knew that. So either they have made a cynical choice to talk about fiscal cliffs, or they haven't read it. It's a binary option, and it's shameful for them. Now, these objectives, we had a just transition, increasing physical and mental health, shaping the future of work, lifting wellbeing outcomes for Māori and Pacific people, and improving child wellbeing. These were the outcomes that budget decisions were making, and those were the choices when this side of the House was in government, and I hope for all of New Zealand we are back there very soon.
Thank you. Just before I put the question, just a reflection. Every now and then within some of the speeches, the words you and your are used, and we all know that that brings the speaker into the debate, and we don't want that. I don't want to interrupt people doing that because it'll disturb your flow, but I do want members to be mindful of that. The question is that the amendments recommended by the Finance and Expenditure Committee by majority be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
4 votes opposed.
Te Kuta Whereas.
1 vote opposed.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
1 vote opposed.
The ayes are 68 and noes are 55. The question is agreed to.
Public Finance Amendment Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. I call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill, second reading.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Scott Simpson.
I seek leave to present a legislative statement on the Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill.
Leave is sought for that purpose. Is there any objection? That legislative statement is published on the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill be now read a second time. Sir, the Finance and Expenditure Committee has carefully considered the bill and recommended that it be passed with amendments. I thank the committee for its work and acknowledge the submitters who contributed their views. Mr. Speaker, as I said during the first reading, this bill is part of a broader package of reforms aimed at streamlining financial services regulation and reducing unnecessary compliance costs while maintaining strong consumer protections. The bill makes targeted amendments to the Financial Markets Conduct Act of 2013 and the Financial Markets Authority Act of 2011 to improve the operation of the regulatory system and support better conduct outcomes. Mr. Speaker, New Zealand's financial sector is a critical engine for growth. It channels capital into enterprises and innovations that lift productivity and expand opportunity for New Zealanders.
In line with the government's Going for Growth policy, we're streamlining the legislation to ensure our regulatory settings continue to support well-functioning, trusted markets that foster investment, protect consumers and enable sustainable economic development. A key change to the bill following introduction is that it now contains adjustments to the climate-related disclosures regime. This regime requires large financial market entities to report on their climate-related risks and opportunities in annual climate statements. The purpose is to help with the allocation of capital towards activities that are consistent with a transition to a low-emissions, climate-resilient future. Last year, Mr Speaker, I wrote to the Finance and Expenditure Committee to ask that they consider inserting proposals to amend the climate-related disclosures regime in this bill. I considered that changes were necessary to right-size the regime for New Zealand and to avoid imposing an undue compliance burden on businesses. The committee subsequently called for submissions on the proposals and ultimately recommended that they be included. The proposals are these. Firstly, raise the reporting threshold for listed issuers from 60 million in market capitalisation or quoted debt to $1 billion. Secondly, remove investment scheme managers from the regime because they are not a good fit for it. Thirdly, make changes to the liability settings, including to remove deemed director liability for certain entity breaches, as this is hampering useful disclosures and increasing compliance costs. The fourth matter, Mr Speaker, was to enable the monetary reporting thresholds for the regime to be raised but not lowered by order in council with appropriate safeguards so that we can make adjustments in the future if considered appropriate. Mr Speaker, the committee also recommended some further technical amendments. This included removing the requirement for 2 directors to sign the climate statements because this should not affect the potential liability or accountability of directors under the Act. Other key features of the bill were addressed as well. The bill simplifies licensing by requiring the Financial Markets Authority to issue a single market services licence to firms rather than separate licences for each service. This, Mr Speaker, reduces duplication and compliance burdens. It introduces a requirement for the Financial Markets Authority approval for certain significant changes that are made by licensed firms or authorised bodies, such as entering into significant transactions that could affect their ability to meet conduct licence criteria. The bill clarifies and simplifies the minimum requirement for financial institutions' fair conduct programs under the conduct of financial institutions regime. These changes include explicitly requiring communications about the price of products and services to be timely, clear, concise and effective. Adding requirements to resolve consumer complaints in a timely and effective manner. Further, another one is reducing prescription around training and supervision of staff, removing duplicative requirements that overlap with existing legal obligations. And the bill also formalises a statutory framework for the Financial Markets Authority to undertake on-site inspections with or without notice to monitor regulatory compliance. Minor and technical amendments are included to modernise the legislation, such as allowing digital record keeping and the use of cloud services outside New Zealand, embedding existing Financial Market Authority exemptions into the legislation to provide long-term certainty, updating definitions and empowering provisions to align with best drafting practice. Mr Speaker, I now want to turn to changes that have been recommended by the Select Committee. The committee has recommended several amendments to improve the bill's clarity and ensure it aligns with its original policy intent. Clause 4 deletes the definition of price to avoid unnecessary interpretation issues. Clause 18 refines the change and control approval requirements so that they apply only to licensed businesses and removes the need for expert reports and clarifies the Financial Market Authority's power to impose conditions and vary licence terms. Clause 30 expands the regulation-making power for the change in control approval requirements to allow exemptions for a broader class of persons and transactions. A new appeal right has been added to allow firms to challenge Financial Market Authority decisions relating to approval under the new regime. Mr. Speaker, Clause 19 would limit the requirement to train and supervise employees to those whose work is relevant to compliance with the fair conduct principle under the Conduct of Financial Institutions regime. Clause 56 extends the Financial Markets Authority's inspection powers to entities regulated under Part 2 of the Act, not just financial markets participants. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, these amendments respond to stakeholder feedback and ensure that the bill is workable, proportionate and effective. The changes will make it easier for firms to comply with their obligations, strengthen the Financial Market Authority's ability to oversee conduct, and ultimately improve outcomes for consumers. Mr. Speaker, this is a good bill. I commend it to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Aotearoa Williams.
Mr. Speaker, this is an interesting clash of ideas where there is some genuine disagreements between Labor and National, but broadly we support many of these technical changes in this bill. We are voting against it at this reading in the hope that after the committee stage we will see some improvements that mean we can support what is largely changes which enable the Financial Markets Authority to enact and to use many of its some of the new powers that are being enabled by this bill under the new structure that it will have, and to have a role in the market of a regulator that's getting alongside the businesses and institutions which provide these services and making sure that consumers know what their rights are at the same time as doing some of these prosecutions and designation decisions. That's a good thing, but there are some problems here. This is a bill that takes COFI, the Conduct of Financial Institutions regime, which was brought in because over a period of time, the conduct of those institutions, the lenders, the insurers in relation to their customers was proven time and time and again that New Zealanders weren't being put first, that the customers in these scenarios weren't enjoying some of the rights that most New Zealanders would expect, and indeed comparing consumers of those products in New Zealand to their counterparts in Australia, they weren't getting the same protections. And there's one way of regulating that kind of conduct, which is to introduce harsh penalties, introduce a top-down regime. But the Conduct of Financial Institutions regime, Mr. Speaker, was about the bottom-up, about making sure that staff and people who work in those institutions had the right sort of training, the right sort of oversight and the right sort of systems in place so that there was never a compromise on what the customer was getting and that there was always a protection there for consumers around some of these really important products. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, your mortgage, your lending on your car, your insurance, those are incredibly important to not only your quality of life, but your cost of living. And those are going up for New Zealanders at the moment under the decisions that we are seeing taken by this government. And so it's important that not only are we focused on bringing those prices down, but that people are also getting what they're paying for. This is a bill which swims in the other direction. It makes it easier for institutions, and not all of them, absolutely not. But a few players in the market who have seen over time taking advantage of New Zealand consumers because they don't have some of those protections that other countries we like to compare ourselves to, that they know that they can play a hardball game. And that when you're, say, insurer, a large institution, is negotiating with you, little mum and dad, with your products, absolutely, consumers in New Zealand do not have any sort of power to negotiate the terms. And that's why we need clear consumer protections here, and that's why the regime was a good idea. Perhaps it needed some tweaks, but this is a large-scale reversal of many of those protections. We want, at the committee stage, to be able to debate with the Minister a amendment which would reflect the need to protect consumers when FMA is using its powers, particularly of delegation, that have, to designate products which need to comply with the conduct of financial institutions regime and the rest of the FMCA architecture. It's important here that it's clear to financial institutions that if we are walking away from some of these more prescriptive regimes here, so the more prescriptive training and oversight regime, fine, that's up to the government. If they think, based on their advice, that they can walk back on that, then that's over to them. But we want to make sure that those uses of the powers that the FMA do have, and that we expect them to use in the interests of consumers, are always being exercised in that way. And I'll get to a specific amendment that we would also suggest to the Minister about buy now, pay later soon in my speech. I want to also point to the things we do agree with, those powers of the FMA. We do agree that there were some technical amendments to be made to the climate disclosures regime, and engaged with the amendment that the Minister helpfully sent to Select Committee before the committee stage. It was good to be able to hear submissions on those points. It was good to hear New Zealand businesses describing the level of compliance and the way that they had used resources around reporting on those. But we must make sure that we're getting the balance right here, that when the Minister says that those resources will be better spent on climate mitigation work that we know needs to happen, everyone in this House can agree with that. It's important that not only is the government getting the signals right, but that our financial markets and business community are playing their part, and for the most part, the part they want to play, to reduce New Zealand's long-term climate risk. And so we have to get those settings right. The amendment that you'll see from Labor is around the caps for reporting. To jump right up to 1 billion would exclude a huge number of businesses that are already reporting and already are in a position to continue to report because of their international obligations. It seems reasonable that though different parties can disagree on the technical aspects of this, that who's in and who's out should be about choosing those businesses that are in a position to be able to do this, to expend their resources, to be able to respond to some of these climate risks, and can lead the market in New Zealand and meet obligations internationally that we all have as New Zealanders and that the government has signed up to. And so those amendments are going to be key to Labor's support, but it's also worth asking ourselves, what are we really trying to do here? Because at the end of the day, we want this financial markets conduct regime to work for the people who it's meant to benefit, for those people who, any electorate MP will have dealt with these cases where we get people come through the door and their lives have been significantly impacted by something that has gone on with their insurer, or something that has gone on with their bank or their lender. The stakes are incredibly high for getting this right for people, and making sure that consumers always have faith that the rules are fair and that the rules will be followed, or there will be harsh penalties, is a really key role that the government plays in our economy to make sure that people have faith in the system and that there is a level playing field. It comes back, Mr. Speaker, to this idea about the introduction of the conduct regime was very close to this government's now reversal of much of that, so it didn't get a chance to bed in. And when I speak to financial mentors around the country who are dealing with those constituents that we have too, who have had an issue with their insurer, perhaps they're paying far, far too much for their car insurance product, or a woman I spoke to who was paying for paint insurance, which she never could claim on. Those financial mentors are pointing out to me that if we had a regime which had bedded in, which had become industry norm, and which was largely becoming industry norm anyway, then those sorts of cases wouldn't be happening. And so for the government to have made these changes, look, it's premature, but we're up for change. I mean, you've got the lid off and you're making changes in this now, and many of those amendments that have been made at the committee stage, they wouldn't have been what we would have chosen, but they are reasonable and they're sensible based on the industry feedback. And so we can find some common ground there. But we need to keep in mind that this regime is in place because when people are subject to terms which are grossly unfair, there is a penalty regime, but there also needs to be protection for that happening in the first place. Nobody who any of you as electorate MPs have talked to who have had an issue with their insurer were hoping for their insurer to be punished. They were hoping for that issue to never have happened to them in the first place. And so to have a sort of forward-looking regime is incredibly important. That's why we welcome these extra powers for the FMA. Mr. Speaker, in my final couple of minutes, I just want to raise this issue around the designation powers of the FMA. Largely the changes in this section because of the new structure for the FMA alongside a new structure for the Commerce Commission. This is broadly something which will be beneficial in the provision of financial services products in New Zealand, but the designation powers need to be something which is enduring and cross-partisan. They cannot be something which Cabinet dictates because that is open to a raft of competing interests, which, this should be a decision which is evidence-based and based on harms to consumers where the FMA is the right referee in the game. I'm talking here about buy now, pay later. This was a missed opportunity to give the FMA power to designate buy now, pay later products as part of the triple CFA regime. They don't have this power now, and they should. They should, because even if they don't make that designation, New Zealand consumers should be able to say that that is a decision for the regulator, it is a decision made based on the amount of consumer harm that they're seeing in New Zealand, that they monitor that, and that users of those products can be assured that the penalties are right. These are young New Zealanders, Mr. Speaker. These are people who haven't got credit records and aren't, don't have security attached to it. These are products which are largely unregulated in New Zealand now because of that Cabinet's decisions, and it would be better if the FMA had those powers here. So I look forward to discussing this further at the committee stage, but until then, Labor opposes.
This debate is interrupted and set down for resumption next sitting day. The House stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.